Hey, Sarge. So, yep, welcome to the new FMAK.
Hey, thanks. Oh, FMAK. What does FMAK stand for?
Well,
I'm the
give it
frustrated
a
voice of
give it a
reason
minute,
around here,
Sarge.
and you've
I
got
think
me
it'll come
pissed
to you.
off.
Well, hello to nobody. I'm awake. I don't know why. I thought I'd just come out here and say hello just in case. See if anybody wanders in. Just me and my shadow sitting here and drinking coffee. Yeah, that's 2 minutes gone by. I should have called this passing through the morning. People would think it was killing and they'd all come in. Do, 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 do. I'm just going to hang around here for a couple minutes. See if anybody wanders in. Well, maybe some of the down under people might be around. And so Sarge did a short video about Todd. I'm beginning to think Sarge doesn't like him too much. Do, 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 do. Doesn't seem like there's much going on in the world right now. Nobody. Oh, hey, Kiwi. How you doing today? You do anything exciting with your Saturday? I do not usually wake up this early in the day. Thought I'd come here for a little while, see if anybody was around. See anything interesting on the tube? Heh. Well, I have a feeling this is going to be a very exciting show. Hey, Donna. How you doing today? Yeah, I didn't catch that whole thing of what's going on with DirectD and them. Don't really care a whole lot. Hey, Howard, how are you doing today? It's funny to be sitting here right now saying this, but I'm actually kind of tired of YouTube. No? Did Cliff get angry at somebody? Kiwi, I'm just tired of all the fake ass people. Yeah. Yeah, it's a funny thing that I always knew it about real life, and then was surprised to see it in people on here. Anyway, hey, it's the weekend. Yay! Anybody wants to come up for a while, I'll put the link out. Yeah. Yeah, my weekends are pretty much the same as my weeks. Just hanging around. Killing goblins. Watching YouTube. Hey, Kiwi.
I thought I'd. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I thought I'd come up if I'm welcome.
You know, I just opened up YouTube to pop out the chat, and I heard you saying, "Can you hear me?" again. And I was going to go, "Well, yes, I can hear you." And I realized it was just a repeat. Anyway,
Yeah, I had a tab open. Sorry.
no, it was me. I was hearing you twice.
Oh, okay. Okay. So what's happening, Muckster?
Not a whole lot. What's going on over here now? Oh, shoot. Hey, Howard.
What's
Here
up?
comes Howard.
I just got a message that my browser has lost connection to my camera. I don't know how that's possible, but anyway.
I had trouble understanding you.
Oh my. I say I just got a message that says that my browser has lost connection to my camera
Oh,
and make sure that no other apps are using your camera. They shouldn't be, but God only knows. So, yeah,
Good to hear.
same shit, different day,
Howard.
Muckster. What's up, Kiwi?
How are you, Howard? Nice to
Not
hear your
bad.
voice.
Not bad, not bad. Like Muckster says, it's just a different day, same shit.
So is it Friday? Is it Friday over there? Friday morning?
no, Saturday morning.
Oh, Saturday
Oh,
morning.
yeah,
Okay.
Saturday here. I
Okay.
forgot you're down under, aren't you?
Yep, upside down under.
Oh, well,
So it's 10 to midnight on Saturday night here.
10 minutes to 8 Eastern Standard Time in Maryland.
Hello, Mitch. Oh,
Oh, we
way to
just
go,
lost
Howard. You
Kiwi.
chased him away.
Oh my.
I saw the screen change. I thought it was going to be you.
Yeah, well. No, like you say, same shit, different day. I'm up early having coffee. I got a little finger app for golf, and I play the tournaments on the weekend.
No.
Then I come to YouTube and peruse videos. I seen Sarge's rant, commented on it. I'd wave back, except you can't see me.
I can feel the force, Howard. It's all good.
Oh, my
old guy
goodness.
Mitch is in the comments too. Hey, old guy. How you doing, man?
Ha!
Oh,
Uh-oh.
there he is.
Look at that. I figured it out. My camera was turned off in the StreamYard. I'm so brilliant. I happened to look down and seen that my camera was red. I tapped it, and well, here I am.
Here you are. Good stuff.
Yeah. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just waiting for what I don't know. But here I am waiting.
Here we are. Yep, absolutely.
Well, we'll know when it hits us.
Waiting for the next big thing. Yeah.
You got that.
We'll be saying, why the fuck were we waiting for that?
Waiting for your ship to come in. Hey, I used to say.
Even if my ship come in, I get seasick. I ain't gonna get on the son of a bitch.
Getting on the bitch. Very good.
My father would take me deep sea fishing when I was a younger child.
Yeah.
The first, I don't know, it took about an hour and a half to get out to the fishing grounds off of Block Island. We'd fish for cod. And oh my goodness, I would, for about the first 45 minutes to an hour, just anything that was on my stomach, and even if there wasn't anything there, boy, I'd get sick as a dog.
Yeah.
Then I'd be okay. And you'd fish all day, but it never changed. I never got used to it, and always sick as a dog the first 45 minutes to an hour. That is not a real pleasant experience.
No.
Kind of funny. I never got car sick, but wow, seasick? Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah,
It was
turn
fun.
you. It'll turn you green, the ocean. Jesus.
I don't know. My son will be traveling for work next week, and I won't see him probably for a week or two.
Oh, okay.
Did you see Don asked you a question, Howard? Where
What's
do you
that?
buy your canulas? Where do you buy your canulas from? I don't know what a canula is.
Cannula.
Oh, I have heard that word. What is that, a cannula?
It's this thing.
Oh, okay.
It's a nasal cannula. It attaches to my oxygen concentrator, and I have a prescription for oxygen through WindCare, and they provide the concentrator, the oxygen tanks, the portable ones, and any and all like equipment, hosing, cannulas, connectors, and they service my equipment. And Medicare takes care of it. You got your little deductible at the beginning of the year, but once that's paid, Medicare takes care of my oxygen and everything. Well, if it wasn't for Medicare, boy, I don't know what I'd do.
Yeah.
But what you gonna do? You get old, things happen. You know how it goes, Muckster.
Yeah, look at Kiwi.
But I do.
You didn't do nothing. You're young. We're envious.
Hello, Joey.
I'm pretty broken though. I'm broken like an 80-year-old.
Oh, Lord. Well, I'm probably going to drop off now. I don't know. Go see what the dogs are up to. Wander around for a bit.
Don't you have any strange news stories for us?
Not really. I subscribe to Interesting Engineering, and they do, like, not only engineering things, they also do medical things. They have some really interesting articles about cancer research on the ISS, nanobots that target cancer cells in the human body. Okay, they literally inject you with nanobots. They then go to the area of the tumor, surround the tumor, and target it with the medication. It is a breakthrough because it doesn't destroy near as many actual good living cells. You tend not to get sick. You tend not to waste away, and the cancer is targeted specifically. I read about stuff like that. Then they have military engineering, and they talk about, the drones and the hypersonic missiles and just stuff that I find interesting.
Yeah.
So I read it. I don't know. A lot of people, I guess, to me, it's, oh, okay, that's cool. I've heard of that, but a lot of people, you tell them about it, and they look at you like you're crazy. What conspiracy rabbit hole did you fall down? No. Here, check out the article. Then what can you say? But just that pretty much comprises my day.
I thought it was cool when they started giving diseases to brain tumors. They'd inject them with what was, I think, one, it was like a denatured AIDS virus, and they'd put that in the tumor, and your body would attack that virus and kill the tumor along the way.
Yeah, and that because brain cancer, like a blastoma,
Yeah.
dude, if they diagnose you with that, it's basically over. They don't have treatment. That there's no cure for that.
Well, that's what they're curing now, though, is a neoblastoma that way.
Right, and that's very, to me, that's very amazing. I mean,
yeah.
I hate. Okay, I'll put it to you this way: my wife died of uterine cancer. It spread through her whole body. It went bloodborne, and it initiated in the uterus. About 6 months after she passed, they came up with the HPV vaccine. Okay, which is awesome. It is so cool. Okay, that they actually have a vaccine for the type of cancer that killed my wife.
Wow.
And they can stop it in, young children get vaccinated and they don't have to worry about it then. Then my daughter-in-law's father, he passed from cancer, and just recently I seen an article where they're doing some mRNA technology, the same that they used for the COVID vaccine, for lung cancer. And they are having phenomenal results with it. And my father, he passed from brain cancer. And now, like you say, Muckster, they're making these strides.
Yeah.
It's and to read about it, it's very bittersweet for me. Okay, because the people that I love and the people that I admired and friends that have passed from these things, and they now are making these breakthroughs that, had they been alive, would have been so helpful to them. But
Yeah.
it's one of them things. Like I say, it's bittersweet. It's the nastiest disease I have ever in my life had the unfortunateness to encounter. Okay, and from the side of,
Let me interrupt a second just to say thanks for stopping in, Joey. Have fun teaching people how not to wreck.
but yeah, that's like I say, Muckster. That's pretty much my day. And wake up, coffee, listen to you guys, read this, that, or the other thing. And what I said about your little news broadcast, I do find that interesting, Muckster.
Yeah.
It's one of them. Everybody has two eyes, but nobody sees life quite the same kind of thing. So those little news stories, sometimes they are so amusing that it will just say something to me. Okay, it doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it is. It just it'll cause me to chuckle. It'll it's relatable to me.
Yeah.
So that's why I enjoy it so much.
Well, thanks. You and Donna, my dedicated readership.
Well, hey, if more people seen it, they'd probably view it too. But anyway, Muckster, I'm going to bounce. I know I'm over my 3 minutes.
Well, you haven't been up for a while, so you had a few minutes stored.
That's why I kept babbling. But y'all have a great day, and I'm going to go wander around for a bit. Y'all take care.
Yep. Thanks for stopping in. Have a good
Take
Saturday.
care, Howard. Take care, man.
You too. You read, Muckster. Have a great day.
See you, mate.
You know, Donna, I don't know whether I should be happy that you like my news thing so much, or be sad that that's the highlight of your day.
It's your interpretation, Muck, that gets us. It's the delivery of the news that we're hooked to. Because you're not melancholy or subtle at all with your sarcasm, you know. Really shines through.
It's funny you say that, because I often am amazed when people don't realize when I'm joking about something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I see it with the younger generation quite a bit. They just don't understand sarcasm, and they get awfully offended when you're telling a joke, and it just goes past them. And I think, how do you watch anything on the internet? Because there's so much sarcasm in some of the greatest comedy, and you don't get it. So that means the joke is lost on you, you know? Anyway, great minds think alike, Muckster, you know?
Donna wants to breed you with her imaginary daughter.
If I had a daughter, I'd definitely suggest you to a handsome young man with a very gentle voice. Yeah, but I'm like Muckster. I'm an undercover asshole.
Hey, Cart, How you doing today?
Oh, hello, Cart. G'day, mate.
Well, people used to ask me. It's been a while since they have. They'd ask why I never got married or if I would get married. And I said, my problem is I have impossibly high standards. I could never possibly marry a woman who would settle for me.
Yeah, that's how I feel too. I think that anyone that was interested in me, there must be something wrong with them.
Yeah, who the hell would want that?
I don't want no trouble, you know? It also appears to me that if you were to marry someone, you're better off picking someone that despises you so that after a certain amount of time you can give them half your stuff and all your money. I just sort of thought I'd circumvent that that train and just not bother. Why you got to mess people's lives up, Just leave people alone.
Well, I always said too that if I did get married, I'd have to start right off with like a 20-year marriage, when you no longer care about what each other's doing. You go and watch your own TV shows. You don't have to go to bed at the same time. You going out with the guys on Tuesday or she's going out with the girls on Wednesday. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I love you, but leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah. Cook my dinners and ignore me.
Yeah.
I was trying to
So
remember
Mr.
who we're missing from down under. It'd be Steve.
Yeah, Steve. So Mr. Finkel was vocal today.
Yeah. Got a little something off his chest.
I didn't see you getting involved in the drama, Muckster.
No, I don't much care about that stuff anymore.
Yeah, okay. That's cool. It's all very messy, isn't it?
Yeah. I noticed people on that panel that he replayed were awful quick to say, "Oh, he's not talking for me, though."
Yeah. Yeah, there's so much unity in the community, isn't there? We all stick together until something happens.
Yep.
Yeah. So have you heard anything about, I know you probably haven't, but I just wondered if you'd heard anything about, what's his name? The angry vet.
No, just Nikki said last night that he had told them that he was turning his phone off for the weekend and just going to hang out with his family, not deal with anything.
Right. Okay.
I had sent him a text yesterday and he just replied back, said, "Oh, I'm just laughing." I'm not sure if he was being sarcastic or.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Oh.
I like Tab. He's a good guy. He lives up to his name, but other than that.
Yeah. He does fly off the handle, but I think at the root of it all, he's got a good heart.
Yeah.
I do think he's got a good heart. It's just that the delivery sometimes is a bit abrasive, but that's just him, I guess.
I can relate.
Sometimes you don't know what people have been through, what their life journey's taken them to, and they may have seen stuff that you can't handle, so that's why they act the way they do. But yeah.
You know, Cart, I've actually known people who did live that way.
Yeah.
There was a couple in town that, you know, it was like their second marriages and stuff, and they were older and they got married but still kept both their houses and everything. I always think it's weird because, you know, you grew up pretty much thinking however your family operates is the norm, you know. And when I would see people who did have separate bank accounts and stuff like that, and, you know, your money pays for this and my money pays for that, it always seemed weird to me because my parents, it was just, you know, the money all went into one pot and hey, GMK.
Does it make you question the whole point of marriage then? Like, why not just be two separate people? You know?
Yeah.
If you're going to live separate, just be separate.
Yeah. Like that didn't make sense to me at all. Why bother getting married? Just date.
Yeah. Yeah. I watched these a lot of stuff, a lot of it's American, I suppose, but where they ask you know, 20 or 30 something year olds, what's your ideal man or what's your ideal woman?
Your money.
You know, and the girls are like, oh, he has to earn over $100,000 and he has to have this and have that. And when they do the statistics on their computer, they say, well, you have to be over 6 foot tall and has to have a car and a big bank account and all these things. And he's like, well, you've narrowed it down to 1% of the population. Now, what are you bringing to the table? What do you got on offer? And they're like, oh, I got nothing. I'm pretty. And it's like, is that going to be enough? Is that enough now, you know? Makes you laugh, doesn't it?
I remember watching a talk show years ago, and it was one of those ones where they interact with the audience a lot, you know?
Okay.
And it was like that same kind of thing. They were talking like that, and these women were saying, well, I'll only date a guy who can take me out to nice restaurants and can buy me things and stuff like that. And I thought, if I'd have been in that audience, I'd have stood up and said, you know, ladies, there's a name for women like you.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference? What's the difference between standing on a street corner and asking for $50 and insisting on a guy who's going to buy you things? You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. In exchange for the same currency.
Yep.
You know what I mean? The same thing is on offer. So,
yeah, but somehow they think they're better.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
On the other hand, Cart says she only dates guys that know when to shut up and put out.
Oh.
Yeah, see, there goes our whole romance, Cart, because, you know, I don't know when to shut up.
Yeah, we've been chatting for at least 20 minutes there, Muck. So I think we've outdone our quota. We're just filling the airwaves.
I hope you're not saying it's time to put out.
Oh, it depends if Cart comes knocking or not, I suppose.
Yeah.
You got to knock on the door from Cart. Would you put out? You'd have to, wouldn't you? Not going to argue.
Yeah. I'm afraid she'd hurt me otherwise.
Yeah. Well, she just might anyway.
Cart come busting through the door and just go, get naked, bitch.
Yeah.
Hurry up, I got a plane to catch.
What's my name? What's my name, bitch? Oh, dear.
Yeah, Hey, Carrie.
Oh, multi-voice. How are you, mate? How are you?
The hell are all you people doing up this time of day? I don't mean you
Yeah.
people. We know why you people are up.
You people. Is it early morning there?
Yeah, it's 8:15 here.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, old guy Mitch is up before the sun every day, so he's out patrolling.
No. Usually, if I was up at this time of day, it's because either I have some kind of an appointment that I had to go to, or I haven't been to bed yet. Hello, voluntary, whatever.
The occultist Jason Mills. Grand Rising. Good morning to you. Do you get out and garden or anything like that, Muck?
Do I what? Did you say garden?
Do you get out and garden much or anything?
No, that never appealed to me. My father used to do that a lot.
Okay.
I have this condition that makes it hard for me to do that. It's called laziness.
Really?
Yeah, I have my nephew and his wife are just nuts for plants and stuff, and they grow all their vegetables and can them, and it's like they were born in the wrong century.
Well, it may return, things go in cycles. My mum's pretty much into the gardening and growing your own veg and preserving things in jars, and she's right into that. Home baking and stuff, because one day in the future it may have to return. We may not have the supermarkets that we have now.
Yeah. I had a friend, he lived across the street from us when I was a kid, but he said about how around here, when he was growing up in the Depression, that people around here weren't really affected by the Depression because, first of all, they weren't really used to having much money anyway. It was a poor coal mining area.
Yeah.
And secondly, everybody had gardens in their backyard and stuff like that.
Right.
So
that's right. Yeah. Yeah, if you get into a good community, even if you're a little distance away from each other, someone grows corn and someone grows tomatoes and someone grows zucchinis, and you swap it all around, so everyone's got a bit of something. That's how people survive through tough times.
Well, that's like Cart. If things crash down, she's pretty much self-sufficient.
Yeah, she's got her own patch and everything. Yeah, that's right.
She said she just buys meat like from other local people, but hey, if that all crashed, she'd be able to live on just what she grows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, voluntary, about the soil. There's a lot of research and stuff going on at the moment about soil health all around the world. People can revitalise the soil to grow their own food in, because what we've done is taken all the nutrients out and all the microbes out, and caused ourselves headaches because the
Oh,
food
really?
doesn't grow properly. You know?
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, no, understanding soil science is a real having a real resurgence at the moment. You know, composting your own stuff and returning it to the soil, turning it over, and all that sort of thing. Making sure
I was
you got
just,
worms and stuff in there that
mm,
work the soil.
I was just going to say, it seemed like composting was coming back.
It's important because the nutrients are so rare now. We've poisoned all the microbes and funguses that make the nutrients work for the plants. Yeah, to kill a few caterpillars, we've destroyed the world. So yeah. And there's systems like what old guy Mitch is saying. There's systems for rotating your crops around the plots so that you place you grow spinach in one, potatoes in another, peas and beans in another one, and broccoli and stuff like that in another one, and you rotate them round so they all take different amounts of nutrient out of the soil.
Yeah.
Some of them put
Yeah,
it back in.
you have one
So,
that sucks the potassium out of the soil, so then you put one
yeah,
in that puts the potassium back. Yeah.
that's right. Yeah. So that's all really interesting because the big commercial farms buy like magnesium or phosphate or silica by the ton in bags and dump it on their pasture to replace what gets taken out. And all you got to do is rotate your crops properly and be a bit more sensitive about it. But no, it's all very interesting to me because you have to create an ecosystem for it to all work, you know. So yeah, it's interesting.
I've heard of that too, Cart, the people making clothes and stuff out of flour sacks.
Oh yeah.
My mother never said about that. I guess her father must have mined enough coal that he could buy them clothes, but I know other people that would say about, that their mothers would sew potato sacks together and that.
And all the knitting and hand sewing and stuff that used to go on, you know, the women would knit at night and you'd get a new jumper 6 months down the track, you know, a new jersey or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what else I think of? Certain, you say they have to do all that stuff. A lot of times I'll plop a meal in the microwave.
Yeah.
And five minutes later, I'm eating mashed potatoes and meatloaf or whatever.
Yeah.
And I think about how, like my grandmother, that would have been like an all-day process for her to cook that meal,
No, yeah.
baking the bread and all that. Yep.
Stack the fire in the oven and get it all going and boil the water and yeah.
I used to go to like a lot of auctions and stuff. And I'd go mostly with this one friend of mine. And the one time he bought an old cookbook from, it was like 18 something, like 1830s or whatever.
Okay.
And the recipes actually started off with telling you how much wood to put in the oven. It'd be like, well, if you're using a hardwood, you want to put a quarter cord in there and light it 30 minutes before, I mean, that was like actually part of what you had to know to cook your food was
the science behind it, eh? What the resources you needed to gather to get it to go. Yeah. No, that's right.
Bok choy.
Yeah, it's good. Bok choy is nice. Have you not had it?
I don't think so. I've heard of it.
It's like a Chinese cabbage.
Oh.
Or like a lettuce type thing. It's a big leaf, a small plant. But it's quite crispy usually, tasty. And you treat it like spinach, I suppose. You can steam it or you can have it raw or You can chop it up like a coleslaw. It's
Yeah,
good. It's nice taste.
Yeah, you kind of lost me mentioning cabbage and spinach, but I'll
It's good for you. When did you last eat something that was green, Muckster?
there was this piece of meat that'd been in the refrigerator.
In the back of the fridge. Oh dear. That's true, voluntary. Permaculture is a good system. It's a great system.
No.
Bok choy deserves our respect, Muckster, okay?
I know that you could like just take some of the leaves off of lettuce and let the
Yeah.
rest there growing.
They grow better if you do.
Right?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you don't have to take the whole head off. You just take the leaves off the outside and use it, and it just keeps going. Yeah. I think we need a National Bok Choy Day. We've got a day for everything else.
We had a book at the library that it would list all the, official days,
Oh,
things.
yeah.
And, there really is a day for everything because someone in Congress would propose, oh, we need, a national banana split day. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like,
It kind of went mad at some stage, though, didn't it? Because it
Yeah.
was like all of a sudden, like, well, you remember National Red Cross Day or, things like that, and international days of such and such. And then there was national days of the pigeon and
Yeah.
international day of this and that. And I'm thinking, where the hell did these things come from? Who made that up? And why do we need it anyway? Am I a bad person for not knowing that it was National Porpoise Day?
no, that's not why you're a bad person.
Oh, there's other reasons. And yet the doctors keep telling me I'm fine.
That's one of those things that I've said that kind of thing to people before and it goes right over their head.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think Muckster Day should be basically year round personally, but I'm a little bit biased.
You're a little bit biased.
Just a little. And I think we should celebrate Muckster's Day by all donating to $ Muckster Needs Your Money at Cash App.
Well, prepare to be judged on how you spend that money, because apparently around the YouTube traps you get reviewed by a panel of your peers. They say you should or shouldn't collect money.
Well, you send me enough money, you can judge me all you want.
Yeah, like Trump. It'd be like a Trump. It'd be like, judge all you want, people.
I get a kick out of the people that were telling Finkel how he should spend his money.
Oh, yeah, sure.
What are you giving money to that for? What are you doing with you shouldn't be giving money to that. It's like, what the hell do you care?
Why is it your business? Hey,
yeah, exactly.
I just don't understand why people think that they should voice their opinion on that type of thing, because it's like, it's free choice, man, free will.
It's like, that $500 thing he did.
Yeah.
The money was coming out of his pocket. It wasn't like a business and people are saying, oh, you're embezzling from the business, or it's not like it was like a charity thing where you had a raffle and people were saying, oh, you're fixing it. It's like, it's the money is coming out of his pocket. He could have just given it to somebody if he wanted to. What do you care? Yeah. But yes, Cart.
Yeah, he tried to make it so that people could promote their channels and stuff.
Yeah.
And it became a community thing, and people would trying to discredit him. I don't understand.
Yeah.
But then again, assumptions are wonderful things, aren't they? You can make all the assumptions you want, really.
Yeah, exactly, Cart. Well, and that person that wrote that one, they obviously had a personal bone to pick, because they said, I support all the other candidates. Well, most of the other candidates, except for the ones that got the top couple of votes, were people that would have just put the $500 in their pocket. So why would you say, oh, I support that more than someone who has an actual charity?
Well, there was two charities that I was right behind, and I'm glad that they came in the top three. So
yeah, that's the way I felt.
Yeah, two deserving causes.
Yep, I said I'd be happy either way with either of the top two, because they both were going to put the money to good use.
Yeah, yeah. And if I had money, I would just send it anyway, without the raffle, without the thing. But it is the way it is. But I don't think you should judge people for what they get involved in, trying to do a good thing. Unless Finkel did embezzle FMAK's funds and has it all hidden in a Caribbean bank account and owns an island somewhere in the Caribbean.
For legal reasons, I'm not allowed to comment on that.
Yeah, no, you just keep drinking that big cup there. You just keep sipping from the big cup, Muckster. Someone will keep filling it. The Caribbean fund will keep topping it up for you.
That's the thing. As long as Finkel keeps me in coffee. I don't care what he's doing on his little island.
We lost you there for a second, boss, but you're back now.
Yeah. Connection looks good. Yeah.
You all good?
Yeah. Hey, Dirt Guy. Dirt says Charity is my favorite stripper name.
Oh, what nights do you strip on, Dirt Guy?
Yeah, well, I'll come see you some night.
Yeah, we'll all come down.
Yeah, that's Charity. We know him.
Yeah. I'll buy that for $1.
Put it on. Put it on.
Oh, Cart's going to pledge money for your coffee, Mucks. Oh, what was the charity that Amber Heard was going to put the money towards? Was that cancer research or something?
I have no idea.
I remember that, and not a cent went to them.
Oh, yeah, a lot of that seems to go on too.
Yeah.
Not gonna mention any past and possibly future presidents that have done that sort of thing. It's all going to the veterans. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, right. I hate how politicians lie and think they can get away with it.
It says here she was supposed to give it to the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
That's right. Children's Hospital. Yeah. She was just a mutt, that thing, wasn't she? God damn. That's why I would never get married. Because you don't know what you're picking up, eh? You don't know what you're buying half the time. Imagine getting 3 months down the road in a marriage to someone you thought was fantastic and she cuts your finger off.
Yeah.
Beats up. I mean, Jesus Christ. That's got to terrify any man. I thought government meant better than you. But voluntary is a wealth of knowledge. We need this guy around. Oh, look out, I've just got a notification, Muckster. Old guy Mitch has gone live. He's trying to steal your
doing his
subs.
morning thing.
Yeah, apparently. He didn't even have the decency to stay on in chat until we'd finished.
Well, at least he didn't do that thing of, well, everybody, I'm going to go start my live now. I told
Come on
Finkel
down.
I told Finkel the other day, I said, yeah, I'm not going to run other channels down in here and stuff, but I feel no compulsion to promote them either when they don't never promote us.
There's some real scurvy dogs around, isn't there? When it comes to this channel thing.
Yeah,
A lot of
are
people
weird.
that don't really support it, get involved. They turn up and try to self-promote. But yeah, it's real nasty, man.
Well, the thing I like is the ones, and I'm not saying that I don't think it's anybody that's here at the moment, but the ones that'll come in here and be like, oh, hey, Muck, how you doing? Hey, how is everybody? Hey, love you guys. And then they go to another channel and they're like, I can't stand those fucking people over there.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. But do you think that they're just weak people anyway? They're weak characters anyway?
Yeah.
Because if you'd been out in the real world and lived your life, you probably wouldn't act that way, I don't think. You get this skewed perspective on how things work when you don't actually live out in the real world.
It is amazing sometimes when you'll see what people will do to get a little positive attention from basically strangers, you know?
Yeah, from people you don't even know and never going to meet.
Yeah.
No, it's good, this channel. At least there's rational sort of headspace you can get into here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Ariel's not here right now.
Yeah, thank God. He's probably sleeping in.
No, he actually might be out there. His wife's been making him go walking every morning.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is this a new thing, a new regime, is it?
Yeah, I guess she started a few weeks ago. She does like a couple miles a day. And
oh, wow. Okay.
Well, not that we speak badly about other channels here, Donna, but yeah, Kaiser definitely deserves to be talked bad about. But it's one thing with us having like the open door policy, because we got a couple people who are regulars here now who used to be Kaiser people. You can't just, paint everybody with the same brush.
No, I don't blame people for being followers. I blame people for being supporters. You know what I mean? If you
Yeah.
follow someone that's a bad egg, then maybe you got hoodwinked, and we've all been hoodwinked before by somebody in some way. But if you're a supporter and you actually believe what they say, it's hard to turn a horse's reins around sometimes. But this whole game of subterfuge and spying and all that sort of thing, that's just stupid. Just dumb games that people play.
I know that's why I never got rich and stuff. I always I am who I am, and
yeah, you're not a mongrel. You're not prepared to be a mongrel in it all, and steal a lot, basically hoodwink people. Because I'm swear that anyone that's rich and wealthy has hoodwinked someone at some point, if not all the time. Someone's getting fucked along the way.
And you're right, Jason. That's what true friends should do. And my thing is, I always said, if I'm your friend, let's pretend me and Kiwi were friends.
Pretend, yeah.
And you're having some kind of a problem with somebody, whatever it is, you're arguing over something or other. Well, I got your back. I got your back the whole way. But afterwards, when we're alone, I'll be like, Kiwi, you were the asshole there. You were totally wrong. I won't call out a friend. I won't call out a friend in front of somebody else, but then in private, I'd be like, yeah, man, you were way off base on that.
Well, you could have handled that differently. You could have handled it a different way, or
yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's right, Don. I remember about that with your money. He said he was collecting money for something else, and then never actually forwarded the money to the person that was supposed to be needing it.
That's another thing I learned about recently, was people were doxing information and setting up false accounts for GoFundMe.
Yeah.
So I'd go out and say, I'm Muckster 2.0 and raise money for something in your name and keep the money myself. And I'm thinking, how the hell?
Yep. Yeah, he didn't crash, folks. I just got tired of his damn Kiwi ass.
If you say too much on this thing, they'll kick you off, eh? Yeah, I noticed that.
Yep, there you go. Yeah.
Have you heard about that before, Muck, with people setting up false accounts and stuff?
Yep. That's like Donna's saying. I've heard about that.
I mean, you can't say two bad words together on this thing without someone putting a complaint in, but you can appear to be somebody else and defraud people on here, and it's very hard to prove, apparently.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, how does that work, Why can't they jump on that straight away?
Yeah, you'd think they would have some way to double check these things.
I know.
But then again, GoFundMe and places like that, they want to get their percentage out of it, so maybe they don't care a whole lot.
They just push the money through, don't they? Yeah. Yeah.
Just trying to. Yeah. See, Carrie, you didn't know Donna used to be one of you.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, Bear Britain Audits is in the house.
Hey, Bear, how you been?
Hey, Bear. Good to see you, man.
I won't mention any. Oh, there he went again. He's hiding from Bear. Yeah, I think because I'd actually forgot about it. I think Donna talked about that here probably before you became a regular, Carrie. Oh, wonder if Kiwi really went down under this time. I was going to mention to him, Bear, because he used to hang out at a place that we both also hung out at. And I didn't catch the whole thing, but I happened to visit the UK that day when that person visited over there, and you just tore him apart, and I loved it. Told him just what a fake ass he was. Okay, Jason. Thanks for stopping in. Come back again. You definitely added to the conversation. Yeah, Cart, you know, you can only put up with that damn accent for so long. Yeah, Carrie, Donna's good people. Plus, I have to be nice to Donna because she's like 50% of my loyal news followers. So if I lose her, my subscribers will go way down. Well, the pinned link is almost always to join the panel. We're trying to build a nice little friendly community. No, Donna, no one I've talked to has heard from Danny. At first, I wondered if and when I say we, I had offended her somehow. And I was trying to think what could have possibly done, but then she hasn't shown up at any of the other, panels that she used to visit. I know she was saying she was having trouble with not a router, but whatever it is that, in her truck that connected her to the internet. But that seemed like a thing that she only needed like the next time she got to a Walmart or something to get it. So I don't know what has happened. It's one of the things I always hated about the internet is how people can just disappear on you and you have no idea what happened to them. Yeah. Yeah, I figured Kiwi. No, the link's not working. StreamYard must be screwing up. It's the right link. I just clicked on it myself. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know, Carrie. StreamYard can be funny sometimes, just like YouTube. It is weird. Let me throw it out there again just to see if it works this way. I mean, it's the same link, but who knows? Yeah, people always do like car wrecks, don't they?
I'm
So you
back,
guys came
baby.
in
I'm
on
back.
you came in on the new link rather than
New
the
link,
pinned
yeah,
one?
man.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's funny.
Donna, are you with us? We can see your avatar, but we can't hear you. You might be muted.
Yeah, yeah, she is.
Yeah.
That's okay. Women are meant to be seen and not heard.
Now
There
can
Hello,
she
you hear me?
is.
Donna.
Yep.
Hello, Donna.
Hello, y'all.
Hello, y'all.
Howdy from Texas.
Howdy from the Lone Star State.
Yes, sir. Big old Fort Worth.
Oh, we've got friends in Fort Worth that got beaten up by your police.
Oh, well, that's typical for our
Carolina.
police. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that
So what?
was really uncalled for.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's no good. So what's happening, Donna? What's new?
Oh, I wouldn't know what's new. I'd like to know what's going on with her, but I haven't heard anything.
I haven't seen anything either, to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't follow her channel. There's
Okay.
a couple of local A1, A2 auditors I do follow, but
Yep. Okay.
she's not one of them.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd never heard of her before that happened.
Well, I guess since she's local to my area, I had heard of her, but
Yeah.
only through YouTube. And of course, through the other auditors that I know.
Because a lot of them down there collaborate too, don't they? They work together on different things. I've
Yeah,
noticed.
that seems to be pretty common around here. I know.
Yeah.
I think Harvey Freeberg. I think he lives somewhere around Houston.
Yes,
But
that sounds about right.
But he does a lot of work in Fort Worth. And
Okay.
then I work closely with Cody High Roller.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And I also just recently started working with BZ Watchdog.
Oh right. How are they getting on? They all right?
Oh yes, they're doing just fine.
Yeah.
Now I don't have anything to do with Manuel Mata.
Oh, you don't?
No, and I
Okay.
won't. And
What
I
about
don't have any.
Susan Bassey?
Never heard of it.
Okay.
And
Oh,
I've
what's that
never
lady? What's that lady? Something Benson
had.
hangs out with Manuel Mata a bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't know because she hangs out with Manuel Mata.
Okay.
Now there's a lady in Dallas, and I can't remember what her channel name is, that Cody has worked with a little bit.
What about Texas Sheepdog? Is he still around?
Yes, he just put out a video yesterday.
Oh,
He's down in the San Antonio area.
okay. I must check that out because I lost touch with him. I thought he got arrested and that was the end of him.
No, well, all of these people use the same lawyer.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
we've got one of the best civil rights lawyers around, and his name is C.J. Grisham.
I know of C.J. Grisham. He's very popular. Yeah.
and he's got a channel also.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And yeah, they all love CJ, and I do too, because CJ takes good care of them. I think Harvey got a check not too long ago. I want to say sometime this week that CJ got for him,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure who the check, what city it's from.
Okay.
He has. I don't know that he's put out the video yet, or if he has, I haven't seen it.
Was it a settlement, do you think? A settlement
Oh yes,
payout?
it was
Great.
$15,000.
Oh,
That's a good chunk.
That's nice. Yeah. That's nice.
CJ wins for his clients. He truly does.
Well, it seems to me that the rules are already written. It's just the authorities who don't follow them.
Well, that's true. And then, from what I understand, that's all anyone in the A1 community wants the police and the government officials to do is follow the rules and the laws.
That's right. Just follow the law. Yeah.
Just
and everyone
follow
can
the
get
law.
along. Yeah.
Of course,
that's
now we've
right.
also got Jason Followell down in the Corpus Christi area.
Yep.
So
They've locked him up, haven't they?
Jason?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, someone down there got locked up on some crazy charge.
That was Texas Sheepdog.
Okay. Yep.
And that was several months ago.
Yeah. I haven't heard anything since then. Yeah.
Like I said, Texas Sheepdog just put out a video yesterday. It wasn't like 2-3 minutes long, but still, he put one out.
Okay. I must catch up then. Sorry, I have been slack.
But
Clark wants to know how you knew about Susan Bussey, Kiwi.
Oh, Carter, I've been wandering the YouTube streets for a while now. I'm a bit of a hussy. I do get around a bit.
Hey, Biscuit.
you know.
I don't think I've seen Biscuits for a while.
Biscuits and Groovy?
Yep.
Yeah, it's been a few days, I think.
Oh, Biscuits and Gravy's here. Hello. Where you been? Where you been hiding? So Donna, is Fort Worth near Austin?
No, not really.
No.
It takes.
No, okay.
It's about a.
Okay.
Well, it's about a 4 or 5 hour drive on the interstate.
Right. Okay. So it's a fair way then. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Well, Texas always gives us good content for YouTube. I noticed that people from other states always come through Texas on their way to like Arizona or California, and they always have interactions with the police. Always.
Yes. That's because they usually cut across the panhandle of Texas.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I remember as a child, my parents used to drive back. My dad was from St. Louis, and my mother was from Jefferson City. Both of those were in Missouri. But my dad was stationed out in California quite a bit, and they would drive.
Okay.
Yeah, they would drive back and forth. Of course, back then it was called Route 66.
Oh, where you get your kicks.
That's right.
Yeah.
Where the hell
Yeah.
you been, Steve?
Yeah, right. Okay. That's where
But
they had all the good truck stops and restaurants and diners and stuff, didn't they? With the
yes,
crazy signs and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that was like the
yes,
big cross-country route
Yeah,
years
right.
ago. I guess what, 50s and 60s or something.
50s and 60s. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. I remember that. You know, we used to travel as a family back and forth from California to Missouri, and of course, this was
Right.
set
Right.
back in the days before they had invented antifreeze for cars.
Mm.
I don't know
Okay.
if Muckster's old enough to remember those days, but my
Yeah,
parents had a it was kind of a burlap kind of bag that hung on the front of the car off the what do you call it, like hood ornament.
Oh, as a cooling bag for water,
Yes, to help keep the radiator cool.
radiator cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because
I've seen those. I've seen those.
because antifreeze hadn't been invented yet.
That's right. Yeah.
I remember seeing that on old movies. See, now that'd be a thing that people wouldn't have been doing up here
Ah,
Like,
because
that's true.
we wouldn't be having those 100-degree summers, you know.
yeah. Like an old saddlebag type thing hanging off the front of the car, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, see, my dad was stationed in the Mojave Desert. So,
Oh, was he?
yes.
Oh, geez.
My cousin spent a lot of time on that base.
Oh, really?
Yep,
I don't
That's
remember the name of the base, but
I'm trying to remember. That's
Area
not Edwards.
51.
That's not Edwards, is it?
no.
It's the one where the space shuttle would land.
White Sands.
Well, it was a
Yeah.
Marine Corps. It was a Marine Corps base.
He was Air Force.
That's Lake something, isn't it? Is it Lake Deer or
I don't
No.
remember.
Lake Mead?
I remember sometimes we would go to Lake Havasu.
Yeah, that's where the London Bridge is.
Well, it wasn't there when I was a kid. It
I
was in
thought the
London
London
back
Bridge
then.
was in Arizona. Is it in the
Yeah.
Mojave?
No,
Wasn't that?
it's in Arizona.
Yeah,
It is
isn't
in
that where Lake
Arizona.
Havasu is?
No.
Oh, now I gotta look up the London Bridge.
Yeah. Google that.
Lake Havasu, Arizona. Why must
Oh.
you guys question me?
Well, there must be a Lake Havasu in California too. Or maybe it's on the border.
I don't know.
I know when we lived in 29 Palms, we weren't that far from the Joshua Tree National Park. And my parents had to drive all the way to Palm Springs so three of my sisters could be born because there was no local hospital back then.
So it's not Edwards Air Force Base.
Yes, it is
No.
actually the one where my cousin was Air Force. Was Edwards in the Mojave?
Because
Okay.
that's where the shuttles come down, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. I wonder
he
what the Marine
flew
Corps.
on.
Or Nellis. Nellis Air Force Base.
Yeah, that's out there, isn't it?
Oh, Vegas, that one.
Cousin
Like I
flew on
said,
the B-52s, I think it was. The big
Oh, yeah?
bombers.
Really? Is he a pilot?
No, he was a navigator.
Oh, is that right? Oh, wow.
He was part of when they were first testing cruise missiles.
Oh, how did that go? Did he tell you much about it?
Well, they use them, so I guess it went good.
Yeah, how many didn't make it, though? How many are still sticking out of the sand of the desert?
Yeah.
well, you want to talk about sticking out of the sand? Amarillo, Texas has the Cadillac Ranch.
Oh, really?
They've got Cadillacs planted in the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they let
I think
people
of.
do graffiti on them.
Oh, yes. I know what you're talking about. Yep.
Yeah, I remember my cousin saying when he was stationed at Edwards, him and a friend of his, they used to get up every morning and go for a run. They ran, I forget what it was, like 10 miles a day or something ridiculous. He was crazy. But anyway, he said they got transferred to Texas, where Donna's from. And the first day he went out for a run, he got about a mile in and he thought he was going to die because it's a lot more humid. He couldn't breathe.
Oh, because of the heat. Yeah, right.
Yeah, well, you can figure the Mojave was hotter, but no moisture in the air.
Yep, dry. Yeah.
With those damn people in Texas, they got that soupy air.
Yes, we do. Texas is hot and humid. But that's okay. It's good for our skin.
Yeah. Lots of sweat.
Well, I don't go outside.
Well, this explains a lot. Cart says she has a split personality. So, Kiwi, as long as the right one is kicking the door in.
Yeah. I thought I had a split personality once, but then the voices told me I was fine.
Yeah.
Just fine.
My voices haven't talked to me in months. I got pissed.
Did you put them on mute?
Yeah.
Did you time them out?
There you go.
You are banned.
You want to argue with me? You're banned.
Oh, that was a good one. So, what do you do, Kiwi? You're still a young man. Do you have an occupation?
No, I've been quite sick for the last couple of years, so
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just still recovering really,
Oh,
and
that's too bad.
end up on YouTube a lot. So
Do you
Well,
live
that'll
in the
make you
city?
sick.
yeah, seems
live-
to. Yeah. Sorry.
Do you live in the city or the country?
I live in a small country town
Oh, okay.
now. Yeah, I was living in a big city before this, but I've been in a small country town for a couple of years now,
Okay.
or a year and a half. Yeah.
Well, isn't a big city in New Zealand, like 10,000 people?
I think that there's 1 million, maybe 1.5 million in Auckland.
Yeah.
That's their biggest city. Yeah. But that's in the North Island, and I'm in the South Island.
Is it winter there?
Just coming into spring now.
What's your winters like?
It got down to around 0, freezing.
Okay.
Here, for about 3 or 4 weeks. There was snow nearby, but there was no snow in this town. But there's snow on the mountains near us. Yeah. And now it's up around, well, it's the middle of the night now, and it's 7 degrees Celsius. So that's probably like 38 or 39 degrees or something in your Fahrenheit.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're just coming out of winter now. Just coming out of winter. All the trees are in bloom. They're all coming out with flowers and stuff.
We're just coming into fall.
Ah, right. Okay. Yep. But the winters don't seem to be quite as cold or last quite as long as they used to. So
It's like that here, too. You always get that old person thing where it's like, well, it's not the same as when I was a kid. But it is really true here because we used to, around Thanksgiving, it would start to snow.
okay.
And the snow would be on the ground the whole winter until March, maybe April.
Right.
We would build snow forts and stuff like that, and they would last for a long time. Now, kids can't hardly build a decent snowman, and it'll melt within a couple of days if they do.
Yeah, right. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It's definitely changing. I know it's changed in the last 20 years. I definitely know it's changed.
I don't.
We're just depends if we're ready for it or not, I suppose.
Yeah. I don't know if I mind so much personally, even though it worries me about what's going on with the world. But wading through snow and stuff, it's a lot of fun when you're a kid. When you get older, it just becomes hate this stuff.
Yeah, a nuisance, and it hurts your bones. So yeah. Yeah.
Cart's father lived in Wellington. Isn't that where they invented beef?
I think it was named after someone, but whether it's the same Wellington, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think, wasn't he some general or something?
I think it's the Duke of Wellington.
It's what?
The Duke of Wellington?
Oh, is he a duke? Okay.
Yeah, I really don't know.
Wonder if he was friends with
Wellington's our
the
capital
Earl.
city.
I wonder if he was friends with the Earl of Sandwich. He
Yeah.
made a good team.
Well, he was just lazy. He was in a hurry to go hunting, so he grabbed his piece of ham and 2 bits of bread and slapped them together.
Yeah.
That's where that was invented. Stuck it in his pocket and off he went hunting. Yeah.
Hey, there's Dirk. How you doing today?
Hello, Mr.
Yes.
Nicky.
Mr. Nicky, how are you, sir?
You know, I really thought I'd come online for maybe a half an hour today. Nobody'd be around and I'd be gone. Now it's
You're
going on
lucky
2 hours.
You're lucky you've got friends, eh, Muckster?
Really?
Yeah, believe it or not,
You have any idea who they are? Because I'd like to meet them.
we will never leave you.
You are one of us.
Yeah.
You will assimilate.
That's right. You will become one.
Does that make us a cult?
Yeah, you'll know that it's finally happened when you hear Donna saying things like, "How y'all blokes doing today?"
Yeah.
And I'll be like, "Oh, I'm good, mate." Oh, look, it's already happening. Carrie just said howdy. Howdy.
Good for him.
Oh, funny bunch of people in this one, eh?
You know what's weird, at least to me, is like when you tag somebody, especially someone like either Steve or Carrie. Doesn't it look funny then when you look at it and says, "Hi, Steve Cousins Community Chaplain NZ," you know, or "How ya doing, multi-language I am, aka Carrie."
Yeah, I usually just try and pick one name out of their title and just call them that.
Well, that's what I usually do, but when you know, if you want to make sure they see what you're saying and you tag them, then
catch
it
their
comes off
attention.
that way.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, you gotta watch out. Guys like Dirk, they'll just throw those kissy lips out there at women, whether they want them or not.
Yeah, there's a lot of harassment here in the chat.
Cart, I was born in Missouri,
I was
and
born.
because I grew up with my father being in the military, we moved back and forth between California and Missouri. And about a year or so after he retired, they allow you one more move. And we moved to Texas. So that was
Oh,
probably in 1967 or 68. And I've
But
been
you're
in
going to say
Texas.
1925.
No, I'm not, I'm old, but I'm not that old. And I pretty much lived in Texas most of the time, except for those 6 years I lived in Oklahoma. Not too far from Bethany, Oklahoma.
what took you to Oklahoma?
After my husband died, I decided, well, I was living in Oklahoma when he died, and I was
Okay.
working in Oklahoma, but it was just across the border from Texas.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
after he died, I retired and I moved to Oklahoma City.
Were you in the military as well, Donna?
No, sir.
No. Okay. Good.
I just grew up with my daddy being in it.
Just with Dad. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
And it was not a good thing because my father, during Vietnam,
Yeah.
my father did recruiting duty.
Okay.
And that was not good because the territory he covered, a lot of the families of the young men he recruited, they didn't have telephones because they were so
Right.
rural, and he was
Yep.
the only one that knew how to get in touch with these people.
So
And
he had to deliver
sometimes,
the news.
yes, and sometimes our home phone would ring in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And I was the
Yeah.
oldest child, and I was
Okay.
the only child that knew what that meant.
Yeah.
The other kids were clueless, but I knew what it meant.
Well, yeah. Not much of that whole deal was very good for anyone, was it?
No. And
For
what I
anyone.
hate about the whole deal is the way our country treated the returning veterans.
Mm.
That was disgusting.
Happened in Australia and New Zealand too. Happened to our boys as well.
And I don't understand why. I still to this day do not understand why.
I don't understand why anyone does what they do half the time. People are strange animals, eh? So your dad had to go and deliver the bad news, eh? For all those families.
Yes, sir.
It's got to have a toll.
I know it took a toll on me,
Sure.
and I'm sure it took a toll on him too.
Oh, have to have. Yeah.
And
Mm.
Steve, you're right. Whenever anyone says how you doing, the last thing you want to know is how you doing. It's like, hey, how you doing? Well, my back is sore and my knee's acting up. It's like, who the hell asked you?
See, I'm the opposite. I actually want to know how you're doing, because I
Yeah,
think it's a type of person that says, well, actually, I'm a bit grey today. Things aren't so good.
yeah, there's something
Whereas
wrong with you.
something wrong with me.
People aren't supposed to be that social.
Well, especially, I don't know what it's like in the States, but especially here in Australia, men don't talk. We don't
Yeah,
talk about problems, and that's why the male suicide rate is so high. So I'd like to think that when someone says, hey, how you going today? You can give them an honest answer, because they might actually stop and listen to you and talk with you, and maybe things won't seem so bad. But that's
yeah.
just me. I live in a bubble, so
See, that's just not normal. You're supposed to
uh,
not give a shit about other people.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. It's hard for me. It's hard for me not to care. So, yeah, it's a curse. You soon learn a lot about people when you interact that way, though. Because when it's in reverse and someone asks you, well, how are you today? And you say, well, I've had a quadruple heart bypass and I'm having trouble breathing today. If they turn and walk away and don't give a fuck, you don't ever talk to them again. You
It's
see what I
true.
mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you're fucking weird. And off they walk and you don't have to ever talk to them again. So that's fine too.
Yeah. One of the things I like that people do, and when I say like, I think it's something wrong with people. But like you say about that, you say, yeah, I just got out of the hospital, I had a triple bypass, and my chest hurts like hell. And somebody will say something like, yeah, I know what you mean. I had an ingrown toenail. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah. My feelings got hurt today. Can we sit and talk about it?
yeah. Yeah. Let's now make this about me.
Yeah. Enough about you. Let's talk about me.
Yeah. There's there's the old joke about it's been told a couple different ways, but it's like a guy goes out on a date with a woman and he sits there just going on and on about himself for a while, and finally he says, "You know what? That's enough from me. How do you feel about me?"
Yeah. What do you feel when you look at me? Yeah.
I'm not going to mention any names, but we got a couple of people like that come around here. You can be talking about antique cars, and they'll come in, and somehow, all of a sudden, it becomes about something in their life that has nothing to do with cars whatsoever.
Who could that be?
I'm not going to say because we don't do that.
Oh,
But
Muckster.
we'll leave that up to everybody's imagination.
Now I have to just watch everyone's reactions when they come in. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
funny how people twist the story to suit them, put them in the
yeah,
story and the focus, isn't it? Yeah.
yeah. It's like, oh, Kiwi, you're from New Zealand. Well, that's really interesting. I always wondered what it's like living there because, I had an ex-wife that was from Australia, which is near New Zealand, and she treated me really badly. And not that,
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
yeah. It goes on and on and on and
No,
on. Yeah. I
they'll
know.
find every way to turn back to them.
I have a question.
Yeah,
Is New Zealand in the Commonwealth?
it is. Yes. Yep.
Okay. In Australia also?
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. It was
Oh,
a
okay.
constellation prize. They had to take Australia if New Zealand joined. So, yeah, they had to come along with us.
Okay.
Yeah. See, they call it Australia, but we've got the North Island and the South Island, and we call them the West Island.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, but they pretend to think that they're not part of us, that we're two separate things, but we're not. Yeah, Steve says Australia is one of our little towns. Yeah,
Well, do y'all have the same accent?
no,
Oh, okay.
I probably sound Australian because I was there for 20 years. I don't sound New Zealander. So my accent's more Australian than Kiwi.
New Zealand doesn't have all those like killer frogs and snakes and stuff, do they?
No,
You
no.
got sheep and you got hobbits.
Yep. And
Yeah.
we've got lots of endangered species of birds and lizards and all sorts of things around our seas that are endangered. They only exist here. So it's kind of a special place. But we don't always treat it that way. So, yeah, our environment's quite important to us, but we don't always look after it properly.
I'm not sure what Cart's last comment means. You probably do. I think of NZ as like I do with Tassie.
Tassie's Tasmania. It's the bit that
Oh, okay.
hangs off the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah. And New Zealand's very similar country, like geographically, like Tasmania. Very similar.
Well, they've got those devils down there.
They do. They do. And they've got snakes as well. Different types of poisonous snakes in Tasmania. And they've got people, lots of people running around that tend to.
We may be losing the Kiwi again.
Am I back?
Yeah.
Am I back?
Yeah, you were getting a little shaky there for a minute.
Yeah, satellites aren't doing too good tonight.
Just think, if it wasn't for kangaroos, people might have never thought to invent pockets.
Well,
And then where would
that's
you keep your
interesting.
keys?
Well, you'd have to have a wife, wouldn't you? You'd have to marry someone to hold your keys for you.
Yeah. You're a woman. Carry my shit.
Yeah. They've always got a bag on them, though. Wives,
Yeah.
haven't they?
Yeah. Yeah, some of them carry their entire lives in there, and
Oh,
half of
don't
it
go
they
in
forget they had.
there. Yeah, don't go in there. Dangerous.
I know it's in here somewhere.
Well, I understand Australia was started as a penal colony. Is
Yeah.
that how New Zealand got their start too?
No, New
From
Zealand was.
what I heard, New Zealand was where they sent the guys that weren't good enough to be for Australia. They sent all the debtors and murderers and thieves to Australia, and New Zealand was the ones that they were like, those Australians were like, oh, we don't want to associate with those people.
New Zealand were free settlers, colonists.
And of
That
course,
was about the time. That was about the time that you were having your civil war. 1830s.
oh, was it that late?
Yeah, 1830s, 1840s was when we colonised New Zealand. Yeah.
Yeah, Civil War was the 60s, but yeah, I thought it was like earlier than that.
No, it was quite late. Quite late.
Where did they come from? Settlers.
England and Scotland.
Okay.
Ireland.
People looking for their own land.
Well, at that time in Scotland, the English lords were doing what was called the Highland clearances.
Yeah.
See, wool was worth so much money at that time, and it became necessary for the British hierarchy to displace the Scottish families from the Highlands and put sheep on the land instead of people. So lots of people were had their houses and land taken off them. And they made their ways to the cities and ports and were able to get on ships and colonize travel to new colonies. That was Australia and New Zealand.
Mm.
A lot of the early infrastructure was built by convict prisoners in Australia, but the people that came here were free settlers, so they were coming with whatever money they had and their families and settling here. Government had potentially bought land from the Māori tribes that were here. But there's a lot of conjecture over that. I could speak for hours about what happened with all that. But land was taken from the native Māori and free white people came and settled the land. And that's the trouble we're in now, 180 years later. So there we go. So no, Australia was definitely convicts, and then New Zealand was free settlers. but they're both part of the British Commonwealth. And we're really good at growing grass here. So we have a lot of a wool industry we had, and dairy industry, and seafood and all that sort of thing, growing crops. But most of that's been either sold off or bureaucratized or generally messed with. So a few foreign owners make a lot of money, and the rest of us almost get by.
That's the way the biggest percentage of America's farming is all corporate farming now. You don't have the family farms anymore.
No, it's all company run.
I'm just curious. I'm trying to figure out the accent thing.
Figuring out the what? I didn't catch that last part.
The accent.
Oh, accent.
For some reason, us Americans lost the British accent or Scottish and Irish accent, but they kept it.
We were very much because you kicked the British out at some point, and we kept strong ties with England. So immigration was mostly white British citizens. So we always had that in our media, I suppose. People were reading the news on the radio or on the TV, where I always had a very strong British accent. It's only in later years that we've had the more colloquial Australian or Kiwi accents on the TV. If you go through and see some historic footage of New Zealand or Australia, you'll see the accent come out a lot more. But you guys got rid of the British and sort of mixed up your own concoction, really. Plus, you've got millions more people, and New Zealand's only got 5 million people living in it. So I think some of your cities have 5 million people over there. So you've got huge regions, your states and stuff like Virginia has a certain accent, and New York has a certain accent, and Utah has a certain accent, things like that. So
the population of New York City is over 8 million.
8 million, that's right, in Manhattan, yeah. So, yeah.
Imagine that one city has more people than your entire country.
It's double, yeah, or nearly double. Yeah, we couldn't cope with that here.
Yeah, they have trouble coping with it there.
Yeah. Yeah. So no, it's interesting that you go from one place in the States to the next, and there's quite a different accent. But that's the roots of that are down to the colonists, the people that came there originally. Florida and Louisiana and places like that had a certain twang. And then the Carolinas and Virginia and Georgia have a certain resonance to their accent. So it's all down to the people that came there. But the British were pricks to everyone all around the world, including the British. So
I always thought. Go ahead.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
I always thought it was amazing that shitty little island owned most of the world at one time. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Some of it was stolen. Some of it was taken in war. Some of it was done by treaty or by business. But they covered the whole world. They certainly covered the whole world. I'm not convinced it was for the good of everybody, though, you see.
No.
That's why people fought back, like in Malaysia and Singapore and in India. They all fought back.
I always said it's funny it took people as long as it did, because you think of, like, India is the perfect example. They went in and they said, hey, by the way, you all belong to us now. And their entire army was made up of Indians with British officers.
Yep.
And wouldn't you think once they trained them all to fight, those guys would have looked around and said, why the fuck do we need these white guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if it's decent brainwashing or coercion or convincing people that you're superior. I don't know.
Maybe they learned a lesson from 1776 and didn't go around taxing everybody's tea after that, and everybody was happy with it.
There's a lot of wrongdoing and a lot of history that can't be rewritten, There's a lot of things that have happened, and I don't understand why we still have the monarchy in our society here. They're not going to come and try and do it again, turn up on boats and take over, because England's falling apart now. So that's not going to happen.
Well,
so I don't know why we still salute the flag with the British emblem on it.
The whole, whatever you want to call it, the anti-monarchy movement, I think, has picked up an awful lot since Liz died.
Definitely.
It's kind of like she was the last remnant of it. And
I think so.
I think people don't respect Chuck as much, so it's becoming a lot easier for people to say, why the hell do we care about them anymore?
Yeah. Yeah, well, a lot of things got taken, a lot of things got stolen, and a lot of lies were told, and I don't think the Indigenous people of New Zealand appreciate the white fella coming here, and certainly in Australia they don't. It wasn't good for anyone there.
Yeah, isn't it funny, that whole thing of, all those Europeans thought, we got to go out there and bring civilization to these people. Look
They
at
need
these poor
saving.
people just running around with no shirts on in that hot weather.
Yeah.
What is wrong with them? We gotta go there and civilize them, because they're just way too happy the way they are.
They're just living off the land. They eat seafood, and they hunt on their own with sticks and stuff. We can't have that.
No.
But they've got diamonds and gold and oil in their soil.
Yep.
They've got trees for us to cut down and, make vast plains of grass for our cattle. Yeah.
Well, that's what our American settlers did to the Native Americans here.
Yeah. The Comanche fought as long as they could, but they couldn't hold them off, so the world would be a very different place if that didn't happen. But human greed is a very decent motivator, I suppose.
Well, time to shut down. It's time to shut down, I think. Nikki just got here.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
She got out of her chains again.
We were having such a nice conversation about stealing land, and
genocide. Yeah.
No, Steve, we ins around here, we ain't got no accents.
I think you misspoke there, Mr. Muckster.
Hey, Nikki. She's going to come up
Hello.
and tell you off in a minute, Muckster.
Hello, Miss Nikki.
Somebody asked where Nikki was earlier, and Mr. Nikki said something along the lines of the lazy bitch is still in bed. I don't know. Didn't seem like a nice way for him to talk, but what's that got to do with me?
Don't cause marital disharmony, Muckster. Because then they'll both turn on you. You'll be 2 against 1.
Good morning,
him,
Miss
Nikki.
Donna.
Get
Hello,
him.
Kiwi.
Hello, Nikki.
I'm not going to get just Muckster. Muckster knows how I can be when I get mad.
Yes.
And have you come to beat 7s at something? I don't know what that means, Steve.
Beat 7s. It's
Yeah, I heard you talk last night like a sailor.
And I need to apologize for that from last night.
No, I don't think so.
oh,
I think you were totally on mark.
who did you freak out on?
A chant, he who shall not be named.
Yeah, somebody that Sarge did a rant about.
Yes. Oh, you must have missed it then, if you had to ask who it was.
Yeah,
Oh.
I thought someone earlier also said that Cliff had a freak out last night too.
Oh, I didn't see Cliff get angry at someone. What happened?
Same subject.
Mm-mm.
Oh,
Different subject.
Well, the same subject at one point, and then the same subject's follower at another.
Oh. In this panel, in this channel?
No.
Oh, on Vigilance
Over.
Committee, was it?
No, over at the Quiet Man's channel.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The place where you said you were going last night, Kiwi, you
Where
came
did
in
I go?
here and you said, sorry guys, but somebody's live. See you later, guys and girls.
Oh. Yep, okay.
That's where it was. So I guess you must have missed it. Sorry.
I missed it. Yeah, okay. So did Cliff go on there and give them a serve?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Carrie, it's too early for that kind of funny stuff yet. Anyway, back to stealing land and horses, because I really owe everybody an apology for it. And Miss Donna, thank you for saying that. But I try and, I think everybody knows I try and be PG all the time and not let my temper get out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I'm home. Whatever. You're the one who keeps telling Muckster that I'm a lazy bitch who's still sleeping. Oh. Anyway, stealing land and horses, I heard, is what we're talking about.
Oh, some of, yeah.
Why do you need a horse?
Why do you need a horse?
No,
Hmm.
I had a comma in there. Why? Do you need a horse? So maybe you
Would
wanted
you?
somebody to steal a horse for you, and I don't know why you'd need a horse if you got a broom.
You're right. Okay. I don't know. I, I I would love to have a horse again,
Mhm.
Do you
but
have some land, Nikki? You got a large area.
no.
Oh, okay.
No, ever since I left my daddy's house, I have not had land
Oh, okay. Okay.
or what I would consider a lot of land.
Yeah. They're pretty amazing creatures, though, horses, when you get close to them and form a bond, eh?
They uh, they're very amazing.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, they're actually when they're your horse and you and your horse have connected, they are almost as good as dogs at, you know, um,
Yeah,
emotionally supporting you.
they tune into you, don't they? They tune
Yeah,
in. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I find that quite amazing when that happens.
and they will do anything that you ask them.
Yeah, yeah.
We have a program. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Horses for disabled and troubled kids is great.
Oh yeah. The vegan culture. Now, I got a riddle for you. How can you tell that somebody is a vegan?
I have no idea.
You don't have to. They'll tell you.
Yeah, I think you can say that, Carrie. At least it's on my headline, so.
Hey, we can talk about other channels when they are actually here to defend
Oh,
themselves.
oh, okay.
Nikki,
Yes, ma'am.
has there been an update on Matthew Reardon?
The update is that we are um, talking to a constitutional lawyer concerning all the rights that were violated, and we are looking for a criminal defense lawyer to take over the misdemeanor DUI that there is now a warrant out for Mr. Reardon.
Are you looking for a Texas lawyer?
It's either I believe it's going to be, it has to be a Texas lawyer for the criminal defense, because that's where the misdemeanor DUI is, which, with all the evidence, obviously, should be dropped. But the criminal defense lawyer, of course, we still have quite a bit of time for the civil rights violations to be filed. I know there's a 2-year time limit on it. So we have a little under a year, but the criminal defense lawyer would prefer to have or not the criminal defense, sorry, the constitutional rights lawyer would prefer that all of the criminal charges are adjudicated before any of the criminal rights stuff gets filed. I know they have been interviewing lawyers. Matthew has sent a whole bunch of names, and there is an interviewing process going on where Matthew is actually involved this time.
May I recommend someone?
Yes, ma'am.
DJ Grisham. He does constitutional and criminal.
CJ Grisham has already said that he does not do DUIs for people who have had previous DUIs. Even though the evidence shows, 0.0 in the blood and everything like that.
Yeah. Well, that's too bad.
But I will let you know that Matthew is in the Mississippi Correctional Facility in Pearl, Mississippi. And apparently 2 days ago, there was an incident there where, according to the mainstream media, an inmate overdosed.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well,
What's happening?
that happens more than we'd like to believe, but
Nikki was just giving a Matthew Reardon update.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed it. Is he going to jail?
He's in prison.
He is? Okay.
Yeah.
Is he staying there?
He did get sentenced for 2 years.
Is that all?
Yeah, it was a I have to be careful because my feelings get involved in it. Um,
Is it a miscarriage or what are we talking?
yes, I feel it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Matthew Reardon had gotten in trouble in Mississippi and um, he had gotten in trouble for stalking the mayor or some city official. Anyway, he did not have a lawyer at that court case, and he went ahead and pled guilty.
Right.
And he was put on 5 years probation and banned from his home that he was living in at the time in Lafayette County, Mississippi. And like I said, he went ahead and agreed to those terms. Then while he was on probation, he had an he called to speak with the FBI. The FBI told him, go ahead and, come and see us. Here's the address. Here's when we'll be here, blah, blah, blah. Matthew Reardon did call the Lafayette County Sheriff's office to let them know, hey, I'm coming into town. I have an appointment to see the FBI, etc. And they, because that was part of his probation, he could be in Lafayette County for official business. So he called the sheriff's office and said, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is why I'm going to be in town. The sheriff's office called over to the FBI. The FBI did not. The FBI told the sheriff's office, no, we don't take appointments. Blah blah blah. They did not verify it good enough for the Lafayette County Sheriff's Office to be okay with that.
Right, right.
So of course he got picked up on a probation violation. He served a year in Lafayette County, or I'm sorry, in Mississippi prison. He got out and he was traveling to Galveston, Texas to meet Harvey Freebird and Good Citizen News.
Right.
And he live streamed it as he was coming over the Galveston Bridge. He was saying, hey, I'm here, blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah.
Yeah.
He got pulled over in Galveston basically as soon as he got over the bridge, within like 6 blocks of it. And the city of Galveston officers who pulled him over, one of the first questions, and everybody saw it live, was, oh, are you an auditor?
Right.
Like, oh, are you one of them people?
One of those, yeah.
Yeah. But they pulled him out of the car and wanted him to do the sobriety test. Muckster loves playing with his toys.
Sounds like ice and whiskey.
Yeah, it's a long story. You might as well grab a drink.
Sure.
Anyway,
Sure.
they wanted to do the sobriety test. He refused to do the actual sobriety test, but did say that he would blow in, a breathalyzer.
Yep.
The city of Galveston does not have portable breathalyzers for their DUI task force.
Why don't everyone in America have that? We've had that here for years and years and years.
Good question. Matter of fact, I think in France, can't you even, as a civilian, buy them, and you're
Yeah, you can
required
buy
to
them
have
here.
them?
Yeah, you
Okay.
just blow in it before you drive to know that you're safe to drive. Yeah.
Yep. But
Yep.
anyway, the city of yes.
Can you buy those on Amazon?
I just heard about it a couple of days ago, and I have not researched it.
Hmm.
Um, that's actually what surprised me. When I heard that in France, is that they're required to have 2 of them in their vehicles.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Definitely. Definitely.
Oh, well, actually, you could buy it at Walmart. Portable breath alcohol tester.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Test yourself before you drive home from a party or whatever, just to be sure.
Mhm. And yes, ma'am, you can get them on Amazon too.
I can't believe there's still departments over there, police departments that don't have them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there are.
I'm not going to trust some thick 6'2" hillbilly to judge whether I can walk a straight line or not, to tell me whether I'm drunk or not. You know what I mean? Like, how does that stand up in court? The officer said I was drunk, so I must be.
Just like if an officer says, you were wearing purple tennis shoes on red tennis shoe day.
Yeah, that's just
Yeah.
mental to me. That's nuts. That's nuts. There's no evidence at all.
Because unfortunately, Kiwi, we the people over here have allowed the travesties to get as bad as they are.
I mean, we keep voting in wankers into our parliament to be our leaders and make dumb decisions, but you guys have got armed idiots running around that kill you constantly over there, and there doesn't seem to be any justification for more than half of it. I don't understand why you don't revolt against it,
You're correct, and I do believe that part of the reason that there is no revolt over it or over that at this time is because number one, everybody's divided.
Yeah, yeah,
Everybody's divided, and I'm sure you've seen that.
definitely.
Number two, the general public does not realize how many constitutional rights are actually being
Oh,
violated on a daily basis. They
every
don't
day,
see it.
every
They
day.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
don't see it. And that there's the community, as we're, I guess, calling it now. Um, and we, as a community, they can't even come together and stand united because
Not 2
it's
days in a row, that's for sure. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I know what you mean.
1 minute everyone's talking the same language, and then the next minute there's accusations and innuendos and assumptions being made everywhere, isn't there?
But I think that's part of being human.
I'm glad I'm not one.
Yeah, and I will be honest, there are certain people, other than the one who shall not be named, there are certain people that I may not like the way that they do things,
Yep.
but I will support them if something is done wrong to them. I will
Yeah.
stand behind them.
Yeah. There's a certain person we don't mention that went through that this year, isn't there? That is part of the community who rubbed people the wrong way and did lots of wrong things, but when the law acted inappropriately towards him, a lot of people took his side against the
Yes.
law.
Yes.
You know? Yeah. But we don't talk about him. Did I hear a cigarette lighter going? Who's smoking a pipe?
Nobody's smoking a pipe.
You sure? What's Mr. Nicky doing?
It wasn't Mr. Nicky. It was
Thank
me.
God. Thank God. I thought he was back on the crack.
No, I won't allow that.
Not inside? Okay. No crack pipes inside, Mr. Nicky.
No, you got to be rich to smoke crack.
In the White House, you got to be rich, yeah.
And believe me, we're very far from it.
Oh, are you?
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that. You should get a YouTube channel and have a GoFundMe.
You know,
That's what Muckster lives on.
I haven't tried that.
You haven't?
No.
Muckster does that.
He's
That's
not
why
paying any attention.
He's got a massive coffee mug.
Wow, Cart, that's interesting. Roadside narcotics tests that you scrape the top of the tongue?
Yes, yes.
That is interesting.
I'm surprised you guys don't have any of that stuff over there. I've seen a lot of footage of people being pulled over and put in cuffs under suspicion of being under narcotics. But here we have a little plastic with squares on it, 2 squares on it, and you drag it across the tongue and it tests your saliva for drugs. They put it into a packet, they put it into a bag, and then there's a chemical that reacts within a few minutes and tells them if you're on opioids or methamphetamine. Yeah.
And see, that makes me wonder, is the fact that we here in America have all the laws, the war on drugs, but then our enforcers of the law or the war on drugs don't have the tools?
And I don't understand that. I don't understand why they don't have the tools, the cutting edge, most modern tools to stand up in court and go, here's the evidence, This is the thing, it's evidence.
Yeah, and so now that brings me, to GMK's point. The non-political issues are turned into political issues to create moral panic to keep politicians in power.
And division, yeah. Again, with your politics, just on a current issue, there was there is the story about the Venezuelan gangs taking over apartment buildings. I'm trying to think of the city, somewhere in Texas, perhaps?
Aurora, Colorado.
Colorado. And there's two 2 or 3 auditors who've gone there and they can't find any trace of these gangs or anyone being harassed by them. So the media has made a story to create panic and ripples in the community. And when someone's actually gone there with a video camera and tried to find the source of all this, there is no story. See how divisive that would be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I can't believe people get away with it. Like, if you tell a lie on YouTube or Facebook, they'll come after you for making fake news. But when you're a big commercial news vendor, you can say whatever you want, and no one comes after you and says, "How dare you spread fake news or misinformation?" You know.
That is because actually the United States government is itself a corporation,
Yeah, yeah,
and the mainstream media, whatever you want to call it, to continue to get their advertising money, they have to run stories that the advertisers approve. And I mean, it basically all boils down to money
yeah.
and
It
power.
seems to greed and money. Yeah, greed and money. Do not more people see like yourself, Nikki? Do not more people come together and just despise that action? What holds them in the hold up? There we go. What holds them there? What holds people in that? Because I don't understand why.
The indoctrination of you must obey authority.
See, I'm a
Yeah,
product of the 70s, so I listened to the punk rock movement when it was going on, you know, and the whole
yeah.
line of that was always question authority, demand answers, and don't ever believe what you're told.
See, I
Obviously, you can
I
see it,
am
Nikki. You can see through it, and you can put it into words quite appropriately. Do
I
not more people
am
feel that way?
I it's not that they don't feel that way. It is the fact that we are losing our here in the United States, our biggest generation who actually did go against the government.
Yeah, yeah,
The hippies, the baby boomers.
yeah. The
Um,
sexual revolution, the civil rights movement, the baby
right.
boomers, the
And I
protesters against the war, and everything.
right.
They're all
Now
going, aren't they? They're all disappearing.
and I do see some hope in our younger generations, but
Do you?
some. They there are some who
Okay.
do actually think for themselves and, are vocal about it, but it's not enough. And the more I listen to Cliff, the more I have to agree with him that indoctrination about not questioning authority did actually start in the schools where we were
It
taught.
all starts in the schools. Yeah, it does. It does.
We were
Yeah,
taught raise your hand if you want to ask a question, stay in line,
yeah.
sit
I
down
never did.
and shut up. So
Yeah.
we've been indoctrinated to always obey authority. And because of that, a lot of people basically put their head in the sand and say, hey, it's not happening to me. I'm not going to bother with it. That's an authority figure. I'm not going to question.
That really troubles me. Looking back in history, how many times that's happened and what's become of that, that really troubles me, eh?
And there are other people who can see that is what is happening.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just we have not been loud enough or vocal enough to the rest of the population
It doesn't
to
appeal to the masses, I suppose. It doesn't appeal to either side of the um, political polarity.
basically
Because
basically
I feel like when you've got two parties, and that's your only choice, really. You need a third party to be either somewhere in the middle or just common sense for people to have another level of say. Because I'm sure that not everyone that votes one way or the other agrees 100% with either side. But they're trying to pick between two evils, and they're not really sure which evil is the best for them. Well, it's kind of like don't vote for evil. You know what I mean? Get rid of the
right.
evil. Get rid
Eh,
of the evil mayor and the chief of police and the sergeants and lieutenants. Get rid of the bad. Why can't you have good?
yeah, and we do have quote unquote third parties. We do have independents and everything, but they're like grassroots
Yeah,
organization type of
yeah.
thing. They don't have
Small and yeah, sure.
yeah, they don't have a lot of support. Matter of fact, we actually even did have a third choice for president, and that person was from a major political family, the
Right,
Democrats.
right.
And he said, you know what, the way things are going is not how it was. But because he did not get the support, even with the family name,
Yeah, okay.
um, he dropped out. And
Right,
that's,
right.
it is the power of having all of that support among those two political parties is, and that once again leads to we have been indoctrinated.
I really feel that way. I really feel like there's brainwashing on both sides. It's almost like you could draw a line across America and say all the states south of this line think one way, and all the states north of this line think another way. And I'm thinking to myself as an outside observer, didn't you sort this out when you had a civil war? Like, didn't didn't you do this for yourselves? Because you've just taken one leader who was treating you badly, and now you've had a succession of leaders who've treated you badly, and you still want more.
Yeah.
It's happening in every country around the world, though. The old colonial system, the Western versus Eastern doctrine, um, the governments who believe they're better than the people, so we just have to listen to the government because they know what they're doing. And when years down the line we find out that they didn't know what they were doing, and we're in a big mess on all sorts of different angles,
Mm-hmm.
Why do we keep voting in stupid people and giving them
That's
power?
that's the question. And,
Because they
I
are
guess
stupid. They do dumb things. So why do we keep doing that?
I guess we could all say stupid is as stupid does.
Well, makes you wonder. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? I always thought that anyone who wanted to be in a position of power and was running in a vote or something to get to that position of power should be barred from ever holding that position of power because they're obviously sick. You should have involuntary rotating roster of citizens to fill the positions, I think. So then everyone could be respected and fill the role and work out what it's all about, do their civic duty. You can be a mayor for 12 months and then that's it. You have to move on. Someone else has to take the seat. You know what I mean? You
But
can't be there for 40 years and run it like a little kingdom. You know?
but that right there is the issue, is we don't have people who will voluntarily accept being put in power. We
Oh
have
no, it's
people who are
involuntary.
follower.
No, make them. Make them do a good job.
I don't think that would work.
Oh, because of feelings and stuff.
Yeah, that, and there are people who just are not cut out for the public eye. You know, they themselves can't do public speaking or make decisions for a whole bunch of people. They
Have you
don't feel.
seen Biden recently? How's that public speaking going? And Trump's not much better. So is that really necessary to be able to public speak to do the job? Oh dear.
Well, and that's, I mean, I would think it is, because you have to be able to get your supporters to understand why the powers that be are doing something. You know, like if I was a mayor,
Mhm.
you know, I would have to be able to tell the citizens of that town why, I decided to cut taxes, which in turn will, you know, uh, cut the fact that we don't have as many city workers, which in turn, so I would have to be able to convince the citizens of this is why I made my decision. And there are people who can see the issue with the numbers, with the math, but they don't feel comfortable enough going to someone and saying, "This is why I would do this."
Yeah, sure. Well, it's troublesome. It makes great content for YouTube, and I enjoy watching it because, in some degree, it happens all in every other country. You know, egos and power tripping and corruption happen in every country. It's interesting to see what it does to people and how people react to it. I think the 1A mostly is very brave to take on these things. I'm surprised by the public response to them sometimes, and the lack of education that people have on what rights they have. You in America have the greatest amount of rights than any country has, really. That should be upheld and respected, you know.
And we may have the greatest amount of rights. And if you look at the papers, the documents, yes, we do. However, I believe that America is actually becoming the laughingstock of all the other countries, because, observers from outside, from other countries, are seeing all the problems, and they're going, America's not that great, you
Well,
know.
we wonder, well, if it doesn't work there, how the hell do we make it work here? If they can't implement something there that works, how do we make it work here? You know? If you can't catch the bad guys there, then how do we catch the bad guys here?
Right.
Because no one's society functions properly when you've got rogue police officers and politicians and public workers that don't do the right thing, that step on people's rights, and corrupt the system. No one's society works properly. It just goes on and on and on until someone stops it. So if you guys can't make it work there, how do other little countries do it, you know?
And I don't have an answer for that.
No
Maybe-
one seems to have an answer at the moment. No, that's the thing. Yeah. It's troublesome. It really is troublesome.
What was the question or comment?
How, if we can't make what we do here in America work, how can other countries who are looking at us and want to use our ideas make it work there?
Well, that's a
If we're
silly
watching
question.
the
We're
fall-
Americans. We don't care about the rest of the world.
You can't find us on a map, but you do care about us.
Yeah, you're right. If we can't do it, it makes it awful hard for the people that don't have these things written down.
Any smaller country that wants to proclaim to be a democracy and function in a modern way and pull themselves out of perhaps the third world, how do they do it? If you guys can't do it. Because there was a time when you were leaders. There was a time when you led. And I don't think everyone's on that yet. I don't think America's ready to give up on America yet. I think you still believe that you can be leaders. But we're watching the fall of a civilization, and we're watching how hard people want to fight to keep that civilization. So you're not a laughing stock. You're a very, very confronting experiment in front of us, if you know what I mean. We're looking in the fishbowl. The world's watching a fishbowl, hoping that everyone survives. Because if you guys don't, if America falls, we're all going to fall. If it falls into corruption and putridness and civil unrest, then we're all going to fall at some point. So it's not just wanting to watch the train wreck of America and its society. It's trying to prevent us going through the same thing and watching how you guys pull yourselves out of it. Because as outside observers, we have no say. So sorry to bring you all down. I was hoping to be cheerful tonight, but there we are. I've enjoyed chatting with you all. Thank you, Nikki, for your comments and your views.
Are you running away?
No, I just thought I'd try to end on a cordial note.
Well, I'm going to bow out. I've got other things I need to get done. So thank y'all for the time.
Thank you, Donna.
Okay.
Thanks,
it
Donna.
was nice.
Good
It was
talking to
nice
you.
Yes, it definitely. Thank you.
Yeah.
I could listen to your voice all day.
Well, tune in tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel.
Okie dokie.
Thank you, Miss Donna.
See you, Donna.
No, Muckster, you could put me on the bottom and you could have a conversation with your guest, and I'll just sit here.
I don't know a whole lot about the conversation because I just had about a 20-minute nap.
Or did we bore you?
It's said I'm not used to getting up that early.
Oh, did you have to have a retry? Go back to sleep and then wake up again?
And I feel almost ready to face the day. Or
We'll
maybe
have
take
another
another
coffee
nap.
anyway. Have another coffee? Have you got another coffee on the go?
No, get the wrong thing.
Oh, he dropped out. He's taken off.
Yeah. Not coffee, but this morning's program is brought to you by Dr. Pepper Zero.
Zero sugar.
That's right. None of the sugar, but all the flavor you like from regular Dr. Pepper.
Tastes good. Is good.
And not good for you.
I bet it wasn't made by a real doctor.
No, but I think Dr. Scholl's was.
Dr. Schultz? What did he get up to?
Scholl's. He
Schultz.
was a foot guy. And made like what would you call them? Inserts for shoes and stuff.
Oh, the shoe soles. Yeah, okay. Was he a soul man?
It was Scholl, I believe, Scholl. Dr. Scholl's.
They sell those here.
No, I don't want to know those things, Cart.
Don't talk about my dry wit cart. That's private.
Now let's see what the label does say. 0% fat, 4% sugar, 0% carbs, 0% total sugars. Yep, Cart, I think you might be thinking of the diet soda rather than the zero soda.
Does it has a aspartame in it?
No, it didn't say that, so who knows what kind of chemical they're using to replace the
They're
sugar.
using something. Yeah.
Oh, here, what's this other part say? Carbonated water, caramel. No caramel color. Phosphoric acid. Now there's some good stuff.
That's
Oh, it does have aspartame, yep. Sodium benzoate, preservative. Caffeine. Sulfame and potassium, natural and artificial flavors, and sodium phosphate.
They're all really, really handy floor cleaners, those chemicals.
Yep. They scrub out your intestines for you.
They certainly will. You will have no parasitic intestinal worms. None.
I didn't see that one, Gart.
Does it make
There
you
was-
happy though, Muckster?
There was one that I had trouble reading. It could have been that stuff. Oh, happiness is overrated.
Oh,
Hello,
Trackables
Track.
here. How you doing, brother? I think Nikki's doing nasty things to Mr. Nikki. She's got her mic off.
No, I'm just sitting here listening.
Just sitting here watching the world go round and round.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's cool. Is it a day off, Nikki? Saturday?
Yes, Saturday and
Nice.
Sunday are days off.
Nice.
However, I do have lots of things that I could be doing.
They're unnecessary.
At this point, yeah. I
Good.
believe that they're unnecessary because I haven't finished my second cup of coffee yet.
And there you go.
Ah, there we are. There we are.
It's a little greedy. I only had one cup.
Yeah, but it was a half a barrel worth.
You're not supposed to mention that.
What, your massive mug? Your tankard?
Now, there's a word you don't hear very often.
It's not used very much at all anymore.
And that right there brings up the question. Just like the colander the other night.
Yes.
Why are there certain words that are no longer used, but when people use them, they come off sounding pretentious or know-it-all.
Would I ever come across pretentious or know-it-all? I can't ever imagine that happening.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying, there's words out there that used to be very much in use that have fallen out of favor.
Mm-hmm.
If you had, if your accent was more like posh British, then that would, oh, I'm drinking a tankard. They'd be like, who the hell does he think he is?
I'll tell you what I think, Nikki. It's the lack of reading that people do these days. If you read good books written by intellectual people, they use words that you might not know, and it sort of drives people to look those words up or investigate. And then they tend to widen their vocabulary and use those words.
Oh shit, I'm in trouble.
So if your kids are stuck to screens all day, they're not going to necessarily use the word, grow their vocabulary, and they end up using what I call text words, which is like the shortened version of things, and they never know how to spell or use bigger words, more descriptive words with meaning, which is what the world's losing at the moment too. No one can talk properly because they can't use the words that express how they feel or what they think.
LOL.
Killintimepassnthru's here. Why don't you come up, sir?
Yeah, I know. I'm going to be in trouble now. He's going to be like, who the hell does he think he is having a morning show? That's my thing.
Take the reins, sir. Reclaim your throne. You have a voice, Killing Time. You have a voice. You must use it.
You know what I've often found in my life on words is I will use words that I do not think are big or pretentious. And people stare at you.
Oh, they
because it's
despise
not-
you. They despise
well,
you for using words. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
because they are stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, stupid people are vindictive. Yeah. They are.
Then there are those people. I always quite enjoy the ones who will use big words, but they use them wrongly. You know, they'll try to sound intelligent, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't mean that.
That's when you just laugh at their face. I do anyway. There's nothing more unattractive than someone trying to do that, using words they don't understand the meaning of in the wrong way and giving the wrong message across.
And then there's people like, I won't mention anyone in particular, but Nikki was on his panel last night, who will just sort of make up words. They'll add a suffix to a word that does not belong on there.
Making new words.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you stop and correct them, or do you just laugh at them?
Yeah, mostly just laughing internally. 'Cause
Okay.
it's a lost. Now I will say, mentioning someone in particular, we have
Yeah,
a guy
mention
around here. I won't say his name, but we'll just refer to him as Sarge, who sometimes will get words wrong, but he actually wants to be corrected.
Does he do it on purpose, like a
No.
bait?
Hey, Nerdy Joe. No, if he doesn't know a word or something, you correct him. He's actually grateful. Unlike, a lot of people think you're trying to put them down.
Yeah. I don't understand that. I don't understand the repulsion for using proper words with the appropriate meaning. I don't understand why people get angry. I have seen it. I have seen people get very nasty about it because you used the right word, or you thought you were better than them because you knew the word and they didn't.
Oh, you think I'm stupid?
Surely
Well,
their lack
yeah,
of knowledge
actually.
of the language. Well, if you don't know the word, or you're confused by me using the word, then you're not stupid. You're just uneducated. And I assumed that you would know the meaning of the word, so it's my fault, really, that I assumed that you were smart enough to have a conversation with me. Obviously, I was wrong.
I'll tell you a real life example, not quite like that, but just one time I remember using a word that I thought people would know. I used to be the president of our fire company.
Oh,
and the
okay.
one time we were having a meeting, and the secretary was reading correspondence. And we got this letter from another place. I forget exactly what it was.
Mm-hmm.
But he got to the end of the letter, and I said, well, it's all rather ambiguous. Now, I didn't think that was that big of a word or anything. That's not one of those things like somebody using a $10 word. But I looked up at the people sitting there in front of me, those 30 or 40 firemen who were at the meeting at the time, and all I saw was a bunch of blank looks.
Right.
And I said, it's a little bit hard to understand exactly what they want. And they were like, oh, okay.
See, that's difficult. That's difficult when you're trying to communicate with people and they get lost in your words. It's like you have to dumb everything down these days. Dumb everything down to a level of stupid that they can understand. It's concerning because sometimes they hold positions where you have to believe that they would understand that.
Yeah.
How do they communicate with people if they're not aware of where they're at or where you're at? You know, you can't. I don't know. But it's not a normal response to me to get angry or think that someone's bullying you or hurting your feelings if you don't understand what a word means.
Yeah, I very often will say to somebody, I have no idea what that means.
Yeah, or you can say, can you please explain that? Or tell me again in another way. We're all in such a rush these days, we don't have time to do that, I guess.
You know, GMK, I can kind of relate to your mother because there are times when you're having a serious conversation, and if somebody says something like, I seen what you mean, then I pretty much ignore everything they say after that. Oh, Trek.
Welcome.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
How are you?
Getting caffeinated.
Well done. Very good. Very good.
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about words.
Yep.
And you can hear stuff and it sounds a certain kind of way. So you can maybe sometimes assume the meaning of it. And
Yep.
then you go and you use it, and maybe somebody else doesn't know it, but it just felt right. For instance, I was using the word pent ultimate. I was using that all wrong because I thought it meant like the top, like almost like pinnacle. Like pinnacle's like the peak, but pentultimate actually means like next to last.
That's actually next to the best. It's right before ultimate, and there's no pent. It's just pen ultimate.
Oh, penultimate. But didn't we talk about this? It was like it's next to last.
No, it's next to best.
The runner-up.
And I better watch myself because if I'm wrong, I'm going to look really stupid. But
you better Google
I think it's what you got right before. Ultimate is the top. Penultimate is almost the top. But let's look it up and make sure that I'm not stupid. Because I do that sometimes.
Second last. No.
Second to last.
Yeah, second to
last. But one.
Is it?
But one.
Yeah.
I always thought it was last but one. See, I was wrong.
Track was
But at least I was right about the spelling.
Yeah, you were definitely right about the spelling. And I mess that up all the time too. But you see what I mean, where it's like you think of ultimate and you think of like
the pinnacle,
and best, but like pinnacle is like the peak. And I didn't look up ultimate, but when you think penultimate, you're like, oh well, that sounds like a pretty big deal. But if it's like next to last,
I don't know how I forgot that because I sort of went through the same thing years ago. I'd hear penultimate, and I thought that meant like even greater than the ultimate. And I looked up and found out I was wrong, and I don't know how I got it screwed up in my mind later on.
Yeah, I mean, this has only been within the past couple months, but I've had this exact same conversation about like words, and I used the word, and somebody was like, "Hey, that doesn't mean what you think it means," and I'm like, "Well, okay, well," and he told me what it meant, and then I went and looked it up, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I've only used this word like 5 times in my entire life, and I've been wrong every single time.
Shooting the bullets backwards, yeah.
You know, a word
I-
that drove me
Yeah.
nuts a while back. In fact, it was a couple years ago now. There was when Trump was still president, and Kim Jong-un made a comment about him, and it was all over the news. They were saying that Kim called Trump this word. And everybody on the news said he called him a dotard. D-O-T-A-R-D. And the first time I heard them say it, I thought to myself, I could swear that it's pronounced dotard. But then all day I kept hearing all these professional news people say he called him a dotard. He called him a dotard. And I thought, so all these years I had it wrong, because I thought it was the same word as when they'd say a doddering old fool.
Yeah.
And I finally had to look it up. And, you know, the great thing now about the internet is the dictionaries will actually pronounce a word for you.
Mm-hmm.
And it is dotard.
Dotted, yeah.
It just amazed me that all these people, you know, most of these professional journalists, they have a degree in journalism or English, something like that.
Yeah. And they
And they
can't
did
use
not-
it properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you gotta love language and communication, because sometimes you know, somebody will say something the wrong way, but you still know what they mean. You know what I mean?
Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes they take you completely the wrong way and it all gets screwed up because they didn't understand or you didn't understand.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I like actually having voice conversations, you know, real live conversations rather than just the
Yeah.
typed
Yeah.
text, whatever, because you can read, you know, whether someone's mad at you or whether they're upset. You can read that in like the tone of the voice and how things are being said rather
Yeah.
than just the specific word that is being typed.
Yeah. In most cases, or
inflection in tone.
like me and Kiwi were talking earlier, some people's sarcasm goes right over their head. So this has been bothering me, and I was thinking about this. Ultimate, according to this now. Ultimate means last or best. In other words, it's the last thing you reach, and then penultimate is what you reach just before the last. That's where. And there's also one called anti-penultimate, which means third from last.
So ultimate is the end then.
Yeah, well, you know, we all look at it as being like the top because that is.
Yeah.
If you think of it like you're climbing a ladder.
Yeah.
The last rung is actually the ultimate. It's the top of the ladder.
The top. Yep. Yep.
Ultimate is like the final part of the process.
Right, last.
So, yeah.
Final and
Yeah.
last. I think we can. Yeah.
Okay, it makes
Should be-
sense.
Yeah. It should be called like, you know, Alpha and Omega. It should be Alpha and Ultima Surely. Unless they're different languages.
Well, Alpha and Omega are Greek.
So Ultima must be Roman then, must be Latin.
An awful lot of our words do derive from the Latin.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going to make me, that's another thing I like about the internet. Etymology.
What you were saying, Nikki, about Nerdy said inflection and tone are important in communication. When you study language and communication stuff, they teach you about body language and non-verbal communication, where you pick up on tone and meanings behind words and stuff. And 90% of communication is non-verbal. So talking to people face to face, or at least voice to voice, is way more clear than on screen or typed, So I agree with you, Nikki.
And it is from the Latin.
What is it from? Ultima or something like that?
Ultimare, A-R-E. Yeah. We had that guy that came in, a couple of weeks ago now, who was rambling on quite a while, telling us all about America, and he wasn't American. But he also was talking about language and saying how so much of our language derives from the French, because he was French. And I just let him go. I decided to be polite, but it's like, you dumbass, it doesn't derive from the French, it derives from the Latin. The French derives from the Latin.
French comes from the Latin, not the other way around. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why they call them the Romance languages. French, Italian,
right.
Spanish.
Yeah,
That's funny because I was taking a biology class, and we were talking about genetics, and it led to the conversation about evolution. And there was plenty of documentaries of scientists proving their point. And we watched this one because the majority of people that believe in evolution, I guess, it centers around like the Horn of Africa as far as humankind comes. The majority of people in genetics trace that to there. But then they did the French documentary, and this guy swore up and down that humankind started in France. It was like he had a good point, and he put his evidence out there. But at the same time, it just makes you believe like that French culture, like France is the center of the galaxy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And Nerdy, there is a lot of crossover with the Greek and Latin because, of course, the Romans conquered Greece and made them all their slaves, except in their case, since slaves weren't out picking cotton and so forth, they were the tutors of their children and things. So the Romans actually adapted a lot of the Greek, even a lot of the mythology. They'll have the same gods but by different names. But of course, English is a mix. It also has German in that. But a lot of our words, they have Greek. You think of a word like metropolis. The polis is Greek rather than Roman or Latin, meaning city. But
I like English because
a lot of the words are Latin based,
like
Latin suffixes.
Yeah, I like English because you can play with it. Like you can make stuff up as long as it's consistent, and it can be spelled and it makes sense, and as long as you have a solid definition for it, like you can make some stuff up.
You could probably do that in any language as long as you're using the proper, prefix and suffix and
English is the most common one that stirs everything together because it can take words from other languages and assimilate it into itself. Other languages might not always. be able to do that, but English definitely does. Yeah.
Well, and other languages steal from us. Like the French, they stole like our croissant.
Yeah, because you made that up in America, didn't you?
Yeah, it was totally an American thing.
Yeah. Because it means crescent, doesn't it?
Okay,
Crescent, like a crescent moon?
I think so. I think that is what it comes from.
Yeah.
But it's also like a croissant moon. You know what I mean? And that's French.
Like a croissant moon? Oh, then that would be a French moon. Very good, Untrackable. I underestimated you, but
Yeah, but no, that doesn't make any sense as far as astronomical, because we all know that the moon's made out of cheese, not bread.
Well,
And it's
cheese is
flat.
French too.
Yeah. Mozzarella's not, though. Mozzarella's Italian.
Yeah, actually, the word cheese
That's
is totally
so-
American because we invented that whenever the guy invented a camera and he needed something to get people to smile. So he invented that word, say cheese. People
Well, your
like
government
laughed and
makes
said,
cheese,
what does
doesn't
that mean? And
Doesn't your
It's
government
just like-
make cheese?
Sure.
Yeah.
In
It's
a
like-
box?
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, someone let old guy Mitch in the chat. Who let that happen? Where's the moderators?
What's up, Mitch? Good morning.
did cheese really start with the Egyptians?
Cheese
Those
whiz?
damn Egyptians, they started a lot of things.
Well, they got it from the aliens, though.
Really? Then why isn't cheese like a pyramid? Shaped like a pyramid. We got it in blocks, not pyramids.
I'm telling you, I'm blaming everything on the aliens today.
You're telling everything on the aliens? Okay. Okay.
And the aliens, they went to the Egyptians because they don't like the French.
Well, they've got funny shaped buns that they eat. Yeah.
You shouldn't make fun of people's asses.
Asses.
I mean, if you follow Escoffier, you know that nobody on planet Earth ate until the French taught them how to eat.
That sounds about right. Yep. We all just cooked off open fires and ate raw meat and stuff until the French came along. Yeah. We were savages.
Yeah, it took the French to say to people, yeah, sure, that snail looks tasty.
Those frogs look like I could nibble on them. Let's have a go at that. God damn. Let's take this fresh grape juice and stick it in a barrel and hide it in our garage for about 3 years, and then we'll drink it. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, fresh grape juice. That sounds good.
We'll just go give it a spin every now and again.
Yeah, we'll put the milk bucket next to it and come back in a while and see what happens. Now, there you go, cheese. Yeah, nice. Nice. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
You know what's
that's
funny,
awesome.
nerdy? I just looked up cheese, and they'd say they're not really sure who started with it, but some people said they think it had to do with the Arabs. It says like thousands of years ago, they said they figured someone discovered it accidentally, which makes sense.
Yeah, putting the milk bucket next to their barrel of grape juice. left it there for too long, and it wasn't milk anymore.
Yeah, I think they thought they were
Yes.
going to have milk wine, and they wound up with
Yeah.
cheese instead.
Yeah,
They're like, "Hey, man, we were just trying to get drunk, and we found cheese,
this will
and
spread.
it goes great with this wine."
Yeah, it's awesome. If you put it on your croissant, it'll taste great.
Oh my god.
Cheese has been around since old guy Mitch was a young boy. Or since the beginning of written history, anyway.
Hey, and I don't care what anybody says. I love me some of that brick Velveeta. Make macaroni and cheese.
Oh,
Right.
really?
I was taught one way to make mac and cheese, and I don't like it at all. Because it's basically you make white gravy, so the fat and the flour, and you make a roux, and then you add the milk, and then you make gravy. But then you just put cheese in it, and it melts the
Yeah.
cheese, and you got cheese gravy. I don't like to do that. I got like a 6-inch deep pot or baking dish, and
Mhm.
I put noodles and then butter and cheese and the brick Velveeta slices, and then noodles and butter and cheese and noodles and butter and cheese, and then I dump some milk into it and bake it for like an hour, and then you stir it and
Okay.
bake it again for like 20 minutes, and that stuff melts with the butter and mixes with the milk so nice. It's the creamiest daggone mac and cheese in the world. But the whole making gravy process to make some mac and cheese, I don't do
Yeah.
that.
Remind
I
me
like it
never
with
to accept.
Parmesan cheese.
Remind me to never
Sorry.
accept an invitation to Track's house for mac and cheese.
It's the best, man. And you put some
No,
kielbasa or some broccoli in there.
I can't stand Velveeta.
Mm.
I
Oh.
don't like Velveeta either. It's over processed.
My
Oh,
mother
it's
used
super
to do the whole roux thing and all that.
Yeah, that Velveeta stuff. It's the same thing as Cheese Whiz, except it's not fed to you by a gas can. You know what I mean?
Do you know how often I buy Cheese Whiz?
Never.
Pretty much the same as when I buy Velveeta.
Oh man. Yeah, we just did a crock pot mac and cheese, and put some chicken broth in there.
How long did that
Uh,
take? How long did?
It was a slow cook.
Yeah.
So we like parboiled the noodles before we put them in the crock pot, and
Okay.
it was probably slow cooked for about 2.5 hours.
Okay. Yep. It came out
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, but the leftovers, it kind of became more like mashed potato consistency because the noodles got
Oh.
oversaturated. So the
Turned to
leftovers are
porridge.
kind of
Yeah.
like
Yeah. It all
cheesy
falls
noodle
apart.
mashed noodles.
Yeah.
Yeah, becomes
Yeah.
one.
Okay.
But the flavor was awesome. Put some hot sauce on it and good to go.
I've never tried to put any kind of pasta in slow cooker.
You haven't?
No.
It kind of winds up like we've done tortellinis and stuff in there. And for that first night, yeah, it's great. But leftovers, like I said, the pasta gets oversaturated and it loses
Yeah.
its al dente.
If I make a casserole and it's too watery, like from the tin tomatoes or something like that, and it gets too watery, at the very end I'll put pasta in and let it go for 15 to 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, that would soak up
and soak up all the juice, and that's quite good in a slow cooker. That's quite good.
I like to use my slow cooker for soups.
Yeah, they're always good, aren't they? Always good in
Yeah.
a slow cooker.
Just let them go all day.
Yeah, let it do its thing. Yeah. Never had a bad slow cooker. Never had a bad one. I think
So-
Carter's swearing at me in French.
Al dente is actually Italian. I knew his sister.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a la carte.
A la carte was El Dente's sister.
Mm.
Oh,
Cousin
That's
Al
racist.
Fresco.
that's racist.
So years ago, when my one niece, the honor student, was, I don't know, 12 or so years old, and her mother were in the checkout at the grocery store. You know, they always have like magazines and stuff there. And she looked up and there was this book that said Recipe for Slow Cookers. And she said to her mother, "Oh, isn't that nice that they make a book for those people?" Somebody woke up Steve again. Why do people keep doing that?
I don't know. He said something about one of the games that he's watching.
Oh, yeah, I'm really hoping that New Zealand loses because I'm tired of hearing him say it.
What's he got? Rugby?
Yeah, the make believe football.
Hey,
I mean, I
We do
wouldn't
it.
talk rugby. It's
we do it without helmets, no padding, in the
it's
rain.
a brutal game.
Yeah, man.
I love watching the. I don't exactly know the rules, the procedures and everything, but I love watching like the highlight reels. You know, the big hits and the breakaways. It's a hell of a game, and you watch people get into it. Like they're rough with each other, but sometimes you'll see them like rough, and then like the whistle blows, and these fucking guys that were just punching each other in the face give a big hug and walk away. I love that. It's the game, man.
They say it's the game they play in heaven.
Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've always loved sports, even the ones that I don't really understand. It's like, it's use what you got. You know, fast people do fast things, and strong people do strong things, and some people hurl a baseball at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
I'm a big soccer fan myself.
Oh, is that right? It's
Yeah,
quite
I
big
was.
in the States, isn't it? Is it big? It's big now?
It's definitely grown over the past like 20 years.
Yeah.
When the, you know, it was a thing like the MLS, but it really started to take off when some of the retired European players started like doing the end of their careers in the MLS, because they still had it, but they were
Okay.
coming from like top tier international play, and they were like,
Yeah.
okay,
European stuff, yeah.
yeah, it's like, okay, I'm 36, and you know, I've already done everything I can do over in the big leagues. So they come over, because 36 isn't old, you know what I mean? But as far as like the peak competition, it's like, man, you've already been doing this for 20 years. So then they come over to the MLS, but they carry that name with them. So like people want to see David Beckham play, So like when he went to LA, it was like, oh shit, there's a reason to pay attention to, MLS because we got a big name. And next thing you know, more and more, and it raised the competition to where like some of these teams, they were sharing stadiums with colleges and other pro teams, like different sports. To the majority of them now have their own stadiums and everything.
Sure.
The
sure.
last name that
Yeah.
I heard that come over was Ibrahimovic. Zlatan.
Oh, yes. Okay. Did he come to the States, did he?
Yeah, I'm not sure what team. It might have been Miami, but he came over and he
Oh,
he kept doing his thing.
he's a French guy, is that right? He's French?
I think he's Turkish.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, he's a
Thought I
tall
saw him
dude too.
playing in France, yeah. Big guy.
Yeah, he's like
yeah.
6', something like that.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys that was like he can put out on the field and be dominant, and then you watch him in an interview and he's like nobody's gonna bully him in an interview either.
Yeah, sure.
Kiwi,
Yeah.
isn't it like 1 o'clock in the morning there or something?
3:30 a.m.
What the hell are they doing playing soccer or rugby rather?
I'm just looking it up because I don't understand where they're playing.
Yeah, because I thought, isn't it New Zealand and Australia playing? Why would they be playing this time of day? I think maybe Steve might be delusional. He's probably watching a rerun and doesn't even. They're in South Africa.
Yeah,
So
it must
New
be a South
Zealand and
African.
Australia traveled to South Africa to play rugby. You people are weird.
Well, I mean, if it's some sort of international
You
tournament,
people.
you go where the tournament is.
How dare you, Muckster? Who's you people?
You strange underworld people.
So 4 minutes ago, dramatic comeback, give 8-point lead. What? Yeah, it's being played in South Africa.
So what time is it there? Like 8 o'clock?
It must be about
It's about 1 tomorrow.
it's the 7th of September, which is yesterday, and it's 4:30 in the afternoon. It's 3:30 in the morning here.
Okay. Yeah, that's a reasonable time to play.
4:30 in the afternoon, yeah. I just looked it up. So they're playing in Cape Town. Yep.
Cool.
So it must be part of the Tri-Nations test, which is Australia, South Africa, and New Zealand. We play a championship with those three countries, and the fixtures go around different countries. So it can also be South Africa and Australia might play here in New Zealand. See, so
Okay.
yeah.
I still think you're weird.
Well, perhaps you should get off your couch and come down here sometime, and we can show you around this weird place with weird people.
I'd love it.
Well, I don't like sheep, and hobbits scare me.
There's not a lot of things you do like, Muckster, but if you have a passport, I can show you some things you might like. But you won't be able to ban or time anyone out over here.
And if I went clear to New Zealand, then I'd have people saying, "Well, why don't you're so close, you should come over here and visit Australia too." And
Yeah.
I don't want to go to any country that has, like lizards that tear out your throat and frogs with scorpion stingers, and they just got all kinds of strange animals there.
I'm
They
sure
got those.
Cart would pitch a tent for you.
They got those. They got those koalas that look all cute, and you get up to them and they just jump on you and tear your throat out.
Yep.
It's a terrible, terrible country.
It is. Unfortunately, it's full of Australians. So
yeah, and I hear the
you have
women
to
are
watch out for
wicked.
them. The women will punch you. That's the definite. The women will punch you.
I knew I should have gotten an Australian woman.
Shut up and take your clothes off. Yeah, you've heard about them.
Shut up and keep your mouth shut. Yeah, that's right. Just lay there
do
and take it.
Do your manly
Lay
duty,
there.
damn it. Yeah.
Lay there and take it.
Just lay back and think of England.
Say my name, bitch. Yeah, that's what goes on. Yep.
Yes, Cart. Yes, Cart.
I just watched a short video a little while ago, and this guy walks into the kitchen and his wife's putting away the groceries. And he's like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "I'm putting away the groceries." He goes, "Well, you need to fill the dishwasher." And she says to him, she looked at him all mean. She's like, "You fill the dishwasher." And he was like, "Okay, but the kids are home." And then he grabs her by the waist. And then that's the end of the video.
Huh. There's
Do your man. Fill the dishwasher.
You're off to listen to the game? You mean it's a big game and they don't even broadcast the video?
it's probably on pay-per-view, so no one will know the results until the end because it's probably wrapped up by the TV stations. I don't know if they do that over there to you guys as well, but it's not on free for view because they sell the rights to the TV, so it's simulcast. It's broadcast on private channels.
Mm.
Yeah.
Like Sky, or I don't know if you have Sky over there or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, it's available. But yeah, they kind of have, especially with the streaming. Like if you have cable, your local channel will play your local teams for the most part.
Oh, okay. Oh, is that right? Okay.
But something like the Super Bowl, like I have it available with the streaming package that I have, but like I don't have the league update, like you can watch any game wherever you are, because that they charge for that. They charge for like the season.
Okay.
But like a big game, like the World Cup or the Super Bowl or the World Series, stuff like that. Usually, almost everybody's connected to it. It's not like a special pay to watch the championship type stuff. But like if you want,
so,
yeah.
So
for
it gets to the end of the season, and
for a long time, like you've heard of the New York Yankees baseball team.
yes,
They created their own network, so like you wouldn't see this game unless your local team was playing and it was broadcast on your local channel that
okay.
But if you wanted to watch Yankees games, you would have to subscribe and pay for the Yankees channel because they kind of did their own thing. So rather than make deals with like ABC, NBC, and Fox and all that. They just made their own network. So if you want to watch Yankees games, you got to pay the Yankees.
Wow. That's cornering the market, isn't it?
Yeah. But that
Are they
only
any
lasts. So like if they make like championship level,
Yeah.
the league has deals to where when it gets into the playoffs, like, yeah, the Yankee channel can show it, but it's also going to be broadcast to everybody.
Right. So you get to see the best part of the season anyway. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Are they still good, the Yankees?
I mean, they're always a top tier team. I mean, everybody
Are
takes
they?
their lump
Okay.
because
Okay.
they're ups and downs.
Yep. Yeah.
But they are the best team in baseball history.
I guess something works in New York then, eh?
I've never been to New York, but
Oh, no,
I mean,
no.
but everywhere that I have been, it is what you make of it, you know? Like, why are you there?
Sure.
Do the things that you should be
Sure.
doing when you're there. I just heard that, like, if you want to live there,
Yep.
it's very expensive. Like property, like people say they're paying like 10,000. Like, I guess if you're in Manhattan or something like that, that's a pretty hot spot. So like, you could be paying like $5,000 a month to live in a closet. You know what I mean?
Wow. Okay. Yeah. That's crazy.
But that's also basically just like New York City, because New York has, I mean, they got mountains. They've got New York hillbillies up there. They've got it's a pretty big state with a lot of.
It's
But
diverse,
everybody just
isn't it? Is it? Yeah.
it just kind of centralizes on New York City and, you know, the high rises and the hustle and bustle. But there's also, you know, like I said, it touches with Canada. There's plenty of woodland.
Wilderness places, yeah, out in the country and that. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a buddy from back in the day. He's from what they call upstate New York. So,
Yep.
yeah, that's more of, you know, your rural area, I guess. Or yeah, like, you know, out there, just kind of like suburbs type stuff. And he doesn't talk like people from Brooklyn, you know, the Bronx. He doesn't have that New York twang. He definitely has a northern accent, but it's not that hardcore stereotype New York.
Yep. Sure. I was surprised to see how big New Jersey is as a state. Heard about New Jersey a lot, but then I looked on a map. It was like, holy crap, that's quite a bit of land there compared to New York.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing too. Like if you like I was saying about like actually going to a place versus like learning about a place or just seeing what's given to you when you think about a place. Oh, like I said, almost every place that I've been to, uh, it basically felt like home because everywhere I went, I was treating it like it was home. And you walk down the street, there's people. Well, it's the same thing at home. You know, you see where people live, you see where people do business, you see the culture and the food. And the food may be different, but it's consistent everywhere you go. So
I
every
always
place
like
I've been
trying new
felt
food,
like.
New food on new places. It's good.
Mm-hmm.
So where do you go on vacation then, Untrack?
I like to go places where there's water. I grew up mostly
Okay.
by the ocean.
Yeah.
So when I got married, and we really didn't take a vacation until my daughter was born, and we
Okay.
took her to the ocean for like the first like 4 years, and watched the progression and
Right.
of her experience. Like the first time she saw the ocean, it was amazing. Got that on recording, and then year after year, like she got braver and braver and would go farther out and try the boogie board and make friends with other kids that are playing on the beach.
Yeah.
But the past years, we traded the ocean life for lake life. So we go to this big lake, we get a house, and the whole family's there, and we just spend a week jumping off the dock and swimming. And this past year when we went, like I always jump off the dock and dive head first into the water. I'm like that. And she's got her life vest on, and she said that she was going to do a pencil. So that's like where you just jump off and you straighten your body and you go feet first and just dip right in. Well, she said she was going to do a pencil, and she dove just like I dive. She just tipped over and put her head first, and so it was like watching your kids first dive without even telling them to do it or teaching them how to do it. She just tipped over head first, and it was like, oh my God.
That's cool. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, she's a brave one, but we love the water. So when we get vacation, we go someplace where there's water.
Very cool. Very good.
Yeah. Good times. I wish it could be somewhere all the time.
Sure. You're an outdoors kind of guy. Like to be out doing stuff.
I wouldn't consider myself like an outdoorsman, like camping, and I mean I can do it, but no, I really love the warm weather and sunshine in my face.
Yeah, and being near water, you're always in it usually when it's hot, hey? So, yeah. No, it's very cool. So you're still going for your underwear runs? Running around the block?
I've done it twice.
Oh, is that all? I thought it was a regular thing for you.
Nah, it's
Scare the neighbors a bit?
well, I do it when they're all asleep. And if anybody sees me, I yell at them, "You should be in bed right now."
Funny.
If you got a problem with this, go to bed.
Yeah, get inside. It's not safe.
But I mean, a man running around in his underwear, like you gotta just assume that he's a superhero. You know what I mean? He's here
That's
for
what
you.
I figure. Yeah, step away for officer safety. Back up. Wide load coming through. Get back. He's got a weapon, but it's not a gun.
He tried to impale me.
He's got something in his shorts. It's not safe.
It's like a snub nose.
Like an Alabama snapping turtle.
A man was arrested today for attempting to stab a female officer. We're not going to say with what, but
Or where? What was he trying to stab? He was doing a Donald Trump.
oh man, that's awesome.
Smuggling prawns in his undies. Oh dear. Too funny.
You haven't lived until you've tried it.
I will try to remember that. One day I just might.
Yeah, maybe next time I'll wear a cape.
Yeah, just get yourself some underoos.
Underoos?
Yeah, don't you remember underoos?
They
They'd
don't
have-
even sell them now.
They'd have like Superman on them and stuff.
Oh, so basically just underwear with a design on it.
Yeah, it was kids' underwear.
I'll get one with Winnie the Pooh on the back. Call them my poo drawers.
Yeah. I saw
Yes.
something on Facebook a little while ago. A lady said her daughter asked her, where does poo come from? And she's the type that she doesn't like to tell kids, fairy tales about stork or whatever. So she told her in as much detail as she thought the little kid could understand just exactly where poo does come from. And she said she got done. Her daughter just stared at her for a while, and then she said, well, then what about Tigger?
Huh.
I think they call him Tigger because of his stripes. It's kind of racist, but
So he's a tiger.
oh, is that why?
Yeah, it's a mispronunciation of tiger. He's a tiger toy type thing, yeah.
A Tigger's a wonderful thing.
Tiger, yep.
Well, before he gets upset and gets all depressed, don't forget about Eeyore.
Eeyore.
Thanks for noticing me.
That was a good one.
I remember, wasn't that one of those books where the guy wrote it originally to entertain like his sick kid or something like that? I'm not totally sure of that. That might be another one.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
The boy was sick at the start, wasn't he? The boy in the story.
Christopher Robin.
Yeah, Christopher Robin. He
No,
went to
this
the
said
thousand acre wood.
100, wasn't it? 100 acre?
100 acre wood? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 100-acre wood, and the character of Winnie the Pooh is inspired by a stuffed toy that is it E.E. Milne? A.A.
A.A.
Milne,
Milne, yeah.
yeah, had bought for his son. Christopher Robin in Harrods department store, and a bear that they had viewed at the London Zoo.
Oh.
Good times.
Trying to find what I was thinking of. I can't. Seems like there was one of those famous series that originally started out as a guy just like telling stories to entertain his sick kid or something. I was thinking it was like, that or Alice in Wonderland or something, but I can't find anything. I could be totally off key on that one.
I don't know.
Well, you remember the movie Princess Bride,
Yeah.
and it was the grandpa telling the story to the kid,
Yeah.
and
Oh, he
I
was
don't know if
actually
he
reading
was.
a book to him.
Oh, was it a book?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I love the Princess Bride.
Oh, yeah. Classic. Was that little Freddie Savage?
Yeah.
Is- What's the name of the guy? I should know his name. That was the guy that played that
Oh.
detective.
Yeah, I can't remember his name either.
Damn it, I can picture him.
Played
I don't want to
detective.
look it up. Yeah, he played the detective that would always go, oh, just one more thing.
Monk.
I can't even
Was it
remember
Monk?
the name.
No. That was longer ago than Monk.
Oh.
I never really watched that show, but it's an iconic show.
Yeah. Peter Falk. Yeah, Mitch got it. Peter Falk. Columbo.
What was the name
Yeah,
of the Columbo? Yeah.
yeah. Mitch got Peter Falk. Killintime got Columbo.
Yeah.
Nerdy's just copying them.
And honestly, in my era, being a 80s baby, I only know of Columbo because of the Princess Bride.
No, yeah.
Was he the
Yeah.
grandpa?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And he tells this wild story.
Fucking Ariel.
Fred Savage is Puerto Rican. He's not. How dare you? He lived in Wisconsin, wasn't it? Wasn't he from Wisconsin?
I don't know.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, does it matter where you're born? You know, people say where you're from. They say it all the time. And it's like, well, do you want to know where I live? Do you want to know where I spent most of my time? Are you asking about my genealogy? Like, how far back are we going with this? Where you're from?
It's
Just
a lot
tell him you're
easier
a
just to
Viking.
say. A lot easier
I'm a
just to
Viking.
say what's it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't answer questions.
Because I mean, I've met plenty of people in my life that are very proud of their heritage, you know, enough to get it tattooed on their body. But it's like, you know, you find out where they were born and raised, and it's like, okay, you know, that makes sense, and you know, good on you for being proud of your heritage. But you know, sometimes people get things tattooed on their bodies like a flag, but they've never been to the place where that flag is from. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
And nothing against them, but it's just a different type of saying, hey, where you from? You know what I mean? Like I've seen people with both American and Italian or American and Irish flags tattooed on their bodies. But, you know, they're praising the heritage, like the genealogy and the travel of how they got to be where they are. Rather than being like, hey, well, you know, from where they were born or where they spent most of their time. I grew up a traveling kid, and I have Irish heritage. So when people ask me where I'm from, it's like, oh, geez. That's why I say, like, do you want to know where I live now? Do you want to know where I spent most of my time? And all the way back to genealogy, it's like, well, I'm from the last place that I was, I guess. I was just at the grocery store.
Just I've been around. I've been around.
Yeah. It's all good though. So like even going back to the language thing, you know, somebody down under or somebody in Asia or somebody in Africa or somebody in the UK or Europe, they could send you a text message and you could read it. And it'll just be words that you understand. But when you talk to somebody and you hear the accent in their voice or the slang that they use, it'll be like, hey, are you from the southern United States, like Louisiana? Or are you from Australia? Or, you know, you can tell, you know, and vice versa. It's like, you must be from the United States. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So like, if, you know, where I live, if somebody comes up to me and asks me a question like, hey, how far down is this store or this restaurant or whatever? And if they sound like me, then I can talk the way I talk and give them directions. But if somebody sounds like they're not from around here, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I might have to be a little more concise and specific, you know, and cut out any like local talk, you know what I mean? Because
Yeah, 'cause
somebody
they
from
won't
out of town,
understand. Yeah.
they're not going to know like street names or stuff like that, quite possibly. And that's you know, like what do you call it? Like I guess like a judgment on the spot. Like, hey, I assume you're not from here, so I'm going to give you a distance and lefts and rights, rather than saying, oh yeah, go down to Cook Street where the gas station is, and because they don't know where Cook Street is.
No.
So you give them a distance, and they can watch it as they go. Like, okay, we've traveled half a mile, and he said there will be an intersection, and there will be this specific thing on the corner, and that's where we turn, and then it'll be the second right on the right, you know? Versus like we were saying about reading things, you get no emotion from it, you get no accent from it. Sometimes context is lost without the sound, without the affliction, without the satire, without the joke, you know.
Just the facts, ma'am. All we need is the facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cart, he said he was going to meet with the president of Puerto Rico. I wonder if anybody ever explained to him that he is he was the president of Puerto Rico.
It's
Isn't it
4
the
o'clock
little-
in the morning, and now the Kiwi's finally yawning.
Isn't it a little annoying, Kiwi, that you have a clock that's constantly mocking you?
No, it's calling you a cuckoo, not me. I like my cuckoo clock. It's cool. It's got a little bird inside that comes out of opening shutters when it chimes.
Oh, it wouldn't be much of a cuckoo clock if it didn't.
It's true.
I always like those clocks, from the cuckoo clock to the one that sends like the dancing group out. Like, I always thought those things were
the
absolutely
little thing that comes out and goes around.
yeah.
In their
I mean,
lederhosen and stuff.
They get pretty elaborate, but I always just loved them.
You know, it brings up a very important question.
Mm-hmm.
How come once an hour a grandfather doesn't come out of a grandfather clock?
Oh, it's because they rather than put the casket in the ground, they just built a clock on top of them, and they stand it up in the hallway. So like the grandfather clock is just reminding you that time is ticking, and this is what happens to you when you die.
So don't try nothing funny.
Yeah, we had a grandfather clock, but you had to wind it. It wasn't it had these weights.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pendulums.
It had these 3 weights. So it like had a glass front, and it had the clock face up at the top, but then down you could see these 3 weights, and the 3 weights would move
like on
in
a
sync.
chain? On a chain, or are you talking about the pendulums?
It wasn't a pendulum. It was like weights on a chain.
Okay, yeah.
I thought that was the coolest thing.
They are cool, and you wind them up at night. Yeah.
You know, me and a guy at work.
Wait, I gotta interrupt just to remind the people in chat that we do not bring outside arguments in here. Everybody is welcome as long as they behave themselves. I just thought I'd mention that. I've got a button and I know how to use it.
Keep your finger on the button.
Yeah, just be good people.
Happy days.
It's a happy Saturday.
Happy days here.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, Muckster. You know how to push buttons too?
I was pushing buttons before it was cool.
Muckster invented buttons.
Oh, jeez. Oh, but I guess what I was gonna say, we were talking about like time and timepieces and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And me and a guy at work, we were talking about like, you know, the hours that we work and stuff like that. And I kind of said like, you know, you can finish a job and then stay on site to get your hours, I guess, is how the conversation started. Said, but if you're done and you've got life to live, you know, check out, go live life. You did your job, but you got to calculate, you know, well, do I need the money, or is the time that I'm about to take to myself to go handle my business and spend time with my family more valuable than that 16, 17, whatever dollars you're going to get for hanging around and doing nothing for an hour? And the conversation boiled down to a guy that worked there for like 42 years, and he retired, and he was taking his like his last paid vacation. So he was basically taking a month off before his official retirement, and he passed away during that time. And then, yeah, and you know, they didn't even tell us, like we had to hear it through the grapevine. So it was like a somber moment. But what I had said to this guy that I was talking to at work, and he's older than me, but we're kind of like the old guys that work there as far as the average age. And I was like, you know, it's just like those perpetual motion watches. If you're wearing a watch that's perpetual motion, when you swing your arm when you walk, your watch will never stop. But the moment you stop swinging your arm, that watch only has so much time before it, stops. So it's like if you stop moving, if you stop doing what you're doing, and you've been doing consistently for 40 plus years, it's like it's kind of like the coincidence of the watch depends on you, and if you stop moving, the watch stops moving. But then you watch something like that happen, and it's like, hey man, even if you're gonna leave, you know, your job and go into retirement, don't stop moving. The moment you stop, you're on the decline of time. And it, you know, it was enjoy your life was basically the crux of the conversation.
Oh no, I had a friend by the name of Mick who seemed to be a very smart guy, and he told me that time is on your side. Yes, it is. On the other hand, Killin mentions that time keeps on ticking into the future. And I believe that was another old friend of mine by the name of Steve Miller who said that.
It waits for no man.
Yeah. Time will never stop. And clocks are just a metric. So I tend to stay away from clocks. I don't want to
Fair
measure
enough.
time. I mean, if you measure time, well, then you make plans, and then you get disappointed when the plans don't go through. But if you never look at a clock and you never make plans, you're always doing what you want to do.
That's freedom.
And you'll never be late for dinner.
Not if you're the one cooking.
Oh, that reminds me of a time we visited my grandparents, and I had made friends with this guy down the street, and we were just throwing football in the backyard, hanging out, just being friends for a day. And my grandmother told me, she said, you know, dinner's at this time. I was like, okay. Well, we played about 2 hours past the time I was supposed to be back for dinner. And these houses are like, there's like three houses apart. And I was like, okay, you know, he got called inside. I was like, okay, I'm going back to my grandma's. And I show up and everybody's done with dinner. And my grandmother, she said, you're late. And so she piled all this food on my plate. She said, you don't get up until you're done. And so I ate the plate of food, and then I went over to my mom and I whispered in her ear. And my grandma was like, what's he saying? Because I didn't have the balls as a kid to approach my grandmother. So I went to my mom, and my grandma said, what's he saying? And I had asked my mom if I could have more greens. And my mom relayed that message to my grandmother, and she hopped out of her chair and she went back over to the refrigerator and she got more greens out, and she goes, I never thought this would ever happen. My kids never did this.
Must have tasted
It was like,
pretty good then, eh?
yeah, my mom was like, you think you're gonna punish my kids with food? Like, yeah, he was late, but you think you're gonna a punishment would be like, you know, maybe mowing the grass like a chore or taking out the trash or something like that. But you're gonna punish them with good food? Yeah.
Grandma's cooking's always the best, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it always was.
Mm.
She was one of those stereotype grandmas, you know what I mean? Like, she never had to work because grandpa did good, and she never had a driver's license. She never drove a car. She raised 7 kids, and she was just a golden woman. I swear, my grandmother was
from a different time too, eh? Different way of life and everything. Yeah.
And, it was, and I was the last grandchild, so you know, my cognitive era that I got to spend with her, like, she rarely smiled. She never complained about anything. But she was just this beam of light. You know what I mean? She didn't talk much, but But when she was in the room, it was almost like being in the queen's presence. You know what I mean?
Mm. They always had a presence, didn't they? Ladies from that time, you know, the matriarch of the family holding the house together. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, cool, man. Because you're a cook, aren't you? On track, you're a chef. Is that what you
I
still
took
do?
Oh no, I took it as an occupation, and I
Yeah.
was a better teammate than I was like so like as far as career wise, yeah, you could look at it and be like, oh wow, but as far as my experience, I was a better teammate. You know what I mean?
Okay. Okay.
So the people that had passion, you know, they were the creators, they were the doers, and
Yeah.
I was their right hand man. You know what I mean?
Sure. Do you think that came from your grandmother's influence?
No, I really don't.
No. Okay.
I think I mean, looking back at it, I think what I got most from my grandparents was like stoicism.
Okay.
But as far as like skill based occupation stuff, like being a chef or something like that,
Yeah.
my first job, I was working fast food, and
Okay.
and
Okay.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
when I went through the training process to be a chef, it was just like pick a job. You know, it was a military job, so
Sure. Sure.
I never considered myself a fighter. So it was like, hey, if I'm going to join this organization, do they have a job for me? And they said, hey, we have this. So I went through that process. But like I said,
Okay.
I was more of like a Johnny on the spot. Hey, go get this. Keep track of these numbers.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. But as you know, I could cook, and I get creative for my own meals sometimes. But as far as like presentation, the whole, like I mentioned, the Scaffier earlier, that's not me. I'm no artist. Like I look up a
Okay.
recipe. I look up a recipe to cook my food. I don't just do things. And most of the time, my wife looks up the recipe and she just wants me to, you know, use the knife and cut things to the size they need to be
Okay.
cut. And so I'm
Okay.
even a teammate to her when she's like, "Hey, I want to cook this." I'm like, "Okay,
No,
what do you want me
you're
to
just
do?"
the assistant. You're the kitchen assistant. Yeah. Oh, very cool. Very cool.
And that's something to be said too, because you know, when you become a leader, um, you don't always have to be telling people what to do. You need to be
Mhm.
there for them when their passion is taking over, and then you can lead from within. You know what I mean?
Sure. Sure.
I've even thought about this at my workplace. You know, you think about like getting promotions or something. It's like, oh well, I want to get this job, and it'll take some load off my back, and I'll create schedules and hire and fire people or write people up or whatever. But if you truly want to be a leader and you've already done that other side of stuff, like I can sit where I am, and when new people come in, like they're going to spend more time with me out on the floor
Hmm.
than they are going to be spending time with their supervisor or their trainer, because eventually
Yep.
they're going to get trained and they're going to move on. But immediately after training, it's like you're still new, and you got to have leaders on the floor that are going to be there to help people along the way that are open to questions. Like, I will stop what I'm doing if you have a question. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes they say, know the job above you and know the job below you. But if you stay right where you are and you know the job above and the job below, you can help the leaders with certain things that you're seeing on the floor, and you can help the newbies with things that they missed in training.
Become a supporter rather than a boss.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not gonna tell you that I'm not the one to write you up. You know what I'm saying?
Sure,
But
sure.
if I can just give you a words of encouragement to do it a different way, or you don't know where something is. I mean, if you got 100 people floating around, but you only have one boss, if everybody who has an issue goes straight to the boss,
yeah,
well, the boss can't do his job then. He can't watch the security cameras. He can't create the schedule. He's going to be answering questions all day. But if you just ask the person next to you that's been there for 10 years and you've been there for 10 minutes, they might be able to solve your problem.
That's what I was always about, was words of encouragement. Like, you'd see what somebody was doing and you'd just say something like, "Are you a fucking moron? That's not how that's done." That sort of thing.
That's very soft and caring.
Yeah, that's me.
I haven't seen that side of you before.
To me, the best leader is someone who would not ask their underlings, I guess, to do something that they themselves have not done or would not do.
I slightly disagree with you.
Well, how can I ask someone to do something that I haven't done or that I wouldn't do?
I think you should know what the people have to do, but I don't think you should be able to do their job as well as they do. But you should have some appreciation for what it takes to move those 140 cases of Coke from that side of the warehouse and get them in the trucks, and that sort of thing. But you shouldn't necessarily have to be able to do it yourself. Because if you're talking like a big company, you can't possibly know every job.
It's just a bit hard to swallow sometimes when you get someone who comes down as a manager or whatever, belting out orders or telling you to do things that can't be done in that order or whatever.
Yeah,
because
that
they
is
don't know
true
what
too.
the fuck they're talking about. They have no idea or concept of what has to happen for that to take place, and they get all shitty when things don't go their way, because it's just the mechanics of the operation that don't work like that, and that becomes very difficult for people to put up with. I find anyway. That's what I find.
Yes, like Cart said, have knowledge of the process, not actually carry it out. Yeah, you have to know what's required. You can't, like you said, you give somebody an order that's actually impossible to do.
Yeah.
But I believe too, my actual theory of management is if a person gets the job done that you need done, I don't care how you do it. You know, like I said, you got to move those 100 cases of Coke. I don't care if you're stupid, you're going to carry them one by one, or if you're going to go and get the forklift and do it, or whatever you do. As long as those 100 cases of Coke are in those trucks by 8 a.m. or whatever, no, I wouldn't care. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
I mean,
I do not believe in micromanaging, basically.
oh, that's so annoying. It just comes down to harassment half the time, micromanaging people.
Yeah, I gotta say, my job is not micromanaged. Like, with you
Okay.
have to create an issue before it gets addressed. So when we go in and we do things smoothly and correctly, everything goes. You don't talk to nobody. You know, there's no issues. You move on with your life. But if you like, because of what I look at every day, you know, everything kind of blurs together. Like you can't see the forest for the trees. You know what I mean? And if I make a mistake, if I pick up the wrong thing and put it on, there's somebody that's there to check me. And if I picked up the wrong package and put it on there, they're going to bring it back to me. And they're going to say, hey, you did this wrong. And I'm going to fix it. I'll be like, oh, you know, maybe I was daydreaming or something, you know?
Another kind of boss I hate when you talk about that is, you know, you've been working there for 5 years. You've been moving those packages for 5 years, 1,800 packages a day. And the one day you do that, you put the wrong package on the wrong pile, and the boss comes over and he's like, untrackable, what we need to do is we got to make sure when we move this package that you take this package and you got to look at the label and you got to take, and it's like, he knows damn well that you have moved 1 million of those packages without a mistake before that, but he still is going to explain the whole process to you. You know, you ever had somebody like that?
Yep. Yep.
I had a boss that was like that.
Have. Even I have a supervisor now that I grew up in the company with, and so he has a year of time more than me, but he's also done more things than me. He's ventured around and done like every little job, and he's a go-getter and he's a good guy, and I consider him a friend of mine. But even him in the supervisor role come over to me and be like, hey, you're falling behind, and you know, you're causing a big backup and this, that, or the other. And you know, I just kind of suck up in that moment what he said, but then afterwards I felt it necessary to go back to him and have a one-on-one, you know, when I'm not busy, to where we can just have a conversation. And I had to explain to him, like, hey, when the orders are this mixed up, it takes longer to produce each thing. And like, I haven't had a break in 7, almost 8 hours. I've been hustling straight through, and it's the orders. It's the way things are built. Some days we're ahead by a mile, and some days the orders are wild. Like, you know, you get near the holiday seasons and everybody's on sale and you're pushing heavy weight, and it's like, hey, I did everything I could to be correct and to be safe and to not damage things, and it's just the way things are. Like, you know, you don't come over and give me praise when I'm a mile ahead, but if I get an inch behind, like, you know, and I'm one of those people where it's like, if you call me out, like, I'm going to get my heart rate up and I'm going to use that as motivation to do everything in my power to, you know, push harder, I guess. But then there's still that integrity of doing it the right way, doing it the safe way. And if you're still behind, it's like, well, I'll just take the L today, because I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I can make this machine move faster, or, you know, I don't control the orders. I just build them. And when the situation that be, like, I'll have that conversation with my supervisor, you know, calmly explaining the statistics, and we'll go over actual numbers of time and cases and stuff like that. And it usually ends in a stalemate. Like, nobody ever concedes, you know, failure. You know, so I just take the L and say, hey, you know, that day wasn't good, but when you need me, I'm still here to do what I got to do. And nobody else in the building wants to do what we have to do. And that's just like, hey, I've kind of made myself indispensable. I don't bank on being that, but when you are like trying to recruit into your section and they're like, oh yeah, I'll give that a try, that looks fun. But then when they actually do it, it's like they either say it's boring or it's too sensitive, or, you know, they're always complaining about something. And it's like, well, then go back to what you were doing before.
Oh, damn. I was just about to mention something that Nikki said, and we lost her.
See you, Nikki. Take care.
Thanks for coming in, Nikki. But I was going to say, I was thinking about part of what she said before about not asking somebody to do something you're not willing to do yourself. And I'm thinking about, like, you know, if you think of it like a military thing, where it's like you don't send a man into battle if you're not willing to go to battle yourself, it makes total sense. But on the other hand, I'm thinking in other situations where it's like, you know what, dude, I went to college so I don't have to be the guy to put the waders on and climb down into a sewer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've heard people say that on a work site or on a job site or whatever, and I think a bit of respect for the person who is actually doing the thing and their knowledge and their capabilities and skills should come into it sometimes, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not your fucking slave, you know? Don't talk to me like I'm a piece of shit. I'm doing this job for us, for the team, for the company, for whatever. You don't have to talk to me. Don't talk down to me, you know? Because otherwise you'd turn around and say, well, you want me to do A, B, and C. You show me how. You're the leader.
Yeah, but
you're the supervisor. You show me.
But you're from New Zealand, aren't you? Used to people looking down on you?
Are you looking up you?
Yep. Yeah, I can certainly. There's a lot of truth in that.
Yeah.
Well, Muck, I'm in North Carolina. Are you looking down on me?
Well, yeah, but it has nothing to do with where you live.
Virginians always thought that was something special, didn't they?
I'm not a Virginian. I'm above the Mason-Dixon.
Mm-hmm.
I live up there where the people won that war.
You didn't win, you just didn't lose.
Yeah, nobody was really winners in that war.
Yeah, I don't think so, eh?
Nobody really wins war.
No, it's just a destruction, waste of life. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I got this quote from a video game, but I'm pretty sure it's a real quote from somewhere, and that is, "Only the dead see the end of war."
Mm.
Yeah, it's probably true because the scars live for a long time, don't they? You know? In the
Somebody's
return,
always
people.
and I hate it.
Yeah, there's victims everywhere from every war. It just goes on and on and on. Yeah.
And somebody's always willing to punch somebody else for no reason. No real reason. Like handshakes, I think, go along a lot further than violence. Like, come to an agreement, even if it's a disagreement. Agree to disagree, and move on.
Agree to walk away. Just walk away. Why does it have to be violence? You know, like just shake hands or say, no, okay, fair enough. You said your piece. I'm walking away. You know.
Yeah. I've lived. I'm 41 years old, and honestly, the only actual fights, like out of anger, that I ever was in, was with my siblings, growing up.
Okay. Okay.
As an adult, never once, outside of fun, have I, been in an actual fight.
Yep. Yep.
Because it just isn't necessary. I do believe in maintaining capabilities, but the purpose, it's like, hey, we're getting a little rowdy out here. We're getting a little drunk. We're getting a little this. We're getting a little that. Somebody said something to somebody. Somebody said something to me, and it's like, yeah, well, maybe that person doesn't like me, so I just won't engage with that person.
Yeah,
I don't
distance
I don't
yourself.
defend my honor by fighting them just because they said some nasty shit about me. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck.
Depends how far it goes, I suppose.
Well, I guess you could say the truth hurts. So if somebody's saying something truthful, like if you did something, the truth can hurt, but at the same time, you have to accept everything that you've done. You know what I mean? So if you actually did something and somebody says something about it, again, it's like they're probably preaching to the choir about what you did.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't.
Yeah.
They were there. You're just, saying it now. You're just bringing up the past. So it's like, ooh, am I gonna fight or? No, yeah, okay. I'm beyond that moment now. But if somebody, getting aggressive and attacks you, like, defend yourself for real. But there's multiple ways to defend yourself. Sometimes the best defense is to, create distance.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But sometimes I wonder about what people say, how they say it. Yeah, defending your freedom of speech. You've got the right to say whatever you like. But I think it needs to be conditioned by the truth, because you get a lot of people on here on YouTube saying a lot of stuff, and some of it's not true. So, and I despise lies. I despise liars, So, it's difficult sometimes to weigh up people's right to say whatever they want against blatant lies,
Well, there are protections against that as well.
Mm.
For instance, if you want to say whatever you want, and you as the speaker know that it's not true,
Mm.
you can put in your description that it's satire or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like
If you're having a joke or whatever. Yep.
like the water's turning the frogs gay, or 9/11 was a conspiracy, or whatever. You can put things in your description to protect yourself as the sayer, but then in the respondees to whatever you say, like there's also defamation, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
So like if somebody says something against you that actually can be calculated to loss, that's a law. That's a protection against for your existence.
I understand, but the destructive power of a lie can be quite a thing. There's a guy on YouTube here that is in Florida, and he's got a neighbor that has spent maybe the last 6 months or even longer blatantly lying about him and lying on him, and going through the legal channels to create trouble for someone, and they have lost money and they can calculate it. And I understand the frustration of dealing with liars and them being believed by some people. Sometimes you can't argue, or you can't reason your way out of people that are just blatantly lying and probably have something psychologically wrong with them. And it's hard to change people's minds sometimes, and you just want to punch them in the face. So that's
there's a lot of people who would rather believe an ugly lie than the truth. If I started telling people that Track beats his daughter, there's a lot of people who they just automatically want to accept that. If you say, he's a great father and, he does this and that, they're like, oh, that's nice. You say something bad, they're like, I always had a feeling about that guy. It's just a funny thing with people.
Yeah. And sometimes the most outrageous lie is what's believed until the truth comes out. And then I think, could you not see through that? Could you not understand that was a lie? That was all made up?
A lot of times that lie still hangs over people even after it's been proved.
Years later. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Exactly. Defamation ruins your reputation, and sometimes it's hard to change someone's mind. So you have to give it a rattle, I suppose. You know what I mean? And some people are just wired that way, that they always lie. Lies just keep coming out. And I really despise that. I really hate that.
Mm-hmm. By the way, our freedom of speech doesn't mean you're allowed to say whatever you want. It
Oh,
just
sorry,
means
that
the
was me being
government,
flippant. Yeah,
the
yeah,
government's not allowed to control what you say.
yeah. But you have fighting words are
Yes.
considered, and defamation and slander
Yeah, there's
as
always
well, aren't they? Yeah,
there's
yeah.
limits to every right. Hello, Izzy.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that always bugs me is when I'd see people. I used to see it on Facebook all the time, and now I see it on YouTube.
Yeah.
When somebody, well, let's say I had decided to that guy that was here before making comments, and you notice when he didn't get what he wanted, he just went away on his own. But
Just went away. Yeah, yeah.
if I had removed his comments and be like, "Oh, is there no freedom of speech?" and it's like, no, there isn't, because
Yeah,
this
there
is
doesn't have to be,
YouTube,
yeah.
and YouTube can control what you say, and this is my channel, and I can control what I allow people to say. It's not the same as a guy standing with a sign in front of Congress saying, we need more taxes.
You do need more taxes, but just on certain people.
Yeah, this is true. This is very true.
The top 1% should pay more tax in every
Yep.
country, all around the world.
Instead, they
And-
keep giving them the breaks. Is that track?
No, I was gonna say for sure, like your control of the space that you've created. It's your rules or the highway. Because I know you guys have said things about cursing and stuff like that, but at the same time, I think that you're refereeing of the way that I talk. Like, yeah, it's gonna happen, but it's not gonna happen in an aggressive manner, and you get to rule on that. Like, if I come up here and send those words towards a subject in in a certain type of manner, then that's going to be a foul, and I expect you to do what you do, like you said about pressing buttons. But you also understand me and the way I talk, and sometimes when I'm passionate about what I'm saying, it's going to happen, and I appreciate the leniency, but I also understand the rules. So,
Well, I notice most people can live by them. Like we always said, we're not looking for G, we're looking for PG-13. We're not totally against, but you get those people that they can't talk without saying the F and MF this, FF, FFFFMFFF, that's not necessary. If you can't talk without saying that, go somewhere else.
I just mute and say it to myself.
There you go.
That works. Yeah.
I mean,
and
most of us
I
were
appreciate-
here and there.
Because we've talked many times, and so I just want to say on as far as your channel goes, I appreciate that leniency, and I do my best to not abuse it. You know what I mean?
You're
Because
not a
when
big
you talk
swearer
about
anyway, Trey.
say what you want to say, but like if just like the word like, if I said every time like trying to get like my point like across like it'd be like, oh man, that'd be so annoying. That like might as well be a curse word if you can't like make a full like sentence without like saying like you know what I mean?
Yeah, I always try to police myself on those kind of things. Sometimes you don't even realize you're doing it, but yeah, you're right. Anybody who does anything like that, it's annoying. one of the things I found from doing videos, when I first started doing stuff, I showed one to a friend of mine and asked, hey, what do you think? And see, and I'm one of those people, and I know I am rare, that when I say I want your honest opinion, I actually want it. And she gave me her honest opinion. She said, well, you say like, a lot. Like, well, I was thinking that maybe, and I didn't really think of it until she said that. Now I go back, and a lot of the times what I'm doing with editing my videos is taking out a whole bunch of us, But
You're aware of it now.
Yeah.
You catch it now. Yeah.
But I know people like that too that will say like on everything. There's other repetitive things people do like that. Oh, like I was so like happy to,
Like a valley girl.
And it's almost like speaking off of the cuff, like when like when trying to fill the void while you're thinking about what you're about to say, because maybe the question got you, or what you're about to say got you thinking about what you're about to say. So you don't want to create an empty space where somebody's going to jump in. So you have to, do so that way you can keep talking. And it's inherent. I think it's part of, finding the words in your head. Like we were talking about vocabulary earlier. You're trying to find the right word.
Mhm.
And, sometimes you might make up a word, but you're trying to find the right word to get your point across. And your vocabulary, if you're reaching for something new, you may not remember the word. So you kind of gotta, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious,
It's okay to slow down, though. It's okay to slow a conversation down.
Yeah.
If you need to reach for those words, you don't have to be in a hurry all the time. You know what I mean? People are always in a hurry to get a message across.
When I heard you say track, you didn't overuse it, but as soon as you heard it, I thought, a lot of people use a lot. That's another one, just like the like. Well,
But it's a question in your statement. You're either looking for a head nod, or if somebody says, no, I don't know what you're talking about. And then that can completely change. You're talking about a situation, and somebody could be like, and you're like, yeah, I know. I get it. I understand whatever it is that you're explaining.
Except
Or
sometimes people will say that to me, and I'll say no, because they'll say things like, well, you know that Trump would make a much better president. It's like, no, I do not know that. Well, God is watching over all of us. No, I don't know that either. So it's not always a sentence. They're like telling me what I know.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, definitely.
I always think, oh, hello, Izzy.
Good morning.
Oh, who let her in?
I always try to think, what would Muckster say? What would Muckster say here?
That's it. Everybody should live. Everybody should live that way.
Yeah, that steers me quite well. It's good.
What's up,
WWM,
Track, Muckster?
WWMD. What would Muckster do? Everybody should
What
live
would
that way.
Muckster do?
Yeah, let's not do that. But I have to defend you now. It's hard on YouTube because I don't see your faces. I don't see if you're nodding or not. There's always a delay. So there is a reason why people say, yeah, no. What's up, Sharky? And same with when you're talking and you're telling a story, I sometimes, well, actually not sometimes, often use right. Again, looking for the head nod to see if you're listening.
But see, you're putting the you know at the end of the sentence. That's different. If you say, there is at least
Uh-oh.
1,000
Uh-oh.
varieties of apple, you know? It's instead of, you know, there's 1,000 varieties of apple.
Oh, I see what you mean. But
Yeah.
typically, the reason I use it is because
Careful.
I cannot see the head nod.
Yeah.
Some
know?
heads you don't want to see. I just got to hide from the boss. The boss is here.
Oh
He's
boy.
micromanaging us.
Ariel's here?
I thought Muckster
No,
was
the
here
other
the whole
guy.
time.
The other guy.
Muckster's the boss. No, Izzy's here. Izzy's the boss. Hi, Izzy.
Hey,
He's the
by the
boss.
way, thank you, Finkel, for letting me use the StreamYard.
That was
Because,
Muckster.
and also
Muckster's-
teaching me.
I taught you.
Well, this is to the whole team. Y'all did it.
Oh,
And thank you for allowing me to use your StreamYard.
I thought it was
I guess-
Muckster's.
I guess she didn't hear about the latest meeting.
Oh, shoot. Am I going to get booted out?
Yeah, you're out of here.
Dang it.
Yeah, you're gone.
We're bringing
Oh.
Cart in.
Dang it.
She has a cuter accent.
I thought you bought all the channels and the StreamYard for $9.99.
That is true. I mean, there is an agreement between Finkel and I and you guys. The joke is on you.
That was actually just supposed to be buying Finkel's seat, though.
Oh, just my seat. Oh, okay.
Well, he
That's
offered the
very
rest,
cheap.
and I took him.
Well, thank you
That's
for letting
very
me come
cheap.
up. I'm
No
sorry.
problem. No problem.
No.
So right now, I run all the StreamYards for every single one of them. Yeah, no?
All 10 seats.
Wait, no, I don't know. You're gonna have to explain it.
Literally.
I was actually surprised. I was on a panel last night just for a couple minutes. And I won't discuss the topic here, I promise. But
Yeah, we all know.
6 seats. I haven't seen a StreamYard with a 6-seat limit. Was that StreamYard or was that something else?
I think
that
that's those
was. That's what
people
I
who
used to
are.
have.
That's those people that are too cheap to either buy StreamYard or get you to give them a seat.
Oh,
Sometimes they limit it, I think, because they don't want to have 10 people shouting at each other.
that makes sense. That makes sense because
It is the free. It's the free version, though. The free version only comes with 6.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but what you don't know is how I run my channel, and I run my channel by going to other people's StreamYards and not paying nothing. I just pull up.
That is a double negative there. Not paying
Hello.
nothing, huh?
Yeah. Hello, G-Ops.
What's up, G?
Yeah, and the
G-Ops.
proper
What
way,
is
by
that?
the
What's a
way,
G-Ops for?
the proper way to use the double negative isn't I don't pay nothing. It's I ain't paying nothing.
Right. Is
Paying
G-Ops like a government operation or is it like a gay operation?
Oh, well, that's a whole different kettle of fish, isn't it?
Oh, shoot.
It's
I just
what do
made
you mean?
myself a target.
What does it mean you found a way to tell the names in a different way? What does that mean?
Who says that? Where's that?
Multi-voice. I am AKA Carrie. Says Finkel. I found a way to tell the names in a different way.
Yeah. I'll tell you, he's not been around all that long, but a long time ago, I gave up on trying to figure out half of what Carrie says.
Oh, okay. Because I,
Well, that's
I,
just
I would like
me.
to know, because, for example, the host with the most, I have no idea who that is. I know Untrackable. I know Izzy. I know Kiwi. Oh, wait a minute. Dark Matter lives. Oh, okay. I don't know who that is. I know who Kiwi is, but Kiwi Dark Matter lives. I don't know who that is. I'm kidding, Untrackable. I know who you are. Oh, wait, I do. Yeah, I do. Oh, Stay Vigilant. That's new. Okay. I don't know who that is. So I don't know. Multi-voice, what that means.
Looks like Track is going bald, is what I see.
That's why I'm
Really
not.
bald.
Like
Oh,
who's in his
Mm.
hair?
make a wish. Rub the top, make a wish.
Damn, that is a lot of bald for.
Oh, I just assumed with the big beard, I thought he was a big fluffy hairy guy.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah. I'm not aware of ever seen him with his hat off. Or maybe I saw him
Oh.
before a recent haircut.
It's not
Wait.
terrible.
Wait. What did I say wrong?
A
Just
lot of
about-
things.
Cart says I'm being generous. I screwed up somewhere.
Oh,
That's funny. Finkel and I think alike, which is very scary.
GOPS is gay government. Ops.
Oh, okay.
If he's a gay government operator, there are some people who can spot an operator. An op knows an op.
Ooh.
Oh, that was mean. I'm sorry. I crossed the line. Sorry, FMAK. That's
Ooh,
why
ooh,
it's
ooh.
lost.
I actually didn't. I didn't hear a word you said right there. I was
Oh, okay.
I was reading another
Ooh.
Carrie post, and I know you were saying something about gay people, so I just assumed it was wrong.
Oh, okay.
I think he said gay government.
Gay government. For GOPS says gay government. I think he's answering what does the G stand for. That would be actually GGOPS, wouldn't it? Can we call you GG?
Government. Oh yeah, that's true.
I sing different voices, Finkel, and I go by that name on karaoke. Oh, actually, I
Seeing
started.
different voices. Do you hear them often?
to.
The voices.
She's talking to Carrie, not you.
Oh, well, he hears gravel in the background, like someone's walking in the gravel.
Mm. So you hear voices.
Yeah.
What do they tell
Honestly,
you?
They tell me I'm fine. Everything's good.
Oh, all right. Now if I click
They're
here.
lying to you.
Yeah, actually, your voices are nuts. Oh, geez,
Yeah.
I thought everybody got kicked off for a second there.
I kicked everyone off. Okay. Okay, I was goofing around, see what it looks like with the camera pointed at the screen. Now I know. There's my handsome hair. Oh, that's
Yes.
What's everybody doing today on this fine Saturday?
I just woke up. Well, I got off at 9:30 in the morning. I just woke up and I got a bit of a headache.
Yeah, I have a headache.
Well,
I've had a headache for a long time, I feel like.
It's like 5 o'clock on Sunday in New Zealand, isn't it?
I don't know.
5:02. Yeah, 7 degrees.
We're killing
Nice.
time. The reason we were looking at my screen is because I'm a playful child. I just goof around sometimes, and I was like, "What would happen if I did this?"
You do.
Like
You
turn
do.
back-
You do understand that the word for playful child at your age is senile.
Shh.
Dottery. Dotteral.
They talked me into withdrawing my candidacy and endorsing my vice president. Yes, very senile. Finkel,
By the way, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I was just reading. I can read silently.
I need 19 more subs to hit 300.
No, I don't think you want to do that
Why?
because I only have like 250, and I don't.
No
think
one
you
cares
should-
about you.
Oh,
All right, all 8 of you in the chat. Those of you who are not subbed to Izzy,
I think they
Do it.
all are subs.
If she hits 300, I'm going to go unsub just to screw with her.
Oh, if I hit 300, probably by this weekend, let's make a bet. Let's
know
do
what?
something. Muckster, I'll be your boss. You can't say anything. You can't do any. You can't ban people. You can't scream at people for a week.
I haven't banned or screamed at anybody since we started the new channel.
It
Dang
occurred to
it.
me,
Then I need something better.
Finkel is sub to Izzy, but Finkel 2 and Finkel 3 is not.
Then do it.
Well, you know, the thing is, whenever we were first pushing Izzy,
Mm-hmm.
I subbed about 4 times, you know, with the different FMAKs and stuff, so I could sabotage her
Appreciate that.
real quick.
That's what you
But we
count.
need a good. By the way, Kiwi, you have good hair. Speaking of bald people.
thank you.
Yeah.
As do you, Izzy.
I know.
You have got
I
some-
know.
You've
Oh,
got some
Izzy.
hair. Yeah.
Izzy has great hair.
I have
Yeah.
my Goldilocks. I actually,
like
my
the-
hair is actually curly.
It's like the only
Wavy.
thing she has going for her.
Okay.
Hey, I have good hair too. I have good hair too. I just have less of it.
Yeah. Yeah, most of yours is on the bathroom floor.
Yeah, I've always had good hair. Dang you,
I gotta
Muckster.
say, I'm not really going bald or anything, but, you know, see, it's still there. But
Yeah, it
whenever
is
I
for
comb my
somebody
hair,
your
I
age.
do leave quite a bit of it in the comb.
Cart, I am not fixated on men's hair. We were talking about hair. This guy's going bald. This guy has good hair. Next to him, I have good hair. Finkel has good hair. Muckster, we don't care about. You know.
We learned a lot about Cart today, by the way.
I
She's-
have good hair. That looks
GMK
like
said hair is. Yeah, you have good hair.
Okay.
GMK said hair is overrated.
Well, I think we know what GMK looks like now.
That's funny.
I mean, I get nervous
It
when I go
is.
to the barber. Every time I go to the barber, I think I'm going to come out looking like
Oh
untracked.
wait.
'Cause I know I'm
Oh
getting
yeah, don't do that.
like some of the longer locks. It won't cover up those thin spots. You have 283 subscriptions. Of
Oh, okay. I thought it was 281. Oh, then
It
never
was.
mind.
my 2 socks, my Finkel 2 and my Finkel 3, which used to be, what was it? I changed their names. Political Finkel.
Yeah, I was
and-
going to say political. I forget what it was before political, Finkel.
Then I
Well,
need 17.
There was another one who used to come into F3 when Tuttle would say, Carl Lambert. Yeah, it used to be Carl Lambert and Political Finkel. Now they're Finkel 2
There
and
you
Finkel.
go. Just 17. 17. And then I'm going to, well, Muckster will shave his head. There you go.
Are you plugging
No,
it?
I definitely won't do that. I was just going to say I'm
Dang it.
scared to death of ever having any kind of a surgery where they got to shave my head because I'm afraid it won't grow back.
Probably won't.
Are you plugging it on your other social medias? I don't know if you have Facebook.
No, not yet. How about this? I hit 300. I'll braid my hair. I don't even know. I don't know. But I know I'm going to make Muckster do something.
Well, you can't because I'm about to. Okay, no, I guess not.
No, I mean,
I thought maybe
Finkel gave me the.
this channel wasn't subscribed to you yet, but
No, Finkel
Yes.
gave me the key, by the way. Finkel gave me the key. I have access to everything and everybody.
StreamYard.
Hey,
access.
Muckster, you're breaking up a bit. You're
A
crackling.
lot.
that's because I was opening up other channels.
Oh, I thought it was Bluetoothing from the kitchen. Okay. I have a coworker that does that.
I thought we're like finally hearing his real voice. Sorry, Finkel. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It happens when you have more than one person on a panel. The guy who relieves me on Saturday mornings, he has a bad habit of walking around his house while he's on Bluetooth, and he doesn't realize when he's walking out of range, which I don't mind because he just rambles on about nothing. You know, all I want to do is give him the handoff and then go to sleep for an hour. But no, he'll keep talking for 30 minutes about nothing. I mean, he's worse than me and For Public Safety combined. Without taking
Oh my
that
God.
pause, he'll go from got my wife's car fixed to the storm we had last May, which damaged my roof. And oh, by the way, my neighbor's roof cost a lot less than my roof. And I'm like, shut up! I'm trying to take a nap here.
Hey, wait. Did
So,
you just say? Did you just say
You leave Chris
you
alone.
want to?
Stop picking on Chris.
You just want to give a dude a handoff and move along with your day?
What is Kiwi doing?
Handoff is. Do you remember when you stood guard at a motor pool and
I feel like Kiwi's attacking us.
the next guy would come up, you'd brief the next guy? That's what I mean. I'm not talking about a hand job, you pervert.
So
I did not give my relief a hand.
You boys have
Kiwi,
dirty
back me up
minds.
on this. Okay,
Yeah.
I've been on the air for over 5.5 hours. You've been here for
5 hours.
almost all of that.
Get
And
life.
the whole time we've had like 3 to 4 people over here, and nobody's
Oh.
been talking over each other until these last 2 people showed up who said, "Oh, this happened when you got more than."
Watch it.
Yeah, because they've
So
got
wait.
buttons they can push. They got a power trip. This is what I was talking about earlier. Managers
I have
coming
power
in and
now.
trying to micromanage people and tell them what to do and how to do it. They're communists. That's why. That's
Oh,
what's
I
going
have to
on,
use the
man.
power. Wait, Cart
Yeah.
said that she has my hair is similar to hers. I would love to see your hair, Cart.
Izzy, you want to feel more powerless?
Love you, Hannah.
Watch what I could do to you in the FMAK chat.
Oh no.
You were
Wait
doing
a
the-
second. We want Cart to come up. I want to see her hair. She said,
You
so
got
by the
fingered.
way,
Untrackable. I'm fingering you.
I've always had wavy hair, but I didn't know I had curly hair until I moved to the Midwest.
Because of the humidity.
Yeah. I have an afro.
That was very well choreographed, guys. If one of you lean,
You guys are silly.
if Kiwi leans to his left and Untrackable leans to his right, it looks like they're touching the ears, and each one on the opposite ear could like choreograph like they're pulling a string through both. Oh,
I wonder if I need to step down. You guys have.
This is a G-rated or PG-rated.
Yeah, PG. That's right. Yeah.
One time when I was on TPP, I think it was Ariel. I don't remember. Somebody was pouring an orange soda, but I was underneath his panel, and when he was pouring the orange soda, you could see it coming out of the bottle.
Is he taking you?
Oh.
Okay, maybe. All right, bye. Love you. Oops, sorry. I thought I was muted.
You're fine. I was
We love
underneath
you too, Izzy.
I was underneath the other panelist, and he was pouring an orange soda. You couldn't see the glass, but he was pouring it forward towards the camera, and I was underneath it, so I looked up and opened my mouth. It was. I thought it was good. It was funny. Old guy Mitch, buddy.
Here, you want to see Cart's hair?
Okay. Why is the LAN highlighted?
Well, that's just because my mouse went over it as I was trying to make it bigger.
I like her dress.
Can't really see the hair. It's silhouetted.
You can see it's tied back.
It's tied back. I mean, it could be smooth flowing hair. It could be a mop.
I think the rest of us all know. Yeah.
Is she that old? 18 or 11?
That is,
That's
yeah.
pretty old.
That's
I mean,
not
can
her
you not
age.
tell by her dress?
That's not her age. That's the year she was born. Jeez, you guys. Hey, you guys, she's only got 19 subscribers. I think people should do something about that.
Oh, yes.
Help with that.
Put her link down. I'll sub to her. I don't have the power yet. Well, I don't know how. Wait, do I have the power to put her link, Finkel?
You should.
How would he know?
I don't. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is FMAK. I don't know. It's if Muckster gave it to you.
Well, you gave me access to everybody.
Oh.
No, that's just YouTube or StreamYard he gave you access to.
Dang it. So I can't really manipulate this.
Well, you can do links, but
Oh, that's it.
you still can't be mean to me in YouTube.
I was going to, like literally.
I found it.
Do you know that? What'd you find?
Carte Blanche 1811.
Oh, okay.
I just subbed.
Do you know that the Oxford English Dictionary
No.
changed the definition of literally a couple of years ago, so it no longer means literally?
Now it means figuratively.
Yeah, so now we literally have no word that means literally.
Like literally?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you know how people would say, "Oh, I literally died." Well, no, you
I
didn't
did.
literally die.
I literally died.
Well, that's different.
Multiple times. Actually, and I do use the word literally a lot because I deal with children often, and that's what they use. They also use the word like, which I actually just had a class about that and told them if they wanted to sound intelligent, try to use it less.
I like literally use literally like to over explain like the
Like
metaphor.
everything.
Yeah,
Yep.
like
And it's funny, they called me Mrs. Izzy. Mrs. Izzy. I was
Oh,
literally
Mrs.
working like the other day, and then like my friend came over and we like did this, and then like kind of came back. I'm like, oh my gosh.
Well,
Stop.
I just want to say that I like all y'all,
yeah.
and I ain't playing.
You ain't playing.
Okay.
Uh,
That is literally
No.
different.
Notice how everybody jumped in there right away to say, "Oh yeah, we like you too, Track."
For a long time, we called Miss Nikki Miss Nikki, but she's a Mrs. But her last name's not Nikki because Mr. Nikki is also Nikki. So that kind
Oh.
of confused
Well,
me.
actually, wouldn't that kind of make it look like they are using their last names, Mr. and Mrs. Nikki?
Oh, that could be. I mean, I the video that I reposted the other day at the mall, I called someone ma'am, and I didn't even realize it until.
Well, but in my case, my first name is literally Izzy, but they thought it was my last name. My last name, for some reason, they called me Mrs. Izzy, which I thought that was funny, and I did not correct them.
I thought it was an abbreviation for Isabella or Isabel or
It is.
Isadora.
Isadora.
No, it's Isabella. That was the idea, but they went for the shortcut.
Okay. Shorthand. Yeah. It makes things more efficient.
You mean they named you your nickname without giving you the full name?
Well, but then when they are mad, they do say Isabella. Actually,
those-
Hippie still calls me Isabella, which is funny.
Those
And I like it.
Persians are strange people.
Those Persians are very strange.
I'm not asking you what it is because it might be something embarrassing, but do you have a middle name?
No, we don't have middle names.
Because that's when my father was mad. That's how you knew he was mad. He'd pull out the middle name.
No, we don't have middle names over there. That's just you people.
Is it
Well-
true that J.D. Vance said that America is the best country in the United States?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it could be someone just making fun of him. I don't know.
Not
But
in the United States.
A few years ago, someone said Venezuela or some other Mexican country. I'm like, what? What the hell's a Mexican country?
Well, that was on Fox News at one time. There was a scroll going across the bottom of the screen where it said,
Oh, right.
I forget if it was like Venezuela or Guatemala or whatever, but it said Guatemala and other Mexican countries.
Yeah, that's it. That was the reference. Thank you.
That's funny. I am actually very impressed. I was talking with those high schoolers and at just how much they know, especially with the entire AI stuff.
Mhm.
I mean, they're born into it, and we Well, my child the other day told me that I was older than Google. I almost gave her the middle finger, and then I decided not to. You know,
And by the
we
way,
actually
Ariel, know
learn
this.
from them.
This is now recorded, Ariel. You missed it.
A
I'm
little while
sorry. Go
ago,
ahead.
Muckster
Who's
was saying
Ariel? Does
how they-
Ariel know I'm his new boss?
Ariel's a little slow on these things. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
You
It's
gotta
my
watch out
chicken.
because Ariel outranks you on the YouTube side also.
A
Dang.
little while ago, Muckster was telling us how when it was just him and the Kiwi, they didn't interrupt each other, but he just interrupted both of us. But that's okay.
Yeah,
That's
but I am in charge.
And you would
Hey,
think
I'll
he
just
would know
say
better because he is more educated, according to him, and read a ton of library books, right?
Actually, I never got my bachelor's, so you got me on education too.
On the kids being smart or dumb, I hear a lot of us fellow geezers. That excludes Untrackable, to Kiwi and Izzy. Us geezers, people mine and Muckster's age and other similar ages, above 50. We hear all the time how kids these days aren't very smart. I think I'm more willing to say aren't very motivated, because I'm really impressed with the intelligence of kids. For
Who
example,
said they're not smart?
well, I don't know if I can quote anybody saying it, but they make references to it,
Okay.
including myself. I've caught myself doing it because they might not know the difference between Iraq and Iran. But I'm thinking when I was in 9th grade, I didn't know until it came up in history class. My best world geography was a risk board, and it was all called Middle East.
Yeah. No, I wish I was able to video the meeting that I just had with a bunch of, I had some sophomores, juniors, and I think 2 seniors, high school, and I was just amazed with the knowledge that they have. Amazed.
You know, once I got on, when I got on the internet and started to
That's the second time he cut us off.
It's only Finkel. I started talking to people all over the world, and especially because of the game forum I was on, there was a lot of like high school kids. And I was amazed when I'd be having conversations with kids from 14 to 16, just how sophisticated their thinking could be and stuff. You know, it's like, it just, because I would like be having these conversations online, and then I'd see these kids walk through the library, and it was hard to put the two things together because the ones I'd see in person, you know, seemed like idiots.
Right. I was just amazed. One of them, actually, we were just, it was a broad conversation just about what's going on, what they need, what are we doing, how can we do things differently, blah, blah, blah. One of them, who is going to Spain to study abroad, this one, he was a junior, I believe.
Must be a hell of a broad.
Oh, come on.
Sorry, I had to.
Yikes. Okay, so we're talking about high schoolers there.
Yeah.
Anyway, so he had a younger sibling, and he said that his younger sibling, do you know what a gaga pit is?
No.
Track, you probably know, right? You have a little one. Gaga pit.
I have never heard of a gaga pit.
Okay, so a gaga pit is like an enclosed place where they play games, and then people get kicked out of the enclosed. It's like a little square pad, and then it's padded, and they play ball, and then whoever gets hit, almost kind of like knockout, I guess, in a way. But anyway, it's called gaga pit. So his brother was telling him it's not even called knock out; it's called knock in. And you know, the brother said, "What do you mean? It used to always be knock out." So, you know, teach kids how to be competitive. You know, it's okay to lose, it's okay to win, how to handle losing, blah, blah, blah. So he heard about the, what is it, knock in instead of knock out. And the student decided to do this whole research. He went to the schools and he interviewed some of the PE teachers, the principals, and asked them about the reason why it's called, knock in. And they told him, well, they wanted to kids feel included. And the kid had a really great argument. He said, but how are we teaching them, if you lose to, like, how are we teaching them it's okay to lose and how you handle it? How are we teaching them conflict and how you handle it? Back to everybody gets a trophy, right?
Yeah.
Generation. And for this entire study, he presented to us, and it was really, really impressive. And I'm talking about a 16-year-old boy, and he laid it out for us. I'm like, dude, I'm literally actually all for that. I don't think everybody gets a trophy, but the way he put it together for a 16-year-old was beyond impressive. Not only did he interview the PE teachers, interviewed the principals and some of the students and how they felt about it, because not everybody is skilled to play basketball, not everybody's skilled to play football, not everybody's skilled to be in the spelling bee. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that was his argument.
There used to be a show called "Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader" or something
That's
like that.
true. That's true.
And it really made the adults look dumb. Part of that is we forget stuff that we don't use. It is fifth grade or earlier levels of education, but we don't learn about. I don't remember the story of George Washington chopping down a cherry tree, if that's even a true story. Stuff like that.
I thought that was really amazing that he did that.
But yeah,
and I think where some of that comes from is that we have sports, and many of them are team sports. Mm-hmm. And being part of a team, like if everybody could be quarterback, well, then there would be nobody to receive the ball. And you work as a team for a goal, but just because you failed the goal, it doesn't mean it's a loss. You know what I mean? Because there's these moments in life. Yes, you lost the game, but did you learn a lesson? Did you work as a team? And then you take that into whatever profession you go into. We can't all be quarterbacks. You have to know your role and you have to do it, and you have to trust your teammates to do it. And even though you may not have made time, like let's say the goal was time, you were 1 minute past time in production. Okay, we didn't meet the goal as far as the time was concerned, but if everything that's getting loaded on that truck is correct and clean and ready, well, mission accomplished, because you put the mission first, but you set a goal on the mission. And I think something is lost in some of what's going on with the whole what you guys were talking about is, losing is an option, but it depends on what your goal is.
How do you handle it? Right.
It depends on what the goal is, because you can win, okay, but the goal is to win by 30. Well, let's say you only won by 10. You still won the game. However, you didn't win by 30. So, you go back to the drawing board and say, hey, we did win and we won this way, but we didn't do what we, set ourselves.
My point is just how impressive, for a 16-year-old to think about this. Listen to this other one. We asked them about AI and how to use it, right? And what is, and did you know, I mean, they actually explained it all to us. AI could be wrong too. They did this whole study and AI was giving them the wrong answers. So they had to go do other research and find the trusted sources. And one of them said, and again, I'm like blown away. This one actually was a 15-year-old, I'm sorry. She said, imagine a doctor or a medical student, and all they did is copy paste their answers from AI and they make it into the medical field, right? What is that a doctor that you would want? You know?
Hey, Scott.
No. I said,
Yeah.
you know, at the end.
Yeah, you know, like totally, I get it. I saw, I think it was last night, what AI can do for my voice.
But does that make sense if you just copied your answers and you just like cheated and copied your answers and then you made it into the medical field and then you become a doctor? Is that a doctor that we want?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I don't because that's a doctor.
Yeah, I get the point. You can actually teach AI wrong.
Right.
So, am I making sense there? Yeah, you can teach it to wrong and learn wrong. That's why some of these AI algorithms, I guess, if you search on YouTube, Trump, you're going to get a lot of Trump stuff. If you search Biden, you're going to get a lot of Biden stuff.
Right. One student mentioned that they found it similar to Wikipedia. You know, Wikipedia, you load it with information. My generation, you know, that's what we did, and it could be wrong. They are finding the same thing with AI.
Kids are smarter than we give them credit for. I was restart. Okay, my laptop's giving me hell. I was told, oh, that's the new blue screen of death. Okay, I might be getting a new laptop soon. I was told that the reason kids don't learn penmanship, cursive anymore, is so that they can change the Constitution without future generations noticing.
Oh, God.
That's absurd.
It is absurd.
So this was, I want to say early in the summer, my grandson just got out of 3rd grade and I'm at McDonald's. I pulled up a picture of the original Constitution and asked, can you read that? He says, yeah, we the people. I'm like, yeah, but keep reading. And he's like, uh-huh. And I'm like, and his mouth's moving, but silently. I'm like, do you know what it says? He said, I think it's about car insurance. Like,
because the assurance, yeah.
The insurer is spelled INSURE. I'm like, okay, it's not about car insurance, but you can read the word insure? He's like, yes, it's right there. I'm like, I guess his parents just updated their car insurance or something. I don't know, but I'm like, they can read, even though kids aren't being taught to write cursive, you can still read cursive.
Right.
Quit playing with the chats. Oh.
So, yeah, some of the schools are actually, and it is out there, it's being talked about. They're going to go back to paper and pencils because of this entire AI nonsense. And I'm okay with it. It's also, by the way, if a student, let's say they submit their paper and it's copy paste AI, it is searchable. Teacher could put some of the words in search if they were AI. So it is actually easy to detect.
You know what they found with some of those legal AIs is the AI will make up a case in order to give you a winning argument. It'd be like, well, in Missouri versus Izzy of 2022, it was found that, and it'd be totally invented.
Exactly.
Oh, by the way, Finkel, speaking of which, if you're buying another laptop, just, you know what you did to yourself. You now have to buy 5 computers instead of just 4.
Oh, by the way, Finkel, if you do that, send me your other laptop, or you can just buy 2. Buy one, get one.
No, I just said 5. He owes the rest of us computers.
And
so now that he's buying, it's cheaper to buy, in quantity.
Yeah. As you may or may not be able to tell by my 2 presences, that no, at least today, I don't need to buy a new laptop.
Oh, dang it. But since I'm the new chief executive officer of the Finkel production, I need one. By the way, it needs to be like a touch screen and stuff.
I can't get you a laptop, but I can give you $100 towards it because
Oh,
you still haven't accepted your
oh,
consolation.
your stupid $100. Yeah.
Stupid under
See,
oh
Muckster,
You're going to have to send it to me in the mail.
my. In the mail. Okay, $100 cash in pennies coming in the mail.
And pennies.
Hey, since there's money being thrown around, don't forget about me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you didn't win.
Yeah, there was a contest over the last 2 weeks, and Izzy was one of the runner-up prizes.
I need to send him my address so he can send me $100 in pennies.
In one envelope at a time.
Yeah. You know, if you need my information, all you have to do is ask GS. He has everything.
It's gonna come up. Well, he has your email or one of your emails.
No, he has everything. He leaked everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to show up one of these days. I'm going to find a gnome on my property.
Yeah,
I think they scare away deer.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
I'm not after anybody like that. I just enjoy talking to people.
That's
Yeah, I'm not either. I'm not after anybody. I just want a computer. That's all.
computer, yeah. A Macintosh or a PC? Yeah.
Oh, that's a really good. I don't know. Surprise
The
me.
rest of us don't. The rest of us want PCs. We don't want Macs.
Okay. Oh, that's a handsome picture there, Muck.
Oh, forget all that stuff. Get an Xbox.
Can you
I wouldn't know what to do with it.
can you type a resume on an Xbox?
I mean, you might could sit on it, but it's kind of
Sit
big.
on it.
He's from the Happy Days generation. Sit on it. No one got that reference? Yeah, on the
Up your
AI,
nose with a rubber hose.
Holly's younger son, not the one that's getting married in a couple weeks, the younger son. He's been very lucky, shall we say, at the MGM casino over at National Harbor. To the point where it scares me in Holly that he's going to get addicted. But he's like, I want to say like 5 or 6 times his regular job pay for a year. He's won in the last 6 months. So his friends did an AI resume. It said blackjack player, and it had a really wonderful write-up on the bullet statements for a resume for a blackjack player, and I almost wanted to hire him. Of course, I can't hire him, but it was very well done. It was like I want them to do an AI resume of my actual work experience if they can make a blackjack player look that good. Which worries me because we're looking to replace one of our team members we're losing. And if people are using those kind of AIs to write resumes, we might be getting some real sad sack. What are you looking at? Go away, cat. Sound should drop off a PlayStation 2 at Vegas. Nice. Can you guys still hear me? Everyone got quiet. I'm wondering if did I lose sound?
No, I can't hear you at all.
Okay. I appreciate you. Okay, I have to test my sound systems. Wondering why you can't hear me. They're all strange Finkels. Wild strange and haircut strange. Oh, I got quiet in here. Did I say something embarrassing? Did it get strange in here?
Always.
Yeah,
But
it got strange. It only got strange, but you got 2 Finkels on stage.
Oh, okay.
Three.
Get 3. We got 3 Finkels.
oh, is it 3? But so Yeah, so I don't really like it. Back to the children. I don't like it when people say, "Oh, these kids don't know anything." They actually know a lot more than the average citizen.
Yeah. Um, I I still have a geezery opinion that kids, younger people, don't want to work. And one of the many examples is the pools around here that just closed. Not one of them has one American teenager lifeguard. All these pools for the communities, they
Interesting.
summer hire people from other countries. They come and travel on a work visa for 2 months, and they lifeguard at these pools. I don't know what the qualifications are, but I mean that used to be a summer job for a teenager. I haven't seen a
That's really
newspaper.
interesting because go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you can go ahead. But I was going to say I haven't seen a teenage newspaper deliver in decades. It's all people driving around in cars and throwing the newspaper out the car.
Crazy.
I can
No,
say
yeah.
this. I can say this about the lifeguarding.
Uh-huh.
And when you think about jobs as lifestyles, if you want to travel the world and do this one little thing that keeps you traveling the world, if you're a lifeguard, you're gonna go where lifeguarding is hiring, and
Oh yeah.
there's standards to meet, but you have to also uh, want to live that life, because the kids that get it as summer jobs, yeah, it's a summer job, but the people that do it for their goals, like, hey, like, I don't want to live in this one place and only work in the summertime and then have to work at the pizza shop throughout the other seasons. They want to be a lifeguard. They want to be a lifeguard for their whole life, and so they go and there's probably
yeah.
contracting companies that send them because,
That's not
hey,
necessarily
it's
true.
Yeah, and I'm not
but
dunking on the people who come
this
here
is
to lifeguard. I'm dunking on our teenagers who don't want to
Right.
apply
It's
for the
funny.
work.
My daughter just got a job actually as a lifeguard for
Oh, really?
yeah, and
Okay.
it's a year long. It's for, let's see, what is it called? It's like a swim. It's like a place to teach little kiddos how to swim.
Oh, I take it it's an indoor pool.
Thank you. That's it. I was trying to
Okay.
think about the word. Yeah.
Yeah, these condo and homeowners association pools, they're only open from Memorial Day to Labor Day.
True. 2 months.
And,
Yeah.
and there was a time when the folks who got those jobs were local teenagers. And I'm not dunking on the people who get work visas, kind of dunking on the homeowners associations. They sponsor them. That means they pay for the travel to the United States. They pay for the room and board, and they hire them as lifeguards. I'm like, wouldn't it be easier to hire a local teenager? But apparently the local teenagers don't want to do that.
Because they don't get paid enough when it comes to like the pool, right? They would make a lot more money working at Starbucks
Oh, that's
or
a good
just bag groceries. I mean, Chick-fil-A, right? Chick-fil-A gives them what, $25 an hour?
it's also the type of person too, because yes, if the company itself or the organization itself seeks outside contract performance, safety and all that, that's the value of them. But for me, like, if I got paid anything to be near the water that kept me near the water, I would love that job,
Holy
because
mother of Finkel. Sorry.
it's it's not necessarily how much they get paid. Is the company looking inward versus outward, and two, are there people out there within the community that want to spend all their time, regardless of how they get paid, but by what their passion is. Because if you're passionate about the water, you want to be near it all the time, even if you just got to sit in a chair and watch the water to make sure kids don't drown.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think again, goes back to making good money.
Not everything's about.
Okay.
That's a good point I hadn't even considered. I do live in an economically secure area. So I guess it's possible the kids are getting better jobs, and the condo associations and homeowner associations, they have a certain level of control over someone sponsored from another country, whereas it's kind of hard to control an American teenager. You must work 12 hours a day, sunrise to
Yeah,
sunset.
good luck. Good luck. And these kids, I mean, they could come up with a blog and start making money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it goes back to, it has to make sense financially. I don't think I would want my kid. I don't want to drive my kid places if she's only making $7 or $7.50, whatever the minimum wage is here.
$7.25.
Is that out by you? I think here is a bit more.
Yeah,
but
well,
still, it's
that's
not
the
worth.
national, which is what Pennsylvania goes by.
Oh, okay. I don't think it would be worth my gas money, especially
Yeah.
since we live in the middle of nowhere, so it would be a drive for me.
Yeah.
Um,
I like the new Finkel. I love that haircut.
Jesus, Finkel.
But look at this too, and it goes back to how you want to live your life too. Because if you've ever heard about like cruise ship workers, right?
Mhm.
They do the laundry, they make sure your bed's nice, they fold the towels and origami. They bring you your food orders to your room. You dress up and you go to the big banquet and all that stuff. They do comedy shows, they maintain the pools. But you know what? These people, they're working to make sure that your cruise is on top of things. And they may not get paid that much, but they get room and board just like you do, except they're serving themselves. They're folding their own towels, doing their own laundry, making sure their uniforms are tight, right?
Yeah.
And then, but they get to go to all the places that you get to go to. So they may not be making much money
Yeah.
doing a job that they would probably be doing anyway, but they get to go to Greece. They get to go to Puerto Rico. They get to go to Alaska.
Yeah, but we're not talking about teenagers anymore.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, I'm sure you can't be a cruise hand as a teenager, can you?
No. Mm-mm.
Well, I mean, I was a teenager working at Hardee's.
Yeah.
Right, but you cannot travel the world if you're a teenager on a cruise. I mean, you have to be a certain age. You have to be 18, in fact. You can't just, it just doesn't work like that.
But I
And
was
especially for a seasonal job. A seasonal job, again, they have to go back to school. They can't just leave and be on a cruise for God knows how long. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you're going back
I was-
the teenage lifeguards.
well,
No, we're
that-
talking about
lifeguards and newspaper delivery. I guess
yeah,
there's
we're
other.
talking about teenage kids, right? And jobs. I don't know. That would not be sustainable. That would not be as a mother of teenage kids. It's an absolute big no. I would never send my kid to work on a cruise or anything like that. In fact, there is a family who one of my children babysits for, and I trust them fully. And the mom is a single mom. They are very wealthy. She pays my child really good money to take care of her son. She actually, in fact, asked if my kid can go to Hawaii with her, and it's just her son, and it would have been my kid, and I said no.
And it may be part of my geeserly problem is people who used to seem old to me seem young. I've seen captains, majors, and even lieutenant colonels that look like teenagers to me. So, if you take today's major or lieutenant colonel, take him out of uniform, put him in jeans and a t-shirt, and have him walk in the mall, I'll think they're a mall employee.
That is true. That's true. Even the doctors I was dealing with, it's like, holy cow, what are you, 13? When did you even graduate?
Oh, yeah. That's a good example that Shara recently went to in Bethesda. It was this high-rise apartment complex, and it was one of the sisters of the bride-to-be. Both the sisters looked like high schoolers to me, but I don't know exactly what they do for a living, but they're affording a place that's cost $2,900 a month for a single bedroom apartment. The amenities are great. The location's great, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'd seen him on the street, I would have thought, "Oh, teenager." I never would have thought.
Right.
Oral
And I don't
surgeon.
know if it's that we're getting older, or they're just getting younger, or they look younger. What's up? How are you?
I think it's me in
Hi.
perspective. And Kentucky, what is that?
That's Phipps.
Oh, that's Phipps. Oh.
Hey, I just wanted to say that Ariel did a fantastic job of making Finkel's image sing. That was incredible.
By the way, you are out of uniform. I do not look like that. You're supposed to put up my image. On Trackable, you're out of uniform too.
Yeah, I don't have the option to change.
The uniform of the day is on the training schedule, and you're both out of uniform.
That's
I don't
true.
think you've noticed Track's name.
Untrackable.
I'll do.
Unworthy to be.
I'll do this run in my underwear. How about that?
Oh gosh.
Okay, stay behind the avatar.
Hey, Ariel, I didn't know you're a master of CGI. That was incredible what you did with Finkel's image. You made him sing.
That wasn't CGI or AI. That was me singing.
Oh,
you didn't see the whole video? I won the prize at the what was it, American Idol or America's Got Talent?
Finkel.
Yeah.
FMAK Got Talent.
Ariel is actually the brain behind everything. We don't say it out loud, but Ariel is, yeah. I mean, he is a very talented, brilliant man.
Look out, Ariel. Somebody's about to ask you for a favor.
We just don't let him out often.
We keep him locked up and use him for.
I think Ariel should make GS sing next.
Yeah, let's not. He's not going to do that.
Actually,
nice try, Vippy.
As much as I can dunk on GS, I think he missed his calling. He should have been a singer. Sometimes he breaks out into song, and he's really not bad at singing.
Are you kidding me?
I think, I don't know, maybe I just got a bad ear.
You have a horrible taste, man.
He sucks at everything else I can think of, but when he starts singing, he can carry a tune, I guess. I'm not really talking about his voice, but he can definitely carry a tune.
Interesting.
Hey, Izzy, you had your brother on or something like for a special, and I saw a little bit of it. I didn't watch the whole thing. I just watched like a minute of it.
Yeah.
I just wanted to kind of pick your brain, or what did your brother think of GS? What was his impression of GS when you showed GS to your brother?
I think you saw that, right? If you looked at it, I mean, there's like, what is this? That's it. That's all my brother said.
Yeah. Hey, where'd you go, Finkel? Oh, I mean, Kentucky.
I knocked him backstage because we are not here to talk about other panels.
Oh, he's talking about my panel, I guess. But no,
No, he's talking
like
about GS. We're not here to talk about GS. Vips. You're not taking us down that road.
No, no one's going there. But I mean, again, the answer was meh. It's like my husband's answer.
I don't care
1,
what the
2,
answer was.
3.
Vips is
Okay.
not taking us down that road.
All right, settle down, man. Jeez.
We've...
Well,
Oh, he didn't just say that.
Oh my goodness. Let's not let people.
First one of the new season.
What's that?
huh?
What happened?
I kicked
don't
his
know.
ass.
Why?
Telling me to
Well.
settle down.
Well, I wouldn't let him get under. I mean, you don't have to settle down.
Well, yeah.
I didn't think that you were unsettled. So, I mean, he can say whatever. It doesn't mean anything.
He can't say whatever. We have rules. And he's not going to come in here and start shit.
Gotcha.
It's called putting a stop to it at the beginning.
Yeah, it's your call.
We've been having a good conversation for 6 hours about all kinds of things. We don't have to talk about that crap.
Yeah, that's not, I mean, yeah, I don't get into it with people. Yeah, it doesn't bother me per se. You
I
could
know it
always
doesn't bother you.
ignore. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
It's not the Izzy channel. It's not the Finkel channel. It's not the Muckster channel. It's
Yeah.
FMAK chat and play.
You just wait. I'm going to do all kinds of stuff when you guys are asleep.
Oh, there you go.
I'm going to post things. I'm going to like go live. Just kidding. I wouldn't. I would never do that, by the way.
My brain hurts.
I'm gonna the thing.
What's that?
I swear.
No, I would never do that. Even though with the chief executive officer position. By the way, so when are the
Paychecks.
when do you get the paychecks? And then we should get at this point we need our bonuses.
We have to ask the CEO about that.
I think the bonuses should probably be prorated according to how many hours each person has spent on the air.
Oh
Says the
man,
guy.
so I will get the least.
Hey, how do I get in on this? I need $1.
I don't know.
$1?
$1?
Well, since
Yeah,
you're
cash
on
app.
board,
Cash
okay.
at me $1.
You know, sometimes if you go to the grocery store, just walk around the parking lot for a while, you will find random quarters or pennies. You can make $1.
I'm afraid since you're unworthy to be a Finkel, you would never make it here.
What can I do, Ariel? Ariel said I can do it. What? Stream?
You can
Or
do
make
it.
executive decisions.
It's like that character on those Adam Sandler movies. You can do it.
Who's your CFO?
Oh, you have to ask the CEO.
That'd be Finkel.
Oh.
I'm the CEO. Who's the CFO? Oh, that's true. Finkel is CFO.
The CFO distributes the company funds which come from the CEO. Is that how it works?
Dang it. Never mind. Finkel is the CEO and the CFO.
Okay.
So who do I talk
president.
to?
I'm sorry?
What's that?
I said, who do I talk to about a pay raise?
Our human resources manager.
Yes.
That's Helen Waite. If you want a raise, you have to go to Helen Waite.
Yep. Yep. She's available during the week. And she actually she works weekends.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a share with this production. It was $10.03.
I actually used that in one of my camera things sometime last year, and I forgot about it. And somebody asked me in one of my comments, "How's Helen doing?" I'm like, "Who's Helen?" And I'm like, "Oh, Helen Waite."
Mm-hmm.
By the way, hi Harmony. I didn't see you come in.
The problem with the American school system is that it does not teach us how to create a dollar.
How do you know that? How
I
do
don't
you
know.
know that we do not teach that? Who said that?
Arm with Harmony 2024 Year of the Dragon. Hi.
Oh,
the
what's
chat.
up, Harmony? How do you know that they don't teach that? I hear a lot of, by the way, from non-parents, not that you don't have an opinion or anything like that. Of course you do. If you're a taxpayer, you are absolutely entitled to your opinion. But I really do want to see some backup evidence to what people say about the educational system. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a good point. I did try to create a dollar once. I took an original dollar and I copied it at the Staples front and back and then taped them together, but the bank wouldn't take it.
I would like to see some just backup evidence about some of the things that people say. It is hilarious to me. Someone said the other day, they still do it actually. They say there are lure boxes in the schools. And I'm like, I have 31 schools. I'm yet to see one. Dying to see one.
You notice those stories are always, my cousin works in this school district. It's never somebody in the school district where you live or anything. It's always over at this other place they have that.
Right.
Yeah, I know somebody who knows somebody who's
Show me. Whatever you read, this year I'm just gonna take it to what this is our story, and I'm going to correct information because I am so sick and tired of people spreading misinformation about the educational system. It is just beyond me. So I apologize if I come off a little strong.
No,
part of it is
I have similar opinions, and not necessarily about the person who I think we hear that the most from. I don't want to bring up names or cross-panel talk. The idea of the kid litter box in the high school bathroom or the elementary school
bathroom. They do not exist. They do not exist whatsoever.
They don't exist, but where that comes from is somebody said that on YouTube, and the people who repeat it get all of their news from social media. They never turn on any of the local news stations or the national news stations. They never open up a Washington Post or what is that, Muckster, the Osceola Times or
not
whatever.
Even that. My advice to you is that you email or you contact your local school district and ask them directly. I guarantee you they'll be more than happy to give you a tour.
Yeah, there you go. Don't be afraid, Finkel. What afraid of? Don't be afraid to mention names. I just saw someone get removed.
And then someone was mentioning, where's the other one? The other day, I heard this the other day. Oh, the government or something like that, or what was it? They're trying to control our children. And I asked, what government? How are they controlling our children? And no one could answer me.
Well, that's a very good point. You hear a lot of the government, people here in the United States opining on a local police force or a mayor or a governor or a United States Congress or the Department of Homeland Security. When you say the government, specify. Do you mean your local government? Do you mean
I am the government?
Right. We are the government. I mean, yeah, I don't hold a government position, but pretty much anybody can. Hell, we have a I'm sorry. We have a felon running for president, and he might very well win.
Well, we also have a liar running for president. I have to push back on that.
Well, they're all liars.
Very true, very true. But I would like to see, I mean, it just, again, when people say, oh, they're, you know, controlling our children, do you really think that our teachers with their plates are super freaking full want to babysit our children? Do you really think that?
That's a very good point.
They're exhausted. Our teachers are exhausted. The last thing they want to do is babysit children.
Having gone to public schools in upstate New York and raising children who went to public schools in Kentucky, Tennessee, Germany, Georgia, and New York State, and seeing kids raised in Virginia. I don't
Ariel
remember.
said they have an agenda. Oh, go ahead, sir.
I don't remember which school systems did it which way, but there's two ways. One is where the high school students get out first, and the purpose is so that they can help the working parents keep an eye on the younger kids. They're there to receive the younger kids when they get out of school. The other way, and I've seen it just as common, whereas the high school kids get out later so that the elementary schools can safely get home from the bullies.
Well, there's that, and then I'm sure something has to do with the bus system as well, because ours is all, they get out differently because our buses have to get to the high schools, then they get to the middle school, well, middle schools, elementary, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So there's that aspect of it, but
I get it. There's only so many buses, but how do they decide which to prioritize who gets home earlier? And some of them actually opine it's so that the older kids can help provide care for the younger kids. And
that is true.
It's other places it's to avoid the bullying from the high school students. That says a lot about the area.
But, yeah, I guess it depends on where. But I do like to know, someone here said they have an agenda. What is their agenda?
Whose agenda?
I don't know. I guess the school system.
Yeah. Well, we hear that on YouTube and other social media all the time.
It irks me so much because, again, I work with teachers, I work with students, I am a parent. And as a parent, there are times I'm like, yes, please go ahead and raise my kid for me because I'm about to put them on the side of the road, you know. But they don't do that. Someone was saying that they give them medication. I'm like, that is actually impossible and illegal. Schools cannot do that. The only medication schools, at least in Missouri, that can give, it's either Tylenol or Motrin. And that's only if they have a really high fever and a parent has to go pick them up, or they got injured really badly. And often, well, actually, they have to, by law, call the parent for a consent first.
Yeah.
And the ADD medication or ADHD medication, anxiety medication, they are sent by parents to be kept with the school nurses. I'm talking, this is for mostly elementary school, but high schools and whatnot, obviously the kids will be in charge of that. But schools cannot give students any medication.
I'd forgotten that. I think we brushed on this lightly recently. I remember you can't send your kids to school with Tylenol or aspirin. I remembered one of the things we had to do was if a kid was on a prescription medicine and wasn't contagious, we would send the medicine to the nurse and the nurse would distribute it.
Bingo.
But you had to have I don't remember the nurses. You have CNA, LPN, RN. You had to have a nurse in the school that had the appropriate level to do that.
Yep. And they have to have so many hours. They have to have so many degrees. They have to have so many credits. It's not just anybody from the street. You know, this whole world agenda. It irks me because we're losing teachers and not many children go into the teaching profession. You know, I'm talking about college kids because of all the misinformation out there. And we're going to see that in the next 5 to 10 years, just the public education is going to be like, it's going to hurt really bad. Just watch.
I was going to say, you notice the people who say things like the schools are trying to indoctrinate the kids. They're indoctrinating the kids. the ones who say that, it's because they feel like the school is interfering with their indoctrinating of the kids.
Well, I wouldn't say indoctrinate. I mean, I have my own views and values. We try to instill our own views and values, yet I also tell my children, to have an open mind and make their own decisions, on certain things. Obviously not to become a furry or whatever, the crazy stuff. Or you're not a coffee table, you're a human. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
If it's up to our children, they think walking on the highway is okay. That's why they need guidance. Now, this whole agenda and whatnot is the book stuff, right? With my other two children, I beg them to freaking pick up a book and read. Do you,
Mm.
you know what I mean? They would not go. And some of the books are banned. In the state of Missouri, it's actually illegal. Like schools could be charged. Librarians could go over to jail if there are certain books in our libraries.
Wow.
Yeah. And some of them were a little crazy. Some of the books were absolutely out there and have nothing to do with the students, academics, whatnot. And I agree with some of it. I don't agree with all of it. You know what I mean? We have to have a balance. There's a reason why we have even movies and shows that are PG, PG-13, rated R, blah, 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 because your brain can only tolerate so much, right?
Mm.
And I feel like we have to have the same thing with certain books. Now, the whole outrage about books, I don't, again, some people were just a little out there. I'm like, dude, I don't even know what I would do if I see my kid go out of their way and just pick a book anyway. And sometimes it is okay to pick. I'm not talking about pornography books. It's not like a book that it's a little out there. Bring it home. Let's talk about it.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of the pushback on books being banned from schools. I get it. You don't want outright porn in elementary schools, but
Even middle,
who gets to
even
choose?
high.
Who gets to
Yeah.
choose what is porn?
Exactly.
If
Some
you
of them
talk,
were a little out there. I've seen them.
yeah,
And, again, back to the whole rated PG, PG-13 and whatnot. Some of them. But do you really think, and a lot of it too, some of the boys, the minute they find out there is a book that's like that, they're going to go pick it and make fun of it and have, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you have to understand, boys, while they're reading it and laughing at it and making fun of it, they're actually sitting there going, oh, really? I did not know that.
Yeah, I highly doubt it. Not with the
I
internet.
was a boy. I was in middle school and we had those books.
Yeah, but not with the internet. There's no way in hell they're relying on a book to know something.
that's a good point. I remember years ago we had a president, Clinton, maybe before you came to America. Were you around? No, yeah, you were well after Clinton, I think. We had a president named William Jefferson Clinton, and he had an affair with an intern, Monica Lewinsky.
I know all of that. Yeah.
And I kept seeing on the internet, we didn't have YouTube in those days. We had Delphi forums or Facebook chat or MySpace. People all over the place say, my teenage daughter did not know what a blowjob was until it was on the news about the president. Like, I don't know. We were familiar of the concept in the late 70s and early 80s, and we didn't have Bill Clinton as the president.
There you go.
I
actually asked, go ahead.
I had a coworker that was literally old enough to be my mother because I went to school with a couple of her kids and she didn't know what it meant. Well, in fact, it wasn't blowjob, it was oral sex. She had to ask a friend of hers. She says, what is oral sex?
Well, the term you suck or they suck or he sucks or she sucks, that derives from oral sex.
They don't understand that, though. Yeah, that's a good point.
And these people were saying, well, the teenagers didn't know what a blowjob was until Clinton. And I'm thinking, do you remember the old joke about the written in urine in the White House yard. The words "Nixon sucks" written in urine, and the whole joke was it really pissed Nixon off, and he had a big investigation, and they came back and said, "Mr. President, we have some bad news and more bad news." Well, lay it on me. Well, the bad news is the urine matches, I don't know, was it Spiro Agnew or whoever his vice president was at the time? He's like, "What? That's not too bad. What's the worst news?" He says, "Well, the urine matches. No, the handwriting was Mrs. Nixon."
Yeah.
And
it is, again, it's very
but
tricky.
the whole idea that Nixon sucks, that goes way back to 70, 71, 72. That's long before anyone heard of William Jefferson Clinton. I'm not saying Nixon had blowjobs in the White House, but I mean, the whole idea
I'm sure that might, I don't know. I guess I can't say, I'm sure.
I guess my point is that the concept is our politicians are corrupting our children because they didn't even know what blowjobs were until then. Bullshit.
Right. I asked my little one, so some of the high schools were telling us to introduce AI to the little kids, before they get to middle school, because, things are shifting that way, blah, blah, blah. And so I asked my little one, "Do you know what AI is?" And she's like, "Oh, it's a bunch of robots." And I said, "Well, so is Google, so is your iPad, so is your computer, they are a bunch of robots." And then she's like, "But they say it's going to take, what is it, take on the world." I'm like, that's what they thought when books came out way back when, that's going to just take over the world. And actually people were against books when they first came out, and people used to say that they're going to, affect the human brain, and there was a lot of fire, they used to dump them in the water and blah, blah, blah. So she had no idea. Same with my other two. My other two will have a better concept. They did say it's just a tool, which I agree. It is a tool. And kind of like your phone. Your phone is a tool, and how do you use it? You can use it to build somebody like a hammer, or you can use it to knock someone down, right?
Yeah. That's a very good point. Tools can be designed and used in many ways. The fears of artificial intelligence. Wow, how? Remember how the HAL 9000? That was a movie in 1968. They were afraid of computers going crazy and taking over, and there are other examples too that go back even further.
Right. They had the same thought process with books, and yeah, I use the hammer analogy because I don't know what else to use. Hammer is a tool, right? You can use it to build a home, help someone. You could also use it to knock someone down. Same thing with your phone.
A Phillips screwdriver can turn a Phillips screw, but you don't want too many Phillips screwdriver in prison.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, it's just, it gets to me when people say, "Oh, they're trying to take over our children." Okay. I mean, hey, please go for it.
Well, I remember the first time someone showed me they could plug their computer in to a phone line and it'll make a dialing noise and a weird staticky noise. And then they could ask Netscape to look for an article on dogs.
Right.
I'm like, wow, this internet thing, it's a way people can learn. What is it now? It's a more expedient way of gossip and pornography.
Right.
In some cases. In other cases, we can actually look up and see when did 2001 Space Odyssey come out? It was 1968. People, I think, are too focused on worst case scenarios when best our reality is that it's more important the person in charge of the button. Oh,
Absolutely.
that's a good point. Yep.
That's a really good point. Not sure. I've never seen that name, but thank you for that comment.
That is a new name to me. Welcome the land of Nod.
It only existed for 3 days. That's why.
I work nights. I do nod off a lot.
No, I appreciate that comment, and then it goes down to that. I mean, it's basically that. That's basically it. I don't know. People need to just to calm down. Not everything is a conspiracy theory. Take a chill pill. Things are going well, right now in the education system, and I just had a conference with many districts from all over the area, not my area, all over the states. And things are going well for once. And some of the people that are misinformed need to just back off and let our teachers teach. That's it. They're not trying to take our children. Their plates are already full. That's the last thing they want to do. Trust me.
I just caught this. I am convinced that I am immortal. Thinking of Y2K. Yes. In the year 2000, January 1st, 2000, the world was supposed to end. In 2012, the world was supposed to end. In 1988, the world was supposed to
Yes.
end. When Affordable Care Act was passed, the world was supposed to end. I survived so many endings of the world. I'm convinced that I am immortal. We'll see how that works for me tonight when I kick the bucket.
Yeah, that's the other thing. I don't know.
I guess you're all immortal because you all survived those things.
GMK, yes, I agree.
The brain is a terrible, they used to be the mind is a terrible thing to waste. I saw something earlier.
Dale?
Is this right? What do you mean by elementary kids? Oh, wait a minute, that's the wrong one. I was Carrie, but there it is. My daughter has furries in her school. Are you talking about class pets, or are you talking about what we've been hearing?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
Okay, so there are some children that do wear, I've seen it, they wear a tail. I actually have a picture of a random child, not in school, outside, not a child, I would say more of maybe early, just a young adult, had a fox tail, which is funny. They have like they wear a dog collar. They call themselves furries. But no one pays attention to them. Only if you pay attention to them, then it becomes a big deal. There's no special classes for them. There's no litter boxes. There's nothing. Some children act out. Look at the children back when they dress like what? The old black stuff. What is it called? Goth?
Yeah.
Goth
yes.
stuff. Yeah.
Yes. So it really is basically that. They just add the tail, or sometimes they add the dog collar. That's it, but nobody actually address them like one. Does that make sense?
That's yeah, that's a good point. And as you're talking about furries, I'm thinking a little while ago we had Vegas Phipps in here, and his icon, his avatar was a woman with bunny rabbit ears.
See you later, Carrie.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Carrie. They try to push it, or they try to, again, children or teenage kids are acting out, but we don't make a big deal out of it. It's no different than goth, or no different than whatever children are going through.
Yeah, I was trying to be funny with Vegas Phipps' sexist icon. I'm sure that woman doesn't identify as a bunny rabbit.
Whenever you come back, Carrie, I want to know your chili recipe.
Yeah, some of it is really silly, I think, again, but goes back to parenting, Now, when my kid was 3, my other child, who was 2 years older than her, they were quiet for a long time. When they're super quiet, that's when you should worry as a parent. Then they came down, and my daughter, my 3-year-old's face was painted with permanent marker to look like a cat.
Mm.
And yes, I was like, oh my gosh, what'd you do? And she was 3, you know.
Yeah.
And my other daughter was proud that she painted her face. And, you know, if I had said, she was being silly, she was acting like, you know, little kitty cat, blah, blah, blah. If I kept saying, oh my gosh, yes, you are a cat, you are a cat, yeah, she probably will believe me. But, you know, I was like, what in the world? This is going to take me forever to wash that off of your face. This is permanent marker. Are you kidding me? After we laughed and I took a picture.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's going in the family album.
Yeah, it is actually. But, you know,
Is someone furry if I jokingly say, here, kitty, kitty to them?
probably. Some are really, really ridiculous. Yes?
Oh, Daddy,
Mm.
You want $20?
yeah, from my cleaning.
Okay, go get, because you cleaned. All right, go give me my wallet. Oh, for the love. Okay, people want money from me.
Oh, I thought you said she won $20.
She wants her $20.
$20.
Oh, it's nonstop. It's in my bag, Leah. Oh my goodness. There goes my wallet is going to be crying.
What she wants to do is go to the costume store and buy a kitty cat costume.
Yeah. Don't spend all your money. It's $20. It's a lot of money.
I remember going to my parents and asking for 50 cents. And it wasn't that easy. Now it's $20 and just get my wallet back.
Hey, so I asked you a question.
What?
I said you like my shirt.
I love your shirt.
It's Olivia Rodrigo.
I don't know who Olivia Rodrigo, but it's cute. All right, you guys have fun. Don't buy anything stupid.
Hey, Izzy, I've got a question about the medications in schools.
Yes, sir.
I'm in Oregon, and I've got a little, I guess he's like a nephew or something, and they for his acting up, they'll kick him out of school. And I think probably the only way they can get him back in is if he goes to a doctor, is given medication, and then they can give him, and then we can say, well, the school's not doing it, but indirectly they are. But anyway, I think he's homeschooled now, but I'm not really sure.
So wait a second. So does he actually, I mean, did the nurse recommend that he sees a doctor, or how do you know that?
Just from, talking with my family. That
okay.
But I don't even know if he's on medication right now. I know he's not in public schools because they'll say, well, if you can't behave, then you got to get out.
What was he doing?
I don't know. He's just a hyperactive little nerd.
Oh, okay.
But
and some kids are like that.
Yeah, but I know. I'll tell you a story though about his, like the previous generation, like the kid previous generation to him, and his side of the family. I shouldn't say that. No, I shouldn't say it, his side of the family, because it's my niece is the my side of the family of the kid, and her a relative of hers on her father's side of the family, which wasn't my side of the family. So I'm trying to distance myself away from this behavior. But that kid, boy, that was back in the 70s or 80s, I think it was. Yeah, the 80s. He was behaving, like kids do so much nowadays. I think he was getting up and defecating on the top of his desk in class. That kid. And so this is another generation down of that kid. And I don't know how he's behaving in class, but he's not that extreme, but he's pretty much, uncontrollable, that.
Oh, he is.
Yeah,
I mean, and I don't know, obviously every case is different, but you have to think about, so we have some students that are like that. So think about, there are 25 to 30 students in the classroom. And if you have 1 or 2, 3 children that are acting up nonstop, is it fair for the teacher now to constantly correct those children? Is it fair to the rest of the 27 students?
No, It's not fair.
It,
The teacher has to teach 30 kids.
bingo,
That's, that's
bingo,
not
or
right. It's not
25.
right.
Right, right.
We need to reinvest. Teachers need to be making a lot more money, and we need to be investing in education. That's why we're falling
Thank
behind
you.
China. That's why we're behind
Amen.
China. We're behind so much of the rest of the world because we don't invest in people. We invest in
Amen.
corporations.
Amen to
We invest
that.
in corporations. We don't invest in our roads. We don't invest in
Right,
our healthcare. We invest in corporations.
right, right. No, amen to that. So, and that's my argument. We had a teacher, she retired. Oh my gosh, she was a gem. And her thing or her philosophy that when some students act out, right away she either makes them sit outside in the hallway or sends them to the principal's office or the front office, because her thing is, I'm not taking time away from the 25, and I wish that every teacher was like that. Unfortunately, they are not all the same, right? There was a teacher I was visiting in middle school. This teacher was literally in tears, because just she was on the verge of breaking down because there were two students that are so hard. One of them actually slapped her. One student slapped her. And that student sitting in the hallway, I was there visiting. I sat on the floor in the hallway with that student and asked her why she was sitting outside. And she was like, I don't like that teacher. I was just mortified. I said, what do you mean you don't like the teacher? She's like, I just don't like her. I'm like, how do you not? Wait, what? So this is what I'm talking about. Some of the power that students have, our teachers don't anymore. You know what I mean? Um, and I sat there and I reasoned with the student. And I'm like, listen, back in my day, and of course I bring to this day, actually, in some parts of the world, you could never do that. You could never do that, And I told her, I advised her to get up, go apologize to her teacher. The teacher then came in the hallway and literally in tears, she was like, she was like, I don't know how you got to her. It's like, I've been trying for the entire semester. She's like, this is the same kid that slapped me. She was sent home for 3 days and then she was back.
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, if I had an issue with a teacher and I brought it home to my parents, their first question is, what did you do wrong?
Bingo. That's what I told my kid yesterday, in fact.
Now kids come home with problems with their teacher and the parents say, what did the teacher do wrong? It's like,
right.
wait a
Right. Right. And unfortunately, that's what we deal with typically. Oh, my kid never does anything wrong. My elementary school kid had a sub teacher yesterday who was older. And I would say he's in his maybe mid-60s. And he was telling him a story about how one time he brought bugs and he put it under his desk. And after the teacher told him no, he got in trouble. And he was in a private school. Not that I'm saying that, obviously this is another extreme. He was, spanked, not even spanked, or whatever. She used a ruler. I don't know. Anyway. And then he was telling the kids and he was like, and I went home and my parents also, I got in trouble by my parents, not only the teacher, my child thought it was funny that, or like, and she was thought it was also fascinating that teachers could do that. Right. And I told her, I said, I'm one of those parents, if I get a call, which I haven't, if I get a call from a principal, I will most likely be on the teacher side. Because I know kids mess up every day.
Yeah, and kids and teachers are human. It's where are the lines drawn? Those lines definitely have moved since when I was a kid.
Right.
Yeah, we did have some whacked out. I remember we had in 7th grade, we had a teacher. He used to bring a war trophy, a big German knife, And when he'd get pissed, he'd stab it into his desk. There was something
Yikes.
wrong with that teacher. And it took forever the kids to convince the guidance counselors, the principal, and their parents that there's something wrong with that teacher. But
Yeah.
that was a rare case. Usually, it was the kids cutting up. I remember, in fact, in the same grade, we used to drive our bus driver crazy because it was a half-hour drive from the school back to the town outside of Rome we lived in. We used to make it our goal to drive him crazy, and we were very successful.
Right.
As an adult looking back at that, I feel kind of bad for that bus driver. He's just trying to transport us safely.
And it's one adult, right? And that's another thing. It's one adult in a moving bus. He can't even really tell you how to behave. He doesn't know what's going on, or they don't know what's going on in the back of the bus. I feel bad for our bus drivers as well.
Yeah, they have a tough job.
Yeah, you know.
A few years ago, I was going to a friend's house, and I was going down the road, and there was a bus just sitting there in the road, and I pulled up and I yelled to him, "Oh, you broke down. Do you need me to call somebody for you or something?" He says, "Nah, I just got some kids acting up, and we're going to sit here until they learn to behave."
Oh, don't make me pull this bus over.
They can't do that, unfortunately, because they have to get the rest of the kids to their homes because they have time, they're on a time thing. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's different in every area, but our bus drivers have to get the kids so they can go get the middle school. They have to, you know what I mean? We own our buses, and so we have to get to all of our schools.
Ours are contracted.
Okay, yeah, we own our own buses. So I think this is just, I don't know. There are so many facets to this. They're just so, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we do have aids, by the way, Cart. We do, and if a child has an IEP or a 504, they are recommend. They do have an aid. We also have special school district if the kid is really need those, services. I mean, we have a lot of programs and resources. We try everything to make sure the child succeed.
This is in response to Ariel, not the panel.
Oh my.
Wow, a hatchet.
One time when I was in high school, it was my chemistry teacher. And that was bad. She said something wrong. It was about the nitrogen or whatever it was. To this, I mean, I remember it was nitrogen something, and I corrected her. She came in, she walked in, she's teaching, and she's holding a book. She hit me on the head with that book, and she said, "Never, ever interrupt me during my class." Yeah, even though she was literally wrong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. To this day, I have a headache from that book. She whacked me with it on the head.
I was re-traumatized by watching too much YouTube.
Yeah.
It re-injures the head injury.
Yeah, really. I mean, again, that's an extreme. Don't do that if you're a teacher.
Oh wow! Ariel was threatened by the bus driver with a hatchet.
He probably deserved it.
Was that in New York City or was that in Virginia? Just curious.
Probably Connecticut.
Oh, that's right. He's from Connecticut. Why was I thinking he's from New York City? That's
Because
Puerto Rican.
he was born in New York.
Oh, he was born in New York. Okay. So I know New York City kids can be pretty wild, and Virginia kids can be pretty tame in my experience. I should say in my experience, because let's face it, the things I see are anecdotal. There's a bigger world than what I observe.
Yeah. The land of Nod, I totally agree with you. However, why are we it's kind of sad that we're to this point, though. Do you know what I mean? The problem is not many people are going in the teaching profession because of those outrageous stories and some of the parents and how their kids don't do anything wrong.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I this is one of those jobs. I wouldn't consider it a job. This is a calling. If you're a teacher, they're not going for the money, obviously. They don't make any money.
I think one of the biggest breakdowns between teachers and bus drivers, public servants for our students and parents, is kind of political. Once upon a time, we had a politician, or at the time, I think she was the wife of a politician. She wrote a book called "It Takes a Village." It literally means the whole community has to combine together and work in unison to raise a child, and that's
It
what it
was
was all about.
Hillary.
I don't want to bring up a name because that might.
Well,
Oh.
the saying is older than Hillary.
Well,
Yeah.
that's but people took it as you want the government to
No,
control.
it's not the government.
No,
From what I come from, it's the neighbor can correct you, your
Yeah.
aunt can correct your grandma. You know what I mean? Not just
That's-
your parent.
That's the way I grew up.
Yes.
My
Yes.
dentist, who was a year behind me in school, although the same age, he was telling me the one time that because they used to live like a block below us. He said one time my mother was walking home and he was doing something in his own backyard. Don't remember what it was. And my mother stopped and corrected him and said, "Don't do that. And go in there and
Yeah.
tell your mother what you were doing." Yeah, people can't get away with that sort of thing anymore.
No, gosh, no. I agree with that, mentality.
Yep.
There was a kid very close to me, not my relative, an ex-girlfriend's son. He got a deal with this high school where he could take fewer classes and leave at half a day. He'd have morning classes, go to lunch. After lunch, he would go and work as an apprentice at an auto detailer, and he was going to learn the skill of detailing, doing what do you call them? The paint jobs on fancy cars, the
Yeah.
flame, stuff like that, as an apprentice. Well, when he got the job and he got the deal with the school, they paid him a lot less than what the professionals have been doing it for 20 or 30 years were getting paid. He didn't like that.
Mm-hmm.
So he quit. And the school wanted him, well, okay, if you're not doing your apprenticeship program, you have to go to school. And my ex-girlfriend, his mom, marched into the school and said, "Nope, you said you could take half a day for." I'm like,
Yikes.
you really got to. If the kid's taking half a day so that he can work, he needs to work. If he doesn't like that, he can serve fries at McDonald's, but he needs to work. That was part of our falling apart.
Yeah.
You're not.
That's the
gonna
other
raise
thing.
I'm like, okay.
That's the other thing, honestly, like what I see even with the seniors, we have counselors who are trying to help them, apply to universities, college, whatever, what is it called? Military, anything really after, right? I mean, they're 17, almost 18, and then you have their parents, and then we're trying to teach the child to be independent and figure it out. And then the parents, well, nope, that's not how to do it. That's not what I want them to do. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, you are not doing your kid any service. Any service. I have a friend who her kid called from a university. This kid is like 20 something, 20, I think. How to change a light bulb because the parents did everything for that child. Like, are you kidding me? When you overhelp someone, you end up crippling them.
Oh, yeah.
And that's just, I don't know. I think we tend to overhelp these days or overdo it. Hover, helicopter parents, And I mean, there are aspects of my children's lives that I would consider myself a helicopter parent, But I also have little children, and they do need that guidance. But there are other aspects of their lives. I'm like, what do you think, or how would you want to do it? You know what I mean?
I think a lot of parents forget that one day they are going to be out of the house and have to do that stuff, figure things out
Bingo.
for themselves.
Bingo. That's why, like, even when my children were little, I never talked to them like with the baby voice or talked to my little babies.
Mm.
Even the way I organized my pantry, I made everything reachable. And I mean, I was a working parent. My children went to daycare and stuff. And the reason for that is if something would have happened to me, I want my children to be okay, rely on themselves. You know what I mean? And I know that's not, not many people do that. My high schooler told me some children, their parents still make their lunches. And it's so mind-boggling to me in high school. Or pack their lunches. And we joked about it because she said, can you imagine if I asked you to pack my lunch? I'd be like, well, what's wrong with your hands? Why can't you walk to the kitchen?
My mother packed my lunch by giving me the money to take to school and buy it.
Well, we do that too. They get a certain amount every week. They can buy some, but the lunches right now, if you want to buy a lunch, elementary school is $4 a day, and then
Mhm.
middle school is $4.50-ish, and then high school is literally almost just under $6 a day, So imagine that's a lot of freaking money, Um, I Yes, I put some money in their accounts. They get to buy once a week, and if they choose not to buy for that certain week, they can. I mean, I'm going to put the same amount of money every week, and they maybe like in 2 weeks they can buy 3 lunches for that week. Does that make sense? But no, my kids need there's no way in hell that I'm gonna allow my kids to buy lunches every day, especially 3 children.
I don't know. I don't remember what a lunch cost, but I'm wondering if with inflation, it was basically the same.
No,
That's a
it's
good point.
insane.
Ariel says those other kids' mothers pack their lunch because they love them.
Well, I love my children also, and I don't want them to be incompetent.
He's just screwing.
We
Yeah.
were given a choice. We could pack a lunch or have a parent purchased lunch. In those days, school lunch was 70 cents.
Ha,
I picked that because I picked up smoking, and I'd rather buy a pack of cigarettes for 70 cents than a school lunch. And then I'd get in trouble because I'd raid the kitchen when I got home from school because I was so hungry.
That's what I did all through high school. I didn't buy cigarettes, but I would just pocket my lunch money except football season, because in football season I didn't get home until like 9 o'clock at night
There's a good
after football practice.
Yeah, I don't know how much 70 cents could buy you when I was in middle and high school.
right now, nothing.
But it was about the same as a pack of cigarettes. Okay, today in Virginia, a pack of cigarettes is $9. How much is a school lunch? I'm thinking if inflation is equal, it should be
I don't
$9.
know how much lunch is in your area, but I can tell you, it's itemized. My children bought, and they cannot buy things for their friends, but they do have, in elementary schools, they have an extra fridge. So if kids buy lunch and there's an apple, but they don't want it, they can put it in the fridge. It's called a share fridge. So another kid can grab it, or if there's milk, or if there's something, you know what I mean?
That's cool.
Yeah, I thought it was great, but here, and I got on my kids with that. There is they have raisins but they're like the sour, sweet sour. They're like sour. They taste like Sour Patch Kids. And the school actually consider that a fruit. So I got on my kiddo. I'm like, do not buy that crap. That is not a fruit.
I determined that's a very good question. A pack of cigarettes in upstate New York is $15 today. So I'm asking both my kids who with kids in New York and here, how much is a school lunch? So I want to compare, because in when I was a kid, a school lunch was about the same as a pack of cigarettes. So I got an answer. $3.50. Okay. So $3.50 here is a lot cheaper than a pack of cigarettes.
Did you just ask your daughter? Because I was just about to call my niece what school lunches are here.
And of course you don't smoke. You know what a pack of cigarettes costs in your area.
It's around $5.
Oh, okay. Oh, really? I'm moving to Pennsylvania. $5. That's pretty cheap. Okay. Yeah, the Virginia daughter pays $3.50 a day for a school lunch. Okay.
I'm still going to check what it is here if she's
Oh,
home.
I should check. She may be. That's right. She may be. She doesn't make a lot of money, so she may be. What do you call it? Subsidized, reduced lunch. I'm not sure.
Hey everybody, it's me. Sorry, I couldn't come with me.
Yeah, she's not home.
Oh, we're gonna say we can hear the other end of the conversation.
Yeah, I know. I'm sure she wouldn't have been saying anything delicate.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I can see where even at $3.50 on my daughter's income, I can see where that get heavy if she does it every day. Of course, I still got my brain wrapped around 70 cents for a school lunch. Am I old or what?
I don't even remember what mine was. And like I said, in high school, I used to pocket it. I'd buy a milk because I didn't get a allowance. But anyway,
Now I'm getting a third degree. Why do you want to know?
I was trying to access my kid's account. It's not letting me. I have to reset everything. But anyway, so it's like itemized. It'll show me what they bought every day.
Oh, it's not just a static lunch for everyone. They like take things off of.
They'll say if they bought water, which that makes me mad because there are a lot of water fountains that they can just refill their bottles.
There you go.
Yeah, it'll say if they bought, salad, whatever. It's broken down. They do it because allergies. That's why it's broken down.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. That's right. We
Yeah.
had two choices: the hamburger line or what they called the hot meal line, and it was whatever they were calling it, spaghetti or whatever was their hot meal of the day. Of course, their idea of spaghetti or whatever. I think my parents would have raised eyebrows if they knew why I always went to the hamburger line. It was like a few noodles with a little ketchup on it. That was their spaghetti. It was pretty pathetic. Of course, the hamburgers were pretty pathetic too, but it's pretty hard to screw up a hamburger.
I know there's no way it's like this now anywhere, but when I was in school, those lunch ladies used to actually cook. They made bread and all kind of stuff like that. It wasn't like all like frozen stuff that was shipped in.
I was golden. And for about 3 months, I went to live with my father in 10th grade in Dodge City, Kansas. And I was still smoking. And it was about the same price. I did the same thing. I took my lunch money and I bought cigarettes. But I had study hall right after lunch. And it was in the cafeteria. But the lunch crew, they'd take all the leftover fries and put them on a counter in a big tray. And the study hall students can come pig out on the fries all through study hall. So that was my free lunch, was the leftover fries. So I didn't raid my real father's refrigerator after school like I did my mom and stepfather. We lost somebody. Who did we lose?
Oh, I wasn't looking. Did track go?
Oh,
Yep,
I guess so.
track.
Okay.
So yeah, it's actually for elementary. It's actually $3.60 the daily lunch, and for middle is $3.90, which is $4.
Okay,
Yeah.
for basic lunch, they don't get to choose the extra donut or candy bar or whatever.
No, the extra pay extra, because I'm seeing what is the 75 cents here? What is that there? And it's when they buy extra. On Thursdays they have pizza day, and it's fresh. They actually get it from a place. And for the slice, yes, he's like $4.20. And if they buy an extra freaking slice, that's $8 right there.
Wow,
Jeez.
$8 for a slice of pizza.
Yeah.
Of course, he is
Yeah.
coming from an actual pizza maker.
Yeah, it's a good pizza. So they all get mad at me if I'm like, hey, you gotta be better. Oh, do not get that pizza. Don't you get extra.
Mhm.
You know. But it really is a good pizza. And I know they're hungry. I mean, one slice does not work.
What doesn't work? Leftover fries sounds like my college lunch. Yeah.
It's a lot, isn't it?
No, you kind of faded out. What's a lot?
I said all of it is a lot.
Oh yeah. If you compare it to the 70 cents, I think you could pay a nickel for an extra milk in my day.
A
So what's
nickel.
extra milk when you're a teenager?
I wonder if kids know what a nickel is these days.
Yeah. It's a certain slice of bag of marijuana.
So I found on my high school's website menu, it says what they're serving each day, and it has calorie count and
yes,
allergen alerts and all kinds of, but it does not have the prices.
No. I still have this headache. I went to bed at 9:30 when I got off work, and I woke up at 12:30 and I had this pounding headache.
From what? Are you not feeling well?
Not really sure.
Hmm.
Coffee didn't help. I just had a sandwich. It didn't help. Maybe I need to get outside and move around a bit.
Yeah, I don't know how to help you with that. I apologize.
I blame you for not knowing what to do about my headache. It is.
I mean, I know, especially since I'm the new executive chief officer.
Yeah.
What's wrong with your hand there?
My hand?
Yeah.
Oh. Where did that picture come from?
None of ya.
Holy cow! Did I send that out?
I don't know.
That's from the shower I went to in Bethesda.
A baby shower? You went to a baby shower?
It was a baby/wedding shower. The couple had to move the schedule up because she's pregnant.
And so it was, and it's men and women that went to the shower?
Yeah.
Oh. How do you feel about those?
About baby showers?
Just the whole dual, like, my husband would rather get a root canal than go to a baby shower.
Well, because it was mixed gender and multi-purpose, I think it was more fun than just a bunch of ladies sitting around. So I had a pretty good time. Of course, I hadn't been to something like that in a long time. But as to the question of my hand, I'm not really sure. Holly noticed that too, and I decided, since you've noticed that, I'm not going to share this picture with anyone. And here I see you have it. I'm like, how did you get that?
Somehow you shared it.
I
You
must
know
have
what?
shared.
It looks like a bad AI.
Or did I get it from
Oh
Holly?
no, my copy of that picture, the hand's doing the same thing, and I really don't know. It's just a weird way I see
Just crop it.
I like it. What's wrong with it?
the way the hand is. Holly hates it. I hate it now that someone's pointed out to me, and I'm wondering, did I
Dang
send it
it.
to Ariel and
I
Muckster?
have-
I will send it to you.
Now I have to change it.
That's fine. I can live with it.
I can't hurt your feelings.
Oh, it's the weight that hurts my feelings, not the hands.
Now, Isadora, if you're going to be a member of this StreamYard, you're going to have to learn how to hurt Finkel's feelings. Yes.
Well, it wasn't.
He
like
must
if
be
I,
made fun of at least twice a day.
It wasn't a question of if I want to be a member. I was assigned.
We don't make fun of Finkel here. It's against the rules.
Oh.
Well, of course,
Can you
rules
guys
are
hear me?
I don't know why you ever talk about the rules, because you never show up to the rules committee meetings.
Did you kick Izzy out?
Yeah, somebody had to.
I wish you didn't do that. Ah, well.
Hello, Cliff. Don't just sit down there. You can lift yourself up.
I was wanting to ask her about, having the kids sit in class for so long amount of times. Like Sarge was just talking about having to get up and move around maybe to feel better. And so I was going to mention that to her, because I always had a hard time sitting still in class for, all morning long and all full of sugar. I need to get out and walk around a little bit too and move to feel a little better. I'm wired up.
Yeah, I need to take my cameras out and go harass somebody. I'm kidding.
Harassing, huh?
Izzy, you should be able to bring yourself up if Sarge gave you.
There she is.
She just. Oh, okay.
That's Ariel.
That's not.
No,
that's not
Ariel.
Ariel.
All right.
Is that? What did you do, Izzy?
What? What is
Ariel?
happening?
I want you to be my. I was singing.
Wow.
You want me to be your what? Manager?
My dentist. I want you to be my dentist.
Who put that together?
Me and Muckster.
I think it was Ariel.
I did the Finkel
Ariel
singing. Muckster.
That's pretty good. The mouthing looked really good.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
AI. It's all AI. I take no credit for that.
Oh, it's all AI did it?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, AI took my credit. That's what they did. They robbed me.
Well, I like the dental work. The dental work looks good. Thank you.
That cost me 5 credits right there.
Oh. All right.
Wowza. Wowza. Who kicked me out?
It had to be
Finkel.
Muckster's invitation.
Did you hear my comment, Izzy?
No.
Oh yeah. I was curious about what Sarge was talking about, how he was maybe needing to get up and move around because he's feeling kind of funkish or whatever. And I was wondering what you thought about having the kids sit in class, so much and not being able to get up and move around when they need to.
What do you mean?
In school, for schools, I think schools should be organized differently, kind of differently.
But the school has not changed. It's the same school when you were a kid in school. Same hours, similar classes. Nothing. The setup has not changed.
You still have recess and PE
Yeah,
and
they do have, actually, in fact, they have flexible seating. That's the only thing that is different, is that they don't have to have the same, desks and tables. They have what's called flexible seating. So they have either a love seat in their classrooms. They have these giant, what is it called? Like a pillow.
Oh, yeah.
What is it called? It's like a,
I
gosh,
don't know. We used to call them bean bags.
thank you. They have those. They have even seats that are designed for the kids that cannot sit still.
But they're still inside a room with fluorescent lights and filtered air, air coming in through it.
You think schools should be held outside?
I think
We
kids
do.
should
We
be
also
outside
have. We
more.
also have actually. We have what's called just like a class outside, so then the kids can get some fresh air. Obviously, we can't do it all year long because it gets really
Yeah.
cold out here and it gets really hot.
Yeah.
Um, but they do have a lot of.
Done classes outside as a child, where it was hot or whatever, and the
Mhm.
teachers took us out. And
Oh,
then
we did
Yeah,
too, but I mean, it's not like you can have the whole
we can't do it all the
school
time.
day outside.
Oh
Right, right,
no,
right.
it's the one class or what have you, but
Schools are designed to help schools are for children to learn. They're not to go and have fun and go outside, right? They can do that when they're home. Um, but we do offer flexible seating. We offer things to make sure the child is comfortable to learn, even homework. Now, if they are stuck on an assignment or homework for more than 15 minutes, we encourage them to go walk outside and come back.
Yeah. See, now that's completely different than when I was a kid. So
Yeah,
it's changed. Things have changed. But
things have changed. We're doing whatever it takes to help the child succeed.
but just the whole idea. I think kids should be out more like when we were hunter and gatherers.
Hmm.
They still taught the kids. Kids still spent time, but they need to spend more time with their mothers. So I think this whole
Oh, I don't know
our,
if I want to spend a lot of time with my child. It's not good for
yeah,
their mental
So
health.
let me ask you this, Harmony.
yeah.
How many doctors, engineers, and chemists are you going to get with a kid who spends all his time out hunting and gathering with his mother?
Well, that's how we got to where we're at now. We started there. So I'm not.
No, that's not how we got to where we are
No.
now. We got to
kinda
where we
is.
are now by bringing those kids inside and sitting down with a blackboard.
But
It's
we
because
started
they
out. We started off as hunter gatherers.
Right.
yes.
We had
And
Yeah, but we
we
don't.
progressed.
Well,
We
listen,
progressed.
Well, that's what you say,
but
but
we don't have to do that anymore. We don't have to go hunt and
because
gather.
they changed the way people did things. Back in the day, the only thing you had to do was farm and do your shit and live your life. And they made a money system. They made a system. They made cities. They brought people into there. It's all about control, folks. That's all that
Yep.
is.
Oh, for
Who
the love
controlled
of
controlled
Jesus.
those farmers back then?
No one.
Yeah, the nobles.
They found what they
The
wanted. They
nobles
did
who put the
they
serfs out there
guarded.
to
They did
grow their
all that.
food for them.
Okay. It's a system. It's a system that we're in, folks.
What is wrong with the school system? It's been
There's
the
nothing
same
wrong.
way.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with it. I went to school.
Oh,
I didn't
Yeah,
like
and look at
school.
you.
Yeah, well, look at me. Yeah, I
But
wasn't a good student. I didn't care. I didn't pay attention. I started trouble. I cussed my teachers out. I didn't give a shit. I went probably 80 days out of the 180 days. Just saying, and I still graduated.
Mm.
Okay.
I
yeah.
don't. I
No,
don't
that's
want.
great. But here's the thing though. I mean, we cannot by law, our students have to be, there's like what's called like teacher student contact time by law that they have to have 1,044 hours
Right.
by law. So we can't just send our kids outside. In fact, I don't want my child to be outside. It's freaking hot as hell. I don't want my kid to get a sunburn and then come home with a headache and can't even focus, or get dehydrated. They do get 2 recess times in elementary school. They have all kinds of outside activities, hands-on things, classes in middle and high school. again, I mean, the school that I went to, we did not have flexible seating. We did not have, you go outside and do what you want. No, we were inside of classroom that is hot as hell, and you still learn.
I sat in hot classes too.
Exactly. So I don't
Probably not as hot as
understand.
yours because of the area, but I
And
always
not
sat
every.
in the front because my name starts with an A and a B. And I was like one of the first ones always. So they always gave you, most of the classes were,
Same, Ariel. My
you
name
got
in
to sit
Arabic
here
starts with
'cause
an
you were
A.
trying to, yeah. Yep.
But here's the thing though, I don't like if you think about, do you think that kids spending more time with their mothers going to help them? No, that you're gonna do them a disservice. This is what I'm talking about. Kids are relying on their parents for everything. Everything. That's why you get
They shouldn't. They have to go out into the world to learn how the
right.
world works. Because this is the
You know,
world. It's a system. We live in this world. We need to learn how it works. Yes.
listen to this. I interviewed a young adult, and their mother was sitting out in the lobby waiting for them. Like, I'm sorry, what? Do you see what I mean? I don't think being with their mother is going to help them. They actually need to be with I'm not going to be here for them forever. We need to prepare our children, whether they are homeschooled or public school or private school, prepare them to interact with each other, because guess what? We're not here for them for the rest of their lives. That's what our parents did with us. That's what their grandparents did with them. That's just the cycle of life. Spending more time with my kid is going to hurt them eventually. I do not need to coddle my child for the rest of their lives. It does not work good for them.
My parents kicked me out of the house when I was 10 years old and said, you're on your own now, kid.
That makes sense, actually explains why you are the way you are today. Just kidding. But does that make sense? And by the way, not everyone can be a teacher. I don't think it would be good for my children if I were their teacher. I am not designed to be a teacher. I don't have the temper to be one. And it would not be good
It's
for
a good
anybody.
point. It's a good point. I know I'm a lousy teacher.
I would be a horrible teacher. I don't think my kids will learn anything that will be more resentful. They will be very resentful.
What I'm saying about spending more time with the kids is like the developmental years, like from 1 to 6, of
right.
being able to be there in the morning for when the kid gets
They're
up.
not in school when they're 1 year old.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, unless parents are working, they have to go to daycare because parents have to work to make end meets, right?
Well, that's how it is today.
And why do parents have to do that?
Because inflation, they have to work. I mean, the average household needs to have 2 working parents.
We can reorganize the whole system where we don't even need inflation. You know that inflation's built into the
problem.
system.
It's the system. The system
don't need.
So how are you going to reorganize that? Because I can tell you, one sole provider does not work in the middle class anymore. One person, one parent working doesn't really meet what they need anymore. You need 2 working parents. It's been like that for the past 15, 20 years.
Oh, I know. I was amazed what my nephew is 8. I'm amazed at what his parents have to pay every year for him to be able to play sports and be a Boy Scout.
Thank
with
you.
all the uniforms and all that. When I was a kid, that stuff was all provided.
Yeah, they don't do that anymore. We don't have the money in the public schools. We're not funded enough by the state to do that. We're not able to do that. Does that make sense? I had to work. Well, with my older 2, when they were little, I had to send them to daycare just so I could have insurance. Just so I can have insurance that would make sense, because my husband's insurance you would have to donate both of your kidney to meet it. It was insane. So I had to work to make sure we have insurance because kids get sick all the time. It's easy to say.
They do get sick, especially now when school starts. You see it. It starts like that first couple of weeks of school at all. Everyone gets sick. You know what I mean?
Exactly. We can sit here and talk about what I would have loved to be home with my children when they were young,
Yeah.
you know. And then I was able to do that by my third kid. I was able to, you know what, make my own hours, work from home. Not everybody can do that. That's the problem. It's easy for some of us to sit here and say, you know, oh, keep your kids at home and homeschool them, but it does not work like that.
Well,
Well,
wait. Can I ask you? Okay, you spent more time with your youngest.
Hmm.
Isn't that the one that goes to school and beats up boys?
Yeah, she does. She did not learn well, I
May-
guess, by me.
Maybe she'd have been better off if you. I'm
Yeah,
just
going to
kidding.
daycare.
I'm just
No,
messing.
I know you are. And
she
actually, in
knows
fact,
she knows how to behave. Believe me, she does.
A
she's
while
good. Yeah.
ago,
Yeah.
we were talking about the differences of opinions between teachers and school faculty and the parents, how it's evolved over the years. I'm curious, when a homeschooled student has an issue with the teacher, how do they solve that one?
Bingo. Bingo.
You know,
Well, I know. I gotta say, I know some homeschool families that do a very good job, but I, like Izzy said, I do not think it's for everybody.
I'm not a good teacher. And let me ask you this, and this is an American thing. So we in the Middle East, we don't have homeschooling. Public schools are very, very valued, and we send kids to public schools. And now they have some private schools, but public schools are it. Let me ask you this. Isn't it in America that homeschoolers or homeschool children are viewed as weird?
I don't know.
I don't
I've
think
heard that
so.
before.
From my personal observation, I
No,
saw a lot of
students.
families. Well, no, but I'm saying I saw a lot of families come through the library, and it never seemed like I saw that kind of a.
No. I know you didn't, but I'm saying they're viewed by other children. They'll say,
Well, yeah, but
"Oh, they're
that's what I mean.
homeschooled."
But seeing them interact with other kids and other families, there didn't seem to be a problem. But
I know that. I know that.
I don't know the
She's saying that
national
the
average.
children view the other children as weird.
I think it is like, I think it's anecdotal. There are parents who homeschool and completely fail. There are parents who homeschool and do okay academically but don't
Mhm.
socialize. And there's
Bingo.
amazing parents who
oh, yeah.
homeschool and socialize, so they keep the kids active in.
Bingo. That
Well,
was
yeah,
my thing.
you have to.
That's
In
what I
this
was asking. So
Well,
some
my niece is now homeschooling 4, but they are all in scouts and all that kind of stuff. They get all that socialization stuff too.
that's how they get that exactly. Because
well, that's awesome. But my point is, this is an American thing. When I moved here, this is what I hear
Mm.
to this day. If you're a homeschooled kid, I've heard it from other students when they have a homeschooled kid join their public school. Oh, that kid is actually homeschooled, and they're looked at weird. You know, oh, they came from a homeschool. Does that make sense?
well,
I know they're not. I know what their
Yeah.
parents are doing. I know what you're talking about. I'm just talking about the perception out
Well,
there.
Heard of this
a new
too.
kid's always going to be weird.
Bounty Hunting Bear points out something that I forgot about. Some groups of families homeschool, and they form these cooperatives where on Tuesday Mrs. Smith will teach math, and on Wednesdays Mr. Jones will teach English, and they work together. But the social skills is hard if you can balance that with the education without a public school. Things like the prom, like the Friday night football game, the sock
Yeah.
hop, that's kind of hard to replace, but creative parents can do it.
One of the things I do not like that I have seen, and I don't know if it's, might be state laws are different, but they will not allow a homeschool kid to participate in the public school sports.
We
And I really
don't.
think
We don't
they
even.
should,
Yep.
because
We don't
for
even
one
know if we.
thing,
Go ahead.
I don't think the kids should be denied. And for another, if you're going to worry about what might be going on with a homeschool, wouldn't it be nice to have them around an objective adult who would go, "Oh, there's something weird about this kid.
Totally
He always
agree.
got bruises or whatever."
Yeah.
So I think it would be a good thing if they allowed it.
I agree. So, by the way, there is like a delay. I'm so sorry if I'm talking over anybody. Um, so we had a graduation. There were several, I wouldn't say several, maybe 4 or 5 kids. Or again, I told you we had over what 2,700 student graduating. Anyway,
Mm.
we had a handful of children that were homeschooled, but they wanted to attend. They are part of the district, yet they were homeschooled. They wanted to attend our
Yeah.
graduation, and they were denied because, I mean, they should have. They're just. How is that fair, right? Because first of all, they never filled out the paperwork. They're not really part of the district. They decided to do the homeschool route, and that's okay. And I do feel bad for them. I wish that there was an avenue for them, to be celebrated. But how is that fair to the students that were dedicated to the public school and went through the entire public school and graduated, right?
Except I see it more as being dedicated to you're being celebrated for being dedicated to the education, not the building.
But it's not, that's not how it's looked at. And it's
I
not
know.
my law, right? That is just again, that's a law that is just made. And then even the teacher said, we work really hard to get the kids to where, where they're at, blah, blah, blah. I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. I feel bad for those students. At the same time, this is, and again, it was just a handful. I'm not talking about half of the population.
I don't have the answer to that, and I get both sides of the complaint or argument. But what I would like to see, and call me anti-athletic, but I'd like to see high school football teams gotten rid of, make them local football teams like a little league team.
Mhm.
But instead of attaching it to a high school and making it part of the curriculum,
It's not part of curriculum.
You don't get credit for being a
No.
No. All that does
That's an extracurricular.
It's not part of curriculum at all.
Well, see, but maybe I have too much ignorance to opine on it, but I think this high school over here who has a resource of 2,000 kids versus that high school over there that has a resource of 500 kids.
They put them in different classes. What's the word I want? Different leagues.
Different divisions. Yes, there's like
You got like A, double A, triple A, so they don't compete against each other. Also, I wanted to, do me a favor. Come to my next school board meeting and propose getting rid of sports. But before you do, could you please make out $100,000 life insurance policy in my name?
Yeah, I get Pennsylvania football. I would have to put on a helmet and knee pads and shoulder pads to go in there and suggest getting rid of
around here. It's a close match between who would get to you first, the football parents or the wrestling parents.
Oh yeah, I'd probably get my ass kicked both. But really, I mean, you can have football for kids or wrestling for kids outside of school.
I do think there's advantage.
It is after school.
You're
It's not
having
part of
the
school.
extracurriculars like that.
Yeah.
But to go back to what we were talking about earlier, the thing that bothers me is the fact that when I played football, it didn't cost me a dime. And I can understand why they have made it where, some places all the kid has to buy is their spikes. Some places they got to buy their whole uniform. And you say, well, yeah, why should the school be paying for that? Except you're now eliminating the kids whose parents
That's not
can't afford
true.
it.
That's not true. We have funds that put aside for the kids that cannot afford things.
Well, that's good then.
We do.
My mother never bought me nothing for sports. I had older brothers, and they would always supply me with a glove or cleats or sneakers, whatever, because I wasn't getting it.
We did have to buy our own gloves for Little League. There's also what?
There are also shops that would sell resale or
Yeah,
used
you
items,
can get you good used
very,
items.
very
Yeah.
reasonable.
Yeah.
You know, but I am part of the booster for some of my kids' sports, and we do put funds aside for the kids that cannot afford things, and we do in a very hush hush way. No one would even
Oh yeah.
ever know. Yeah,
Yeah. So you don't embarrass anybody. Yeah.
You know,
bingo.
and it's
That's
good
pretty cool,
that they reuse a lot of this equipment because kids grow out a lot of this stuff so quick.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
And you know, instead of throwing it out, why not put it out there so that others, yeah, you can get a couple dollars back and you can,
Mhm.
you know, someone else can use it.
Right.
You know,
In fact, you know, not that we couldn't afford, but you know, or just a month or so ago, life was hectic for me. I forgot to even buy a field hockey stick for my child, and the school provided one for her. Felt terrible, but anyway, I thought they didn't have enough for everybody, but they did. Um, you know, so they do that. Even with instruments, we have a rental place for students when they are in third grade and up. And again, not many districts do that. We offer strings to students, and the place that would rent those equipments had rented literally everything. And those places don't really exist anymore. There are not many of them, music instruments. So I was late to the game. The school provided one, a violin for my child. Yes. So we do have all these resources again for kids, parents, you know, all kinds of stuff. Those are the stuff that people are not aware of, right? They think about just the big things, and they're just not aware of all the little stuff that we do
It
for the
might be
children.
optics, but when I drive past Hayfield High School or Edison High School, almost year round, there's something going on in front of the school. Around Christmas, it's Christmas trees and wreaths. Around Halloween, it's pumpkins. In the spring, it's flowers. There's always some kind of sale going on for the athletic booster clubs.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Never see it for the what do we call them, band fruits?
Yeah, we do. They do.
They do
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
They
They
do.
do.
They do
Maybe
for
it's
it.
a
I literally, I have a video yesterday. I went to watch a game, and the band were practice on the side. What is it called? That one activity where the kids like throw the flags in the air and stuff. What is that called?
Like majorettes or band
Yeah,
front, they'll call them.
yeah.
Something
I think
like
they're
that.
like their own group. I don't remember what it's called.
They're part of the band, but they do the flags. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
mostly
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about? So even they had a separate fundraiser was going on the side. And I was just amazed, you know. I went to a different district that was like about an hour, 45-minute away from my home last Thursday. I'm sorry, Wednesday. And I was just again, there were what 1,500. The whole district's 1,500 students, where my district's 22,000 students, and I was just shocked how similar we are. You know, and a lot of the things. You know, they have less students, but they do offer the same opportunities, and also they
well,
actually stole some ideas from them because I thought they were doing it better.
it could be just what I'm seeing. It could be just this local area. I mentioned Hayfield and Edison because where my house is over the last 20 years, the school districts changed just a little bit. These two high schools the high schools themselves are about 3 miles apart. It's like,
Mhm.
well, other than what's being sold out in front of the school, seems like it's always for the athletic teams. Um, it's night and day how and it's all under Fairfax County. And it's
Mm.
just very similar demographics, very similar neighborhood. The high schools are 3 miles apart. One high school has its graduations at the Daughters of the American Revolution Constitution Hall in
Mm.
D.C. The other one has it in their friggin' gymnasium.
Right, right.
I'm like, how is it so night and day different, 3 miles apart?
Yeah.
But they're the same. If at least when I drive by and I see whatever they're selling, it seems to always be for the athletics. Maybe I should pay more attention.
Well,
Yeah,
they do have a
I would
lot
be
of equipment
interested
to
if you
buy,
could
but
find out more information. I'll be interested to know how they do it in your
Yeah.
area.
I know around here that once the school year starts, there's pretty much somebody is selling hoagies or candy or something.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. The band
Yeah.
folks do sell the candy bars.
Yeah.
We did
And
that too.
in fact, I'm pretty sure I'll be hitting you guys sometime soon for a fundraiser for one of my students, for one of my children. So
Yeah, they do a lot. They're what was it? My niece, Girl Scout cookies.
yeah,
You
let
can
me
buy
know if
them
you're selling
online
any.
now.
That's true. And they get shipped. Let me know. And we've never been in the scouts, but let me know. I'd always buy their cookies.
Oh,
I
thank
Okay.
goodness. I hate going into a grocery store and seeing these sad little girls saying, "Please buy our cookies." Let me go
I know.
online and avoid those sad faces. Actually, I guess I wouldn't buy them.
Yeah, I always do, especially if someone would reach out to me. How could you say no?
The
Yeah, it's
thing
kind
I
of
the thing I
You know.
realized after last year, this next time I'm going to be smarter. I'm going to make sure me, my brother, my niece, and my friend Sandy and my friend Sue, who all got Girl Scout cookies last time, we're all going to order together because you
Mm.
save a lot on the shipping. Just have them all come to my
Oh,
house
that's a good
and
idea.
oh, to your house,
Yeah.
of course. It's got to be your house. I see.
well,
I
yeah.
see going, yeah.
Yeah, that's a
By
good
the way, I
idea.
recommend the s'mores.
Yes, yes. And I freeze some of the boxes. Um, I don't know.
I've never
I
thought
feel
of
bad.
doing that. I usually just throw the boxes away.
Oh my gosh.
There was a meme going back a while ago. I think it was,
I boil mine.
I can't remember how long ago, but there was a meme suggesting that maybe we should have bake sales for B-52s and have millions of dollars of tax money paid for our high school orchestra.
Oh goodness.
You know, on the Girl Scout thing, I remember seeing a thing, I think it was about 5 years ago now. This girl in Florida decided to do a thing where she rated all the different cookies and she like put them up on social media and that, but she was like, it was like, do-si-do. I give it a 4 out of 5. And there was like a couple, because they have like low carb ones or something. And she was like, it tastes like sawdust. She was like, gave a bad reviews where she sold something like $10,000 worth of Girl Scout cookies.
Wow. Good for her.
Like years back when they legalized marijuana in Colorado, some Girl Scout set up her stand right outside a marijuana
Right, yeah.
and she raked it in, but they had to chase her away eventually.
That's funny. Yeah. I think our kids will be fine. I think just we need to just keep on addressing the misinformation out there. And my biggest thing right now when people say this is what they're doing, like show me. And oftentimes I even Base the other day was like, oh, I guess I'll have to look into it. I'm like, well, then don't say it, until you look into it.
Yeah,
Who did I?
the
I
idea
just,
of a litter
go
box
ahead.
high school
Go
bathroom.
ahead.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I said go ahead.
The idea of a litter box in a high school bathroom being perpetuated, I'm sorry, by idiots on YouTube. Come on.
Well, you know what that actually started as the rumor. The first ones were litter boxes in the corner of elementary school. It wasn't even in the bathrooms. It was in the corner of the room in California. Because, people will believe any crazy ass thing you say about California schools.
That's true.
That is
What's
true.
it for? I never heard of that. So what's the purpose
Oh,
of
for the furries. They had litter boxes for the furries. Of course, it's a total. What was the old term for that? Oh God, urban legend.
Yeah. Some I can't remember who it was. Lauren, Marjorie, one of the
Oh yeah.
kind of far to the side politicians said it in sarcasm. She didn't even mean it, but people took off with that as it turned into a rumor, it turned into an urban legend, and now it turns into a quote matter of fact on some of these YouTube channels. Right. Well, if your kid can be a furry and crap in a kid litter box in high school, I can consider myself an XYZ. I'm like, but the first part's not true.
Right.
Yes.
No, I
Jim,
agree. And that's when you get the tiny feet out there. That's what they spread, and they are
mhm.
clueless because they've never been to the schools. They don't know what's going on. You know, Cart, we do that. So in elementary school, every grade does that per semester. And then when you go to middle school, it just depends on what classes they decided to take, but they also do that as well.
Oh yeah,
And
we
of
used
course,
to do
same,
that stuff.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah, same with high school. But elementary is definitely a must. They all do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I remember that. There was always it was like a full class thing where we'd have to learn a song or something.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
have to. Yeah. It's part
do
of
they still?
curriculum. I wouldn't say that. Yeah.
I remember all through school having to get up in front of the class, give
Hmm.
a report, or get up to the chalkboard.
Hmm.
Do they
And
still
then
do that?
there's that. Yeah, there's that as well. In
Seems like
fact,
there's
I
more
might
and
have
more.
told you. I think I told you. My daughter, my oldest, had to do that in front of. That's for her HOSA program, which is professional,
Mhm.
future healthcare professionals. And she put that study about the brain, how your brain is wired when you are at practice versus game, when you're taking a pretest versus test. And she put this whole study together, and she went and presented. And they actually ended up winning regional, then they won national. They only got, I wouldn't say they only got, that's my thing. I'm like, if you're not first, you're a loser. But anyway, they got fourth place national.
Oh my
Um,
God.
yeah. Yeah. But,
You know how I look at stuff like that, and I understand what you mean. Yeah, they got fourth place. There was three ahead of them. I look at it as there was 10,000 behind them.
well, there were a lot of behind them. That's true because they were from every state. But the competitive Izzy and me, I'm so
Hmm.
competitive. I'm like, I better get, first in everything.
I mean,
Um,
I'd be thrilled that they made it to
oh,
national.
absolutely. I am beyond proud. Beyond,
For
beyond
some reason,
proud.
in my
I was just
anecdotal
kidding with her, by the way.
observance, it seems like more and more people are afraid to get up in front of people and talk, whether it's a lecture, a class, hell, even this. Um, what I do for my job is very similar to this environment. There's 6 people in chat, and there's
Mm.
5 of us on panel, and we're discussing fixing a server or a network router or something. There are people in that profession who are afraid to address the bridge because there's all these people listening, and I don't understand that. And that's why I'm wondering, do they still get up in front of the class and say what they did last summer or
Hmm.
whatever? It
You know,
seems like it's becoming less and less a natural thing.
you want to know a funny thing about me? And you may not believe this, but I am actually an introvert. But I never had trouble with public speaking. I never had trouble getting in front of class. I never had trouble running a meeting of 200 or 300 people that were fighting the school board. For some
Right.
reason, I could do that, but like smaller groups, I have trouble with.
That's funny. That is interesting. I'm actually more of an introvert myself, believe it or not. Um, but no, yeah, I agree. I mean, our kids are still doing. So by the way, so we have a new policy, and high schoolers, well, it's mainly high schools. Middle schools are not supposed to have their phones anyway. High schools cannot have their phones anymore.
Mm.
Not even in their pockets, not even in their bags. They have to actually check them in. There was a huge outrage by the high schoolers. Oh, you got to trust us, blah blah blah. And but some of them are already cheating, so they bring a different phone and they log it in. Um,
Oh, yeah.
yeah. So and they outed themselves. I'm like, dude, that's why we don't trust you. You
Why?
know
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why did you have to do that?
why? Because it's they get
Distraction.
distracted. Yeah.
Oh,
Um,
Not to mention the idea of going, hey, Alexa, what is the square root?
Oh yeah, it's not
Right.
mainly that. It's a lot. It's social media. So
Oh,
the reason
yeah.
why we're taking it away is because
Uh,
um, social media, they get so nasty with each other, and they send, what is it called? That snaps, whatever it's called, to each other during
Snapchat.
the
Yeah.
day. Yeah, and so
uh,
we took it away. Um, some students are out. My child said it's actually the best thing that we could have, come up with. Um, Well, partially because she doesn't even have social media. And so one of the students that I met with said, well, what if there is an emergency and my mom needs to reach me? And I said, you know, you're a senior. When was the last time there was an emergency? Your mom had to reach you through the phone. And he was like, never. I said,
Yeah.
if your mom needs to reach you, she could always call the school. There's,
Yeah.
you're
That's what I was
reachable.
going to say. Yeah,
You know what I
that's the
mean?
way we had to do it.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And then
The
also,
PA box in front of the classroom. Mrs. Jones, yes. Send David Finkel to the office. His mother.
yeah, yeah, exactly. And, you know, with the recent shooting too, they were all freaked out, which I get it. I totally get it. Listen, as a parent, I want my kid to have access to a phone right away, but I also don't want to get in the middle of, if they are, God forbid, in the middle of that, I want them to do the right things and not to get distracted by me calling them, right?
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and I
Our
want them to break the nearest window and get out of there.
our
Don't worry
our
about me
pendulum,
calling.
our pendulum here has swung wildly back and forth. When I first came to this area and had kids in the schools, cell phones were not allowed on school property, period. And
Mm,
then in 2001, September, a plane crashed into the Pentagon. And throughout the region, kids had parents who worked at the Pentagon, not necessarily all on the same side of the Pentagon that was hit, but anybody who worked at or near the Pentagon were freaking out, and they didn't have access to phones. Not that they could have gotten through anyway, because I remember that day all phone trunks were down.
mm.
But they panicked about that, and they said, "Yeah, kids should be allowed to carry their phones so they can get a hold of their parents, or vice versa." Well, then the cheating and the social media bullying, take a picture of someone picking their nose and putting on Facebook, that came out.
Yep.
I believe the policy is you can have a cell phone at the school, but it better not be out during class. It better be
Right,
in
and
your
that's what it was. And
yeah.
they are not, it's illegal to video someone else
Yeah.
in schools, you know, inside the schools, especially if they are a minor. So they're not
Yeah.
really supposed to do that, but they still do it. Some students still do it.
Well, you
Um,
got cameras in the schools too, so
yes, it's
it's
also
not like
against
they're not
policy.
recruited, but yeah,
Right, it's against our policy. They can literally get kicked out.
yeah, I get it.
And yeah, but I honestly, this is better for them. Cart, if you really want to come back to teaching, girl, come on over here. We pay our teachers good. You
And
know,
I don't believe there's a public school teacher that gets paid enough in America.
no, they don't get paid enough, but we pay them
Mhm.
average, better than the other districts. And you
Oh,
know
Well,
what? To your point, they're not paid enough. They're not valued, which irks me so
yeah.
much.
Around here, teachers, I'm sure it wouldn't look like a lot of money like in Sarge's district, but they're paid well above like the income average for this area.
I can tell you teachers don't do it for the money.
yeah.
Oh, no.
When I was dating that lady with the punk son who didn't want to be an
Yeah.
apprentice, she worked at a beauty salon, and she had two coworkers who were part-time, and they were also going through college. They went away for a while, and then we ran into